Enjoyed yourself? Feeling good? Had your fun? Then get the hell off me already. The deadly four hit combo exploded inside Chen Yang's head. He snapped his eyes open and realized he was lying on top of a beautiful woman. His mind instantly went blank as he stared at the scene before him. At the same time, countless memories flooded into his brain. He had been reborn, back to the year 1980, but something was seriously wrong with this rebirth. In his previous life, he had never married, never had children, and certainly never had a wife. Yet after being reborn, he somehow had 3 ex-wives. What the hell? Rebirth is one thing, but why throw in some twisted timeline and relationship glitch too? He glanced at the stunning woman in front of him. This was Li Shuangyu, his 3rd ex-wife. They had divorced just yesterday, and apparently this had been a divorce farewell hookup. Why are you still staring at me? We were married for over 2 years, and you still haven't seen enough. If you couldn't bear to part with me, why did you divorce me? Get out. Seeing Chen Yang frozen in place, Li Shuangyu snapped angrily. Only then did Chen Yang come back to his senses. He hurriedly got dressed and stumbled outside. His brain was a complete mess. He felt like he needed time to recover from temporal jet lag. Damn it! If I was going to transmigrate, then fine. But why give me 3 ex-wives? Something about this whole thing is seriously off. Chen Yang sat there in a daze, staring at the rain pouring endlessly outside. Not long after, he heard the bedroom door open behind him. Li Shuangyu had gotten dressed and gone into the kitchen to start cooking. She was tall and slender, at least 5'5", with an incredible figure and a gorgeous face. Why the hell did I divorce a woman this beautiful? And not only beautiful, she had an amazing personality too. Gentle, hardworking, and caring. Damn, was I mentally ill or something? He almost slapped himself. Just as he sat there dumbfounded, the sky darkened even more, while the rain continued pouring down. Then movement came from outside. His mother, Ding Xiaoyi, walked in carrying a shoulder pole, completely soaked from head to toe. Mom? Where did you go? Why are you still running around in weather like this? You're drenched. Seeing his mother again after decades, Chen Yang's lips trembled slightly as he hurried forward to help carry the load. Ding Xiaoyi glared at him. She had been furious, but seeing his current expression, she sighed helplessly. Instead, where did I go? I went to sell shoe insoles. You loaf around all day doing nothing. If the rest of us didn't go out and earn money, how would this family survive? Selling shoe insoles. Only then did Chen Yang remember, right? In this version of his life, he was apparently an irresponsible bum who never worked, leaving the family in poverty. His 3 ex-wives and his mother survived by sewing insoles and peddling them around town for money. Aside from Li Shuangyu staying home, his first ex-wife, Zhao Jingzhu, and 2nd ex-wife, Deng Yufeng, had both gone out selling insoles. And because the children were asleep, he'd had the chance to fool around with Li Shuangyu one last time after the divorce. As he was thinking about this, more movement came from outside. Another tall, elegant woman walked in carrying a shoulder pole. This was Zhao Jingzhu, his first ex-wife, and his former classmate in his previous life. These women had all been unattainable dreams to him. How had he ended up marrying them in this life? They had all been his white moonlights, his dream goddesses. Women he could only admire from afar in his last life were now standing before him as ex-wives. Wasn't this just messing with him? Jingzhu, you're back too. Hurry and change into dry clothes. He enthusiastically walked over to her. Zhao Jingzhu was even slightly taller than Li Shuangyu, with a graceful and dignified beauty. How could I possibly divorce someone like her? Has Yufeng come back yet? She ignored Chen Yang completely, and instead asked Ding Xiaoyi. Mom, Yufeng should be back by now, right? Why hasn't she returned yet? That's right. Where is she? Ding Xiaoyi asked Chen Yang. She's not back yet, you idiot. Ding Xiaoyi instantly exploded. None of us are home, and you don't even think to go look for her. It's getting late. Go find her right now. She went to town to sell insoles. See if she's still there. The rain's getting worse, and I'm worried something happened to her. Hurry up. Okay, I'm going right now. Only then did Chen Yang react. He quickly threw on some clothes and shoes and rushed toward the door. Take this. His mother handed him a straw raincoat. And bring this too. At that moment, Zhao Jingzhu walked over carrying a hunting rifle. It's several miles from town back here. It's dangerous at night. Take the gun. Got it. Chen Yang grabbed the rifle and hurried out into the storm toward town. Rain poured from the sky like buckets of water. Chen Yang still couldn't understand why his rebirth had become so bizarre, but right now he was more worried about Deng Yufeng. What if something had really happened to her? He sprinted toward town as fast as he could. Just as he was nearing the outskirts, he finally spotted a figure stumbling toward him through the rain. Yufeng? He called out tentatively. The figure visibly relaxed upon hearing his voice. A beautiful woman emerged from the darkness in a miserable state. Her clothes were soaked through by the rain, her legs covered in mud, and large patches of dirt stained her outfit. It looked like she had even fallen down at some point. What happened to you? Why are you in this condition? Someone was chasing me. Deng Yufeng, whose figure was even more explosive than Zhao Jingzu's and Li Shuangyu's, had a murderous look on her face. Some kind of lunatic kept following me. I had to throw away the shoulder pole and all the insoles. Right then, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind them. Bang! Chen Yang instantly raised the hunting rifle and fired a shot into the darkness behind them. Who's there? He roared. The gunshot clearly startled whoever was back there. The footsteps abruptly stopped. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell who it was. If you've got guts, come out and try something, Chen Yang shouted again. Not only did he refuse to retreat, he actually stepped forward aggressively. Deng Yufeng hurriedly followed close behind him, but after confirming nobody else was nearby, she quickly tugged at his arm. Enough. Don't provoke them. Let's just hurry home. She was obviously afraid he'd impulsively start a fight. Chen Yang nodded, and immediately led her back. By the time they returned, Ding Xiaoyi, Zhao Jingzhu, and Li Shuangyu were all standing in the courtyard waiting. You're back. Zhao Jingzhu let out a sigh of relief. Mom Deng Yufeng stepped forward and called softly to Ding Xiaowei. I lost everything. Someone was chasing me, so I dropped all the insoles we made, Mom. This is all my fault. Ding Xiaowei walked over and lovingly hugged her second daughter. In-law. It's fine. If they're gone, they're gone. We can always make more and sell them another time. But speaking of which, her expression suddenly changed as she turned and furiously pointed at Chen Yang. Can't you act like a proper man for once, marry one, divorce one, marry another, divorce another? You've already got 3 ex-wives. Are you trying to starve this whole family to death? If you still refuse to get your act together, I'll starve myself first. All 3 women stared at him, especially Zhao Jingzhu and Li Shuangyu, whose faces were ice cold. Chen Yang spread his hands helplessly. The him from his previous life wasn't like this at all. Where the hell did these 3 ex-wives even come from? And he'd always been hard-working. Okay, this had to be some kind of timeline bug. He had no idea why reality turned out this way. But whatever this Chen Yang did had nothing to do with the current Chen Yang. Unfortunately, there was no way to explain that, so he could only nod repeatedly toward his mother. Mom, I know I was wrong. I really messed up. Starting today, I'll turn over a new leaf and work hard. I swear I'll make sure all of you live well and eat good food every day. Number Chapter 2. 3 Virtuous Ex-Wives. Chen Yang thought his words sounded sincere enough, but Deng Yufeng, who had just returned with him, sneered immediately and spoke in a sarcastic tone. If you were really willing to work hard, we wouldn't have to carry baskets of shoe insoles around to sell them, and what happened today wouldn't have happened either. Zhao Jingzhu said nothing, but her expression didn't look friendly either. Fine, remember what you said today. Ding Xiaowei gritted her teeth and glared at her son before finally letting Deng Yufeng go inside to change into dry clothes. Dinner looked bland and tasteless. At least, that was how it felt to Chen Yang, who had just been reborn. He had no appetite even looking at it. But Zhao Jingzhu and the others ate with obvious enjoyment, and aside from his 3 ex-wives, each of them even had a child. Tasty? Chen Yang looked at his eldest daughter, Chenya, the child he had with Zhao Jingzhu. Daddy, it's good, but it would taste even better with meat. Chenya gave him a bright smile. The little girl was only 6 years old, but she was skin and bones, by later generation standards. She looked so undernourished that she could have passed for a 4 or 5-year-old. Well, your dad would need to actually work hard before this family could afford meat. At the rate he loafs around every day, seeing meat on our table would be a miracle. Deng Yufeng threw in another sarcastic jab from the side. Chen Yang let out an awkward laugh. Aunt Feng, my daddy is amazing. Chenya took a bite of sweet potato and said innocently to Deng Yufeng. Deng Yufeng said nothing, only shooting Chen Yang another glare. All right. I'm the scumbag here. Chen Yang forced another dry laugh, feeling a headache coming on. At the same time, he finally sorted out the tangled relationships in this life. In his previous life, Lu Chunhua, the woman who had tormented him for years, had never married him in this timeline. Instead, he had first married Zhao Jingzhu. After Zhao Jingzhu gave birth to a daughter, he divorced her. Because divorce was rare in those days, and because Ding Xiaoyi pitied Zhao Jingzhu, she let Zhao Jingzhu and the child stay with them. Since Zhao Jingzhu could no longer face returning to her hometown, then Chen Yang went and married a second wife, Deng Yufeng. Though awkward, everyone still managed to live under one roof, thanks to Ding Xiaoyi keeping the peace. But later, after Deng Yufeng gave birth to another daughter, Chen Yang divorced her too, using the excuse that she couldn't give him a son. Then he married Li Shuangyu. Li Shuangyu had better luck and gave birth to a boy. Yet not long ago, Chen Yang had still divorced her over something absurd, like she raised her left leg first while changing positions. And just like that, he had divorced all 3 wives, yet all of them still lived here. It wasn't that they were unwilling to leave. Ding Xiaoyi had tried hard to keep them, but Chen Yang could also tell there was another reason. None of the 3 ex-wives had truly gotten over him, but with 3 ex-wives, 3 children, himself, and his mother, the household now had 8 mouths to feed, making life extremely difficult. And apparently, this version of Chen Yang had somehow turned into a useless loafer. That part was especially ridiculous. Chen Yang sighed and took 2 savage bites of sweet potato, nearly choking on it. Damn, this stuff really tastes awful. No way, I can't keep eating this. I need to figure something out. After dinner, the heavy rain finally stopped, fading into a light drizzle before ending completely. Chen Yang thought for a moment, then picked up the hunting rifle he had just set down and carefully cleaned it before grabbing extra ammunition. What are you planning to do? Ding Xiaoyi glanced toward the kitchen and the 3 daughters, in-law working around the house before walking over to Chen Yang in disappointment. Can't you act like a proper man for once? Every one of my daughters. In-law is beautiful, capable, and hard-working. How did they all end up ruined by someone like you? Do you know what the people in the village are saying about our family now? And you're still lazing around all day. Are you trying to drive me to an early grave? Mom. Chen Yang lowered the rifle muzzle and spoke seriously. I really was wrong before, but our family can't keep living like this. Tell Jingzhu and the others to stop making shoe insoles. That business won't make money anymore. And Shuangyu running around outside all day under the sun. What if she turns into a dark-skinned beauty? I don't want that happening. Starting today, I'll support the family. You all just focus on taking care of the house. I'm heading up the mountain to hunt. Hunt? How long has it been since you last went hunting in the mountains? It's true. I haven't gone in a long time, but we don't have any better options right now. Don't worry, I'll head up soon. Ding Xiaoyi originally wanted to scold him some more, but seeing how serious he looked this time, she held back. After all, she couldn't crush his motivation. Then be careful up there. Got it. After resting for a bit and waiting until the rain had fully stopped, Chen Yang changed into rubber boots, prepared his tools, and got ready to head out. Daddy, where are you going? Chenya ran over and grabbed his hand the moment she saw him leaving. Didn't you say you wanted meat? Daddy's going up the mountain to hunt a wild boar for you, all right? Really? Chen Yang rubbed her head before turning to leave. Over by the doorway, Zhao Jingzhu had clearly taken a step forward, wanting to say something or remind him to be careful. But in the end, she stopped herself. Deng Yufeng, however, had a much fiercer temper. She stormed out into the courtyard and shouted, Chen Yang! Chen Yang stopped and turned around with a grin at his second ex-wife. That curvy figure of hers was exactly his type. Be careful up there. Don't go dying in the mountains, or how are the rest of us supposed to survive? Chen Yang waved his hand and quickly disappeared from sight. Behind her, Zhao Jingzhu could only sigh helplessly after hearing that. Deng Yufeng had the hottest temper among the 3 and never spoke gently. But in truth, she cared about Chen Yang all the time. Inside the house, Ding Xiaoyi sat holding her youngest grandson and silently sighed to herself. Why were all her foolish daughters? In-law so hopelessly devoted to her son. Half of Chen Yang's bad habits came from her spoiling him. The other half came from these 3 women spoiling him. Everyone in the village praised her, saying she was capable beyond compare. After all, whose daughters, in-law, stayed in the family home even after divorce. And not just one, but 3 of them. Every time she heard those comments, she could only smile bitterly. She knew the truth about her own family. It wasn't because she was particularly capable. It was because her son was. To put it bluntly, she had merely gone along with the flow. The real deciding factor was Chen Yang himself. Even though they were divorced, none of those women could let him go. They simply used the excuse that they were too ashamed to return to their hometowns, staying here to raise their children instead. Sure, she had persuaded them to stay, but she was only helping things along. She wasn't the real reason. She just wished her useless son would finally start acting like a proper man. At this rate, even these 3 ex-daughters-in-law would eventually leave. If Ding Xiaoyi had her way, she truly hoped Chen Yang would remarry one of them. In her eyes, every single one of those women was exceptional. Sure, if one remarried him, the other 2 would be heartbroken, but that was still the best solution possible. Please stop fooling around. Just act like a decent human being already, she muttered inwardly while glancing at her skinny little grandson. Poor child was all bones. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had already entered the mountains. Luofeng Mountain, tall peaks, dense forests. It was the village's most famous hunting ground, though. Game was far from easy to catch. The rabbits, pheasants, goats, and wild boars up there weren't just going to stand still and wait to be shot. Animals appeared there often enough, sure. But whether you could encounter them was a matter of luck. And whether you could actually hunt them down was a matter of skill. Chapter 3. A guiding path. Chen Yang was an excellent hunter. He had originally been a hunter and used to head into the mountains with the villagers regularly in his previous life. After marrying and divorcing Lu Qinhua, he left the village and started building a career elsewhere. He didn't become wildly successful, but he certainly wasn't poor either. Especially after catching the tide of the era, he managed to accumulate a decent amount of wealth. From then on, he often traveled around hunting for sport. If hunting wasn't allowed domestically, he'd even go overseas to hunt. As a result, his marksmanship became incredibly good, especially his shooting skills. The young married women who had slept with him all said the same thing. He was very accurate. But what's the point of shooting accurately if I can't even find prey? Hunting's all about luck. He smacked his lips. Just as he was muttering to himself, he suddenly noticed a faint red glow appear before his eyes. He froze, confused about what the red light meant. Am I hallucinating? Dazed, he shook his head and rubbed his eyes for a better look. But the red glow became even clearer. What the hell is this? He stared at the red light in confusion, but an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. He quietly followed it forward. Every time he walked a certain distance, the red glow would move farther ahead. Whenever he stopped, it stopped too, as if waiting for him. Are you guiding me? A thought stirred in Chen Yang's heart, and he silently continued following the glow. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the red light finally stopped moving. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard movement ahead. The sounds were loud and chaotic. He carefully stepped forward and saw a massive wild boar, at least 400 pounds, leisurely rooting around for food. A wild boar. His heart trembled, and he suddenly realized the red glow had disappeared. So that was it. The thing had been guiding him. In other words, this was his cheat ability. His golden finger. I knew it. How could I reincarnate without a cheat? What's the point of reincarnating if I don't get one? Excitement surged through him as he slowly raised his gun toward the boar. Wild boars might sound harmless because people associate them with domestic pigs, which are relatively docile despite their size. That gave many people the wrong impression about wild boars. But in reality, wild boars were extremely dangerous. Once enraged, they could attack humans without hesitation, especially after being wounded. If Chen Yang wanted to take it down, he had to seize the perfect opportunity and ideally kill it in one shot. After thinking it through, he steadied his rifle and aimed carefully. Luck was on his side, and so was skill. Almost in an instant, bang! He seized the moment and pulled the trigger. The bullet roared out of the barrel and slammed straight into the boar's head. Thud, the wild boar crashed heavily to the ground and stopped breathing almost immediately. It's dead? Grinning, he stepped forward and nudged the boar, confirming it was truly dead. Haha. He was overjoyed. The first thing he hunted after entering the mountain was a wild boar. He couldn't help pumping his fist in excitement. I got a wild boar the moment I came up here. Looks like this cheat ability really is guiding me. Are there more? Just as the thought crossed his mind, movement appeared again. The red glow reappeared, leading him toward another direction. The prey here wasn't going anywhere, so he immediately followed the light. The glow disappeared from one spot and quickly emerged somewhere else. Following it, he soon discovered another target, a pheasant perched on a tree branch. Bang! Without hesitation, he fired. The pheasant dropped straight from the tree. One shot, one kill. Rubbing his hands happily, he continued forward. The red glow appeared once again. Looking ahead, he found a rabbit. A rabbit was easy to deal with. He aimed intending to kill it with one shot, but hesitated for a moment. Instead, He shot its leg. Bang! The wild rabbit collapsed. With its leg injured, it could no longer escape and lay pitifully in the bushes, staring at Chen Yang. Don't look at me like that. It won't help. He was in a good mood after all. He had already bagged 3 animals with 3 shots. My 3 kids would love having a rabbit to play with. Sorry about this. He picked up the rabbit and looked ahead once more. Any more prey? Unfortunately, the red glow never appeared again. It vanished completely. Well, I already got a 400-pound boar. Dragging that down the mountain will take some effort anyway. Forget it. I'll bring these back first while it's still early and sell some boar meat tomorrow. After making up his mind, he packed everything up and carried the pheasant and rabbit down the mountain first. The boar weighed over 200 pounds, and there was no way he could move it alone. He'd have to ask a few villagers to help carry it down later. Giving each of them a couple pounds of meat as thanks would make them more than happy to help. By the time he got home, it was already around midnight. Originally, he wanted to sneak the game back without disturbing his mother or his ex-wives. Unexpectedly, the moment he entered the courtyard, one of the room doors opened. Li Shuangyue poked her head out. "You're back?" It was obvious she had finally relaxed. "Tired? It's okay if you didn't catch anything. Honestly, nobody else manages to catch anything up there either." She spoke instinctively, clearly not believing he could actually bring home prey. But halfway through her sentence, she noticed the pheasant in one hand and the half-dead rabbit in the other. She let out a startled scream. "This here. The pheasant's dead, but the rabbit's still alive. See if you can keep it alive for the kids to play with." He handed them to her proudly. "There's still a 400-pound wild boar up on the mountain. I need to get some of the village uncles to help me carry it down. After that, I'll sell some of the meat. Anyway, I'm heading out again." Seeing the shocked disbelief in Li Shuangyue's eyes made Chen Yang feel rather smug. After handing over the animals, he turned and left the courtyard again. The noise had already woken the others. Zhao Jingzhu was the first to fling open her door, looking extremely anxious. "What happened? Did something go wrong? Are you hurt?" Deng Yufeng had opened her door at the same time, though she tried not to look too worried. Still, the concern hidden between her brows was impossible to conceal. But when they looked outside and only saw Li Shuangyu standing there, they froze. "Where is he?" "He's fine. He's fine. He said he's going to ask the village elders to help carry down a wild boar. Look, these are the rabbit and pheasant he caught. The rabbit's still alive." Zhao Jingzhu and Deng Yufeng both stared blankly at the animals in disbelief. What the hell? He actually managed to catch something, and there was even a wild boar up there too. Number chapter 4. Big Dummy Chun. What are you doing? Chen Yang hurried off to find help. The first person he thought of was Chen Dachun. Chen Dachun, nicknamed Dummy Chun, was a villager with some intellectual disabilities, only a year younger than Chen Yang. In Chen Yang's memory, Dummy Chun had lived a lonely, miserable life in his previous life as well. But the two of them had always been close. The guy might not have been very smart, but he was the type who'd throw fists for Chen Yang without hesitation. "Uncle Jen Chang! Uncle Jen Chang!" Chen Yang pounded hard on the courtyard gate of Dachun's house while shouting inside. Chen Dachun's father was named Chen Zhenchang, and according to seniority, Chen Yang called him uncle. Not long after, Chen Zhenchang opened the gate wearing a loose jacket, looking completely confused. "What are you doing here?" "Uncle Zhenchang, I shot a wild boar up on Luofeng Mountain. It's over 400 pounds. I can't carry it down by myself. Can you and Dachun help me haul it down?" "A 400-pound wild boar? You're kidding, right?" Chen Zhen jolted fully awake. "Would I joke about something like this? It's real. Or you can grab your gear and bring Dachun with you." All right. This definitely wasn't something to joke about. Besides, according to village rules, anyone helping carry game down the mountain got a share of the meat. Back then, meat was precious to every family, so Chen Zhenchang immediately agreed. "Where's the wild boar?" After being dragged out by his father, Dachun became excited the moment he saw Chen Yang from afar. Brother Yang? You got a wild boar? You're amazing." Seeing Dachun again, Chen Yang felt emotional. This was basically his childhood friend. Actually, before the age of 8, Dachun had been perfectly normal. The two of them used to play in the mud together, compare whose pea stream was stronger, and get into all kinds of trouble. But perhaps heaven thought Dachun had been too happy. After a severe fever, he became the way he was now. His childhood friend had forever remained 8 years old. Yet this same friend had always remembered that Chen Yang was his big brother. "Come on, Help me carry the boar down. Once we're done, I'll treat you to meat. Okay. Dachshund was overjoyed. Chen Yang was basically half a hunter himself, so hauling boars was familiar work for him. After gathering their tools, the three hurried up the mountain. Along the way, Chen Yang still felt nervous. After all, Chen Yang had always been a lazy bum. What if he was just fooling around? But the moment they arrived and saw the giant wild boar lying on the ground, he finally relaxed. That's a huge boar, Dad. Look how huge it is. Brother Yang didn't lie to us, hurry. Let's carry it down. Well done, kid. Completely shocked. Chen Zhen slapped Chen Yang hard on the shoulder. You really did this all by yourself. Yeah, things are rough at home, so I came up here to try my luck. Didn't expect to run into a boar right away and blow its head off with one shot. You've got guts. If I'd run into this thing alone, I might not even have dared pull the trigger. Come on, let's hurry and get it down. Folks in the village have been complaining they haven't had fresh game in ages. Everyone's mouths are practically tasteless from eating bland food. Your boar's gonna let everyone enjoy some meat tonight. The three worked together to haul the boar down the mountain. Wild boar meat for sale. The quiet night sky of the village was shattered by the sudden clang of a gong. Villagers who had already fallen asleep woke up one after another. Wild boar meat? Who shot it? Who cares who shot it? If someone's selling meat, get up and buy some. This stuff doesn't need ration coupons. You can buy as much as you want. Hurry up and go already. Once we get the meat home, you can fool around all you want. Soon, people crawled out of bed while others hurried over from darker corners of the village. The once silent village instantly became lively. Flashlights, torches, and kerosene lamps flickered everywhere. Everyone quickly gathered beneath the large tree at the center of the village. This was where meat was always sold. It was also the village's gathering point. At that moment, the seasoned veteran Chen Zhenchang had already split the wild boar in half, laying one side onto the chopping board. Dummy Dachshund stood nearby, ready to cut the meat. Who hunted this? Zhenchang, was it you? Someone familiar immediately stepped forward curiously, eyes turning red at the sight of the meat. This was meat. Most people barely got to eat any. It wasn't my dad. My dad's not that capable. Dummy Dachshund proudly shouted. It was Brother Yang. My dad's a coward when he fights with my mom. Sometimes my mom's on top and he's underneath. But I don't understand why my mom screams so miserably even when she's on top. I don't know how my dad beats her like that. The entire crowd exploded with laughter. Dachshund, your dad beats your mom with a stick. Someone yelled mischievously. The crowd laughed even harder. Meanwhile, Chen Zheng, who was still cleaning the organs nearby, turned pale, his hands trembling. Calm down. It's my own son. If it weren't his own son, he'd have chopped him apart with the butcher knife already. Sell the boar tonight, then sell this idiot too. Chen Yang nearly died laughing beside Dachshund. Dummy Chun. What the hell are you doing? Seeing everyone laugh at him, Dachshund's face turned bright red. Clearly he had said something wrong. He seriously reflected on himself for a moment, then looked helplessly at the still, laughing crowd. What did I say wrong this time? You said nothing wrong. The others continued teasing him. All right, enough already. Chen Yang hurried over to stop him. Otherwise, Uncle Zhenchang's dignity would be completely destroyed. I hunted the boar. We're selling it now. Wild boar is usually 1 yuan per pound, so we'll keep it at 1 yuan. Dachshund, you cut the meat. Give everyone however much they ask for. Everybody line up. Don't rush. This boar weighs over 400 pounds, so everyone should get a share. Back then, 1 yuan per pound for coupon. Free wild boar meat was actually pretty cheap. On the black market, meat without ration coupons usually sold for even more. But since everyone here was from the same village and this was the accepted local price, Chen Yang naturally wasn't going to raise it. The villagers nodded enthusiastically and rushed forward to buy meat. Although Dachshund wasn't very bright, he was excellent with his hands, especially with a knife. Each cut was fast and clean. After finishing up the organs, Chen Zheng also joined in cutting meat, while Chen Yang stood to the side collecting money and keeping track of the sales. Thankfully, the math was easy. 1 yuan per pound. After more than half an hour, the entire boar was almost sold out. Xiao Yang, do you want to keep some meat for yourself? Chen Zhenchang suddenly asked. Leave me 1 pig leg, and you two should keep a few pounds too. You helped me a lot tonight. My dad already cut ours aside. Dummy Dachshund immediately exposed his father. It's the rules. Of course I had to cut ours first, Chen Zhenchang said helplessly while glaring at his son. Forget it. No point getting angry after all. He was his own flesh and blood. Number chapter 5. Selling out the wild boar, Chen Yang laughed. It's fine since it's already cut aside. Leave it, sell the rest. Throw in some organs for everyone too, and you guys take some back yourselves. Is there any pork fat? Save that for me. I want to render some lard. There is. But you know wild boars don't carry nearly as much fat as domestic pigs. Still, you can render a decent amount from this. All right then, I'll sell the rest for you. Go ahead. Once everything was settled, the entire boar was quickly sold out. Chen Zhencheng and Da Chun kept about 6 pounds of meat for themselves. Chen Yang was left with around 20 pounds of pork fat and 1 hind leg. That stuff was treasure. Rendered lard was incredibly fragrant for cooking, and even the leftover crispy lard bits tasted amazing when stir-fried. Getting around 20 pounds of fat from a 400-pound wild boar was normal. A domestic pig would have yielded at least twice that. Uncle Zhensheng, Da Chun, you guys head back and rest. I'm going home too. Carrying the pork fat, Chen Yang packed everything up and waved goodbye. The father and son had worked all night, but earning several pounds of meat made them happy. Brother Yang, when are you going hunting again? Remember to bring me along. I can help. Dummy Da Chun had clearly gotten excited and immediately reminded him. I know. If I go hunting again, I'll definitely bring you. Da Chun grinned foolishly, then suddenly leaned close to whisper a secret. Everyone seemed really interested when I talked about my dad and mom earlier. If you take me hunting next time, I'll tell you more about how my dad fights with my mom. Fortunately, Chen Zheng was smoking nearby and didn't hear him. Otherwise, Da Chun would have gotten slapped twice on the spot. My dear brother Da Chun, stop talking nonsense. You can't tell people that kind of thing. Just keep it to yourself. All right? Otherwise, your dad's definitely going to beat you. Can't say it? Definitely not? But what's wrong with talking about fighting? I know now. My dad must not have won, but that's weird, because my mom screamed really loudly. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. He quickly pressed a hand over Da Chun's shoulder. Big brother, I'm begging you. Stop talking already, okay? Go home? All right then, but remember to take me hunting. I will. Watching Da Chun and Chen Zhencheng leave, Chen Yang finally let out a sigh of relief and hurried home as well. By the time he returned, it was already around 4 in the morning. His entire body smelled awful, so he took a bath. Thankfully, it was the transition between summer and autumn, so the weather was still warm. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, he instinctively pushed open Li Shuangyu's door, then instinctively climbed onto the bed. Slap! A sharp smack landed on his face, followed by Li Shuangyu's startled cry. What are you doing? I already gave it to you twice this afternoon, and now you're trying to come again. Do you believe I'll call my mother over to judge this? Chen Yang froze. Only then did he remember that this used to be his room. After their divorce, he had moved into the storage room while Li Shuangyu and their son stayed here. Looks like even if his mind had reincarnated, his body still had muscle memory. Subconsciously, he had returned here to sleep. I forgot. Chen Yang hurriedly apologized as he scrambled off the bed. Shuangyue, I really forgot. Sorry. I'm leaving right now. He wanted to slap himself twice, after apologizing repeatedly. He rushed out of the room. Only after hearing the door close did Li Shuangyu finally let out a breath. This bastard. You just wanted to take advantage of me, and honestly, I wouldn't even mind if you did. But if you've got the guts to take advantage of me, then don't divorce me. If we weren't divorced, you could do whatever you wanted, any position you liked. I'd happily cooperate. But this damn dog of a man insisted on divorcing me. Daddy, wake up, Daddy, wake up, still half asleep. Chen Yang didn't know how long he had been out before someone started calling him while tiny hands pried his eyelids open. He opened his eyes and saw his daughter, Chenya. Seeing him awake, the little girl immediately beamed. Daddy, hurry and eat. Mommy and Grandma are cooking. I saw braised pork and a chicken. Oh, right. There's also a little rabbit outside. It's hurt, though. Can you help heal it? Xiao Yi and I both want to play with it. Chen Yang scooped her into his arms and sat up. All right. Daddy's getting up now. After washing up, he carried Chenya outside. The kitchen was filled with smoke and delicious aromas inside. Zhao Jingzhu and his mother were cooking together. Li Shuangyu was washing clothes in the courtyard. Deng Yufeng was braiding her daughter Chen Yi's hair. Daddy? Seeing Chen Yang come out, Chen Yi smiled brightly at him. Deng Yufeng, however, acted as if she hadn't seen him at all. Wow, your braids look beautiful. Looking at Chen Yi, Chen Yang felt a wave of guilt. The ridiculous reason he had used to divorce both women was because they gave birth to daughters. But the truth was he hadn't cared about sons or daughters at all. He had simply been acting like an idiot. Yufeng, your braiding skills are amazing. He complimented her perfect side profile. Deng Yufeng turned and glared at him. Stop sweet-talking me. Do you think I'm still the foolish girl you tricked into marrying you years ago? Don't say those things to me. They annoy me to death. Chen Yang scratched his head helplessly. Dear old master who controls time, what exactly are you doing? If you're going to reincarnate me and randomly dump 3 ex-wives, on me at least give me a better reputation. Look at how terrible their impression of me is. I can't even chat with them without getting roasted. Is that really necessary? Seeing he couldn't get a kind word out of Deng Yufeng, Chen Yang laughed awkwardly and headed toward the kitchen instead. Did you get hurt last night? Unexpectedly, Deng Yufeng suddenly asked. No. Chen Yang immediately grinned and shook his head. I got lucky. My aim was incredible. 1 shot, 1 kill. I even dropped that wild boar with a single bullet. How could I possibly get hurt? Thanks for worrying about me. Who's worried about you? Deng Yufeng instantly stood up, though it was obvious she had relaxed. Don't flatter yourself. I'm worried about Mom. She raised you by herself and has always feared something happening to you. As long as you're fine, that's enough. Then she waved Chenya over and resumed braiding the girl's hair. Chen Yang scratched his head helplessly. Women really are impossible to understand. You clearly care about me, so why say such harsh things? Since she had gone back to braiding hair, he headed inside. The kitchen was smoky but smelled wonderful. Seeing him, Ding Xiaoyi smiled warmly. You really did well this time. Didn't expect you to get so lucky and actually bring home game from the mountain. Yeah, I really got lucky. Oh right, how much money did the boar sell for? Oh crap, I completely forgot about that. Chen Yang slapped his forehead. I need to grab the money from inside and count it properly. Number chapter 6. Giving each ex-wife 10 yuan. After saying that, Chen Yang immediately went inside to count the money from selling the wild boar the night before. Sitting there and counting carefully, he realized he had made a total of 185 yuan. The boar weighed over 200 pounds, but after removing the bones and organs, there naturally wasn't that much meat left. On top of that, he had kept over 10 pounds of pork fat and 1 whole leg for himself, so earning a little over 180 yuan made perfect sense. Thinking about the pork fat, he immediately carried it into the kitchen. Mom Jingzhu, that wild boar weighed over 200 pounds. I sold it for a total of 185 yuan. I also kept this whole slab of pork fat so we can render lard from it. The moment Ding Xiaoyi heard the amount, she immediately stretched out her hand. Give me the money. Mom, why are you so excited? Chen Yang said helplessly. How can I not be excited? You've never looked reliable a single day in your life. If this money stays in your hands, who knows what nonsense you'll waste it on? Give it to me. I'll manage it properly. We've got 8 mouths to feed in this family. Chen Yang felt like crying. Just what kind of awful things had the old Chen Yang done? Even his own mother didn't trust him anymore. Mom, I'll give you 50 yuan first. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yang handed over 50 yuan. Our family really isn't doing well right now, and I still have a lot of things I need to handle. Consider these 50 yuan household money. I need the rest to take care of business. There's still a lot we need to fix around here. Ding Xiaoyi still looked suspicious as she held the money. Look around the house. We're missing everything. I still need to buy supplies. Chen Yang quickly explained. If I hand all the money over to you, what am I supposed to do afterward? Well, at least you still have a bit of conscience. Ding Xiaoyi finally nodded. Fine, I'll keep these 50 yuan for now. But don't just give money to me. What about your 3 wives? Don't they need spending money too? She shot him a meaningful look. Chen Yang immediately understood, right? His wives needed money too. They were all counting on him now. Jingzhu, this is your pocket money. He still had 135 yuan left, so he simply decided to give each woman 10 yuan. He handed Zhao Jingzhu 10 yuan. She didn't take it immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Ding Xiaoyi. You need money too. The child needs things as well. Go ahead and take it. 10 yuan was no small amount in 1980. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Jingzhu finally accepted it. Yufeng, this is yours too. Chen Yang handed Deng Yufeng. Unlike Zhao Jingzhu, Deng Yufeng accepted it immediately. This is the first time I've ever spent your money, truly a rare occasion. Even now, she still couldn't resist taking little jabs at him whenever she had the chance. Chen Yang had already gotten numb to it and pretended not to hear. Finally, he handed 10 yuan to Li Shuangyu. Since the other two had accepted theirs, Li Shuangyu naturally took it without hesitation. I know our family is poor right now, but don't worry, I'm going to straighten myself out from now on. You don't need to keep making shoe insoles to sell anymore. That business won't make money. If you want to improve our family situation later, just listen to me. Heh, Deng Yufeng immediately let out a sarcastic laugh. Listen to you? Haven't we listened to you enough already? We listened to you and married you. Then we listened to you and divorced you too. The villagers smile politely to our faces, but who knows what they say behind our backs? They all think we're idiots. Yeah, sure. We're just a house full of foolish women, and you're the only smart man here. We should definitely listen to you. Chen Yang forced an awkward smile and glanced helplessly at Deng Yufeng. Li Shuangyu and Zhao Jingzhu said nothing, but their expressions clearly agreed with her. Fine. Looks like words alone wouldn't convince them anytime soon. He'd have to prove himself with actions after distributing the money. He only had 105 yuan left. It wasn't a tiny amount, but it definitely wasn't much either, especially considering how miserable his current living situation was. Their house wasn't big to begin with. Now each ex-wife occupied a room, his mother had one as well, and he himself had been relegated to the tiny storage room with only a small bed. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhao Jingzhu suddenly spoke up from the side. If you've got time, fix the leak in my roof. It dripped all night yesterday. A leak? Chen Yang looked up bitterly at the old worn-down house. Given how old it was, leaking wasn't surprising at all. All right, I'll fix it later. Fixing roof leaks was actually a skilled trade. Ordinary people couldn't necessarily do it well. Chen Yang carried a ladder over and climbed up to start repairing the roof. So-called roof fixing meant removing the leaking tiles and replacing them with new ones. It required some craftsmanship, but it wasn't impossible for ordinary people either. At the very least, Chen Yang was bold enough to get up there without fear. After repairing several spots, he finally climbed back down. Well, this really is a miracle. Young Master Chen actually knows how to fix roofs now. Deng Yufeng couldn't help mocking him again, though there was also concern hidden in her eyes. Chen Yang was already used to it and ignored her. But just as she said that, Deng Yufeng suddenly grabbed him and dragged him into a secluded corner. Yesterday, after all of us went out to sell things, did you sleep with Li Shuangyu? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected her to figure it out. Of course not. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, really not? Obviously not. We're already divorced, remember? So what if you're divorced? You sweet-talk women better than anyone. Me and Jingzhu both fell for your tricks before, didn't we? Today, when Shuangyu was washing clothes, I saw her secretly scrubbing one particular piece over and over. Don't tell me you didn't leave something on her. Chen Yang inwardly groaned. None of these ex-wives were easy to fool. If you think it's unfair, I can spend some quality time with you too. The moment Deng Yufeng heard that, her beautiful eyes widened in anger, and she nearly slapped him. In your dreams, you think I'm like you? I'm telling you to behave like a decent human being. You already divorced her, so stop doing this kind of messy nonsense. What? Are you trying to trick her into remarrying you? Aren't you afraid the villagers will laugh at you? Chen Yang sighed. I don't want people laughing at me either, but if they want to laugh, what can I do? Besides, are they really laughing at me? They're obviously just jealous. Number, Chapter 7. Finally eating meat while Chen Yang was fixing the roof. The pork fat downstairs had already been rendered into lard. The white slabs of fat sizzled in the pot, slowly turning into golden oil and crispy cracklings. Mom, how should we cook this pork leg? Zhao Jingzhu asked with a smile. Their family hadn't eaten meat in ages. Mom, I want braised pork. Chenya ran in from outside, practically drooling at the sight of the giant pork leg. Their family's conditions were terrible. The children barely ate well most of the time. So seeing such a huge piece of meat was naturally irresistible. Then we'll make braised pork for the children, Ding Xiaoyi immediately decided. She simply couldn't bear to see her grandchildren suffer. All right, then let's stew braised pork. This leg has plenty of meat anyway. And stir. Fry some pork cracklings too. Deng Yufeng walked in from outside and spoke to Zhao Jingzhu. Mom, let's fry the cracklings with chili peppers. The kids will definitely love it. Right? And stir. Fry some vegetables too, using the lard. Vegetables cooked in pork lard smell especially good. In no time, the dishes were decided, and the women immediately got to work. Mom, stop cooking and go outside. Jingzhu and I can handle this. Then I'll go help Shuangyu wash clothes. No need. Just stay outside and play with the children. Ding Xiaoyi nodded and went outside, but inwardly she was filled with emotion. Why had she insisted on keeping these daughters, in-law? One reason was that all her grandchildren were with them. She didn't want to be separated from the children. Another reason was that every single one of these women was incredibly good. She simply couldn't bear to let them go. Back then, she had promised that if they ever found suitable men and wanted to remarry, she would never stop them. But if they couldn't find anyone suitable, they could continue living here without enduring the cold treatment of their natal families. And so all three women had chosen to stay. At first, their relationships had been awkward, but over time, they became as close as sisters, especially Zhao Jingzhu and Deng Yufeng, who now treated each other like real family. Li Shuangyu had divorced more recently, so she wasn't quite as close yet. But eventually, she probably would be too. Where could you possibly find daughters? In-law this good. And not just 1-3 of them. It felt unreal. Every time Ding Xiaoyi thought about it, she wanted to smack her useless son. She truly couldn't understand what these women saw in him. The only advantage her son had was being handsome. That part was true. Probably inherited from her excellent genes. The house was old. Not only Zhao Jingzhu's room leaked, several other places did too. Since he was already up there fixing one spot, Chen Yang simply repaired everything in one go. He spent the entire morning on the roof before finally climbing down. By then, lunch was ready. Li Shuangyu had already washed all the family's clothes. Since the sun still hadn't come out and it looked like rain could return at any moment, she had hung the clothes beneath the eaves instead. Once everything was done, the family gathered to eat. Today's meal was far more luxurious than yesterday's, especially the children. The moment they saw the bowl of braised pork, they couldn't look away. They already knew meat was delicious. They already knew they'd get to eat meat today. But when they actually saw it in front of them, all of them became wildly excited. They had even cooked a huge pot of rice specifically so the children could eat their fill tonight. Come on, let me serve you. Eat whatever you want today, don't hold back. Zhao Jingzhu naturally acted like the eldest sister of the family. At first, she had resented the women Chen Yang married after her. But after spending enough time together, she realized they were all victims of the same smooth-talking liar. Eventually, the resentment disappeared, and they became like sisters instead. As for Chen Yang's 3 children, she naturally treated them all equally. After serving rice into their bowls, she spooned braised pork over the top. The soy braised sauce seeped into the white rice. One bite filled their mouths with rich fragrance. There was even fermented black bean seasoning mixed in, making the flavor even more layered and delicious. Chenya and Chen Yi's eyes practically sparkled with happiness. The youngest child was Chen Guang, Chen Yang and Li Shuangyu's son, but he was still less than a year old and remained strapped into a chair nearby drinking milk. Dad, this meat is so good. You really got us meat to eat. Can we still eat meat tomorrow? Chenya was practically melting from happiness as she stared, hopefully at her father. The sight made one's heart ache. Yes, from now on, our family will eat meat every single day, Chen Yang answered without hesitation. Zhao Jingzhu silently lowered her head. Li Shuangyu merely glanced at him without speaking. But Deng Yufeng couldn't help laughing sarcastically again. Young Master Chen, stop talking and start doing. Don't let one meal of meat make your ego swell. If there's no meat tomorrow, how are you going to explain it to the children? No need to explain. I'll just keep feeding everyone meat every day. Fine. I'll be waiting. Even while saying that, Deng Yufeng took another bite of rice. The taste of meat filled her mouth, and she couldn't help feeling emotional. Their family had been poor for far too long. It had been ages since they'd eaten meat. Now that they finally tasted it again, it felt unbelievably delicious. Mom, hurry and eat. After taking a bite herself, Deng Yufeng noticed Ding Xiaoyi refusing to touch the meat, so she immediately picked up a piece and placed it into her bowl. I don't like meat. Ding Xiaoyi hurriedly tried to return it. Who are you pretending for? Even if we're unhappy with him. Not you. We all know what other mothers, in-law are like, but none of us can hate you. You treat us like daughters, so we treat you like our own mother too. Your son hunted this meat. You should enjoy eating it. If you refuse, then none of us will eat either. Though Deng Yufeng always spoke sharply, she had always been straightforward and warm-hearted, and Ding Xiaoyi truly had treated them well. Seeing her like this, Deng Yufeng understood exactly what she was thinking, which was why she insisted so stubbornly. Ding Xiaoyi's eyes nearly filled with tears. Every one of these daughters-in-law was wonderful. The only terrible one was her own son. Why did he insist on provoking so many women? And after bringing them home, why couldn't he just live properly with them? What kind of karma was this? That meal was a genuinely happy one for everyone. Chen Yang felt happy too, but not long after lunch, Ding Xiaoyi quietly pulled him aside and whispered into his ear. Can you catch a few crucian carp? Why, Xiaoguang still needs milk, doesn't he? Shuangyue can't produce enough just eating this stuff. Think of a way to get some fish back. Crucian carp soup is the best thing for increasing milk production. Number chapter 8. Borrowing a bamboo raft to fish, Chen Yang suddenly understood what his mother meant. Thinking back to the divorce canon, he de-fired with Li Shuangyue the night before. He really hadn't felt like she had much milk. It looked like she truly couldn't produce enough for their son. So he needed to help with that. But why hadn't she told him yesterday? They were all ex-wives already. What was there to be embarrassed about? Then this afternoon, I'll head to the river and try catching some fish. Maybe I can get something. Are you crazy? Ding Xiao snapped angrily. Why not just buy fish from someone else? You want to go fishing in the river. Do you even know how to catch fish? And where would our family get a fishing net? We don't even have a bamboo raft. What are you thinking? You still have more than 100 yuan on you, right? Let me tell you, don't go wasting it. If you spend money, buy things the family actually needs. I know. Chen Yang nodded hurriedly. But after his mother left, a thought suddenly struck him. There are rivers and mountains here. I can hunt in the mountains or fish in the river. Why do I have to keep hunting all the time? I'll go to town and buy some fishing gear, then take Dechun fishing with me later. The moment he figured it out, his eyes lit up and he immediately headed to town to buy fishing nets. He spent 32 yuan on a net and some other fishing tools plus 2 packs of cigarettes. Then he hurried home again, but on the way back from town, he had to pass by Feng River. The Feng River ran through the entire town. To get home from town, he had to walk along the riverbank, which gave him a clear view of the river. As he passed by, he suddenly noticed the red light spots appearing again, faintly hovering over the river surface. After his experience hunting in the mountains, Chen Yang instantly realized what they meant. There was prey there. To put it simply, fish. Immediately interested, Chen Yang wanted to cast a few nets right then and there. But then he remembered he didn't even have a bamboo raft, let alone a bucket. How was he supposed to fish? Wait for me? I'll come back in a bit, he muttered happily as he ran home. Unexpectedly, when he got back, he saw someone sneakily peeking around outside his house. It was silly Dechun. Dechun, looking for me? Chen Yang called out immediately. Brother Yang, where were you? I came to find you. Didn't we agree yesterday that if you had time, you'd take me hunting? Are we going hunting tonight? Above is Du Bao's explanation for why they would go hunting at night. Hunting tonight? Chen Yang looked at him curiously. Yeah, after you got game last night, lots of people in the village started getting excited and talking about hunting too. My dad said they're planning to head up Luo Peak Mountain, so I came to ask whether you're going. We'll talk about tonight later, but I'm planning to go fishing now, interested. A thought suddenly crossed Chen Yang's mind. Dechun's family had a bamboo raft. Chen Zhensheng was half hunter, half fisherman. He hunted in the mountains and fished in the river. Borrowing from others might be awkward, but borrowing from Chen Zheng would be easy. Dechun, I'm going fishing later. Do me a favor and come inside first. After speaking, Chen Yang walked into the house first. Chen Dachun followed behind him. He was very polite. The moment he saw Ding Xiaoyi inside, he immediately greeted her respectfully. Auntie? Ding Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. Dechun, you're here? Sit. Li Shuangyu was busy working in the courtyard nearby, and Dechun immediately greeted her too. Sister-in-law Shuangyue. Li Shuangyue paused what she was doing, glanced at him, and smiled with a nod. Hello, Dechun. Chen Dechun nodded, then looked at Chen Yang with envy. Brother Yang was amazing. He'd married 3 beautiful wives. Someday, I'm going to marry 3 beautiful wives too, and when that happens, I'll invite Brother Yang over to help me judge which wife is the best, and rank them properly. I'll also have to learn from him about how to manage wives. Are you talking, Chen Yang? Finished handling things inside and came back out. He was holding 2 packs of cigarettes. But you're not hunting for now. I'm going fishing instead. Come on. Let's go see your dad so I can borrow the bamboo raft. Sure. Fishing's good too. I used to go fishing with my dad and I'm really helpful. But fish are hard to catch nowadays. My dad says it's tough, so he rarely goes anymore. If you want the raft, you don't need to ask him. You can just ask me and I'll get it for you. That won't do. The raft belongs to your dad. I need to ask him personally. Let's go. At Chen Zhenchang's house. Chen Zhenchang was wiping down his hunting rifle. Seeing his son enter with Chen Yang surprised him, but he quickly stood up and asked, Xiao Yang, everyone in the village heard about the wild boar you sold last night. They're saying you got it from Luo Peak Mountain. So now a lot of people are planning to go hunting there. Are you going tonight? I'm not sure yet. Depends on the situation. But right now I'm planning to fish in Feng River. Uncle Zhenchang, could I borrow your bamboo raft? As he spoke, he handed over the 2 packs of cigarettes. Chen Zhenchang took the cigarettes and looked at him. Sure, you can borrow it. No need for the cigarettes, though. Your family situation isn't exactly good. It's fine. It's fine. You helped me carry the boar down and sell the meat yesterday. A few pounds of meat aren't enough as thanks. These cigarettes are for you. So it's settled. I'm borrowing the raft now, and Da Chun's coming with me. Yeah, Dad. I'm going too. Brother Yang's so amazing. I want to see how he does things. Chen Zhenchang did have his issues with Chen Yang. They were relatives after all, and Chen Yang's unreliable behavior often gave him headaches. But there was one thing about Chen Yang he deeply approved of. Chen Yang was always kind to Chen Da-chun. He never bullied him or mocked him, so when Chen Yang asked to borrow the raft, Chen Zhenchang agreed immediately. And since Da-chun liked hanging around with him, Chen Zhenchang never objected. If you want to borrow it, go ahead. Da-chun's fished with me before too. You know he can do a lot of things and help out. But the 2 of you be careful. The rain just stopped yesterday, and the current's pretty strong. Stay safe on the raft and don't get careless. We know both of us are good swimmers. We'll get going then. You really not going hunting tonight? Chen Zheng still couldn't help asking again as they prepared to leave. I'll decide after fishing. I'll let you know later. Well, with the conversation already there, he couldn't ask further. Dad, I'm leaving too. Chen Da-chun quickly grabbed a bucket and hurried after Chen Yang. Da-chun's defining trait was that he loved having fun. No matter what it was, he was happy to tag along. Especially when it was Chen Yang, the person he'd always gotten along best with, going fishing. That made him even happier. Number Chapter 9. Every cast hits the Feng River which flowed through the entire Funjie town. Didn't he just pass through the town? It split the whole town in half. Aside from the town center being closer to one side, the river's northward flow meant that many small villages were scattered along both riverbanks. They arrived beneath a willow tree at the end of the small stream near the village, where a tiny bamboo raft was tied up. Brother Yang, this is my dad's raft. I'll untie it for you. The 2 set down their buckets and untied the rope from the tree. Da-chun steered the raft while Chen Yang prepared the net. In fact, the moment Chen Yang arrived, he had already seen countless red light spots, which meant the river before him was packed with prey. The Feng River belonged to the Yangtze River system. It flowed through many places and the water volume was huge, making its resources extremely abundant. And this was still the 1980s, far from the resource depletion of later years. The river was truly rich with fish, but abundance was one thing. Whether you could actually catch them was another. That depended on luck and skill. Chen Yang had grown up by the river. Fishing wasn't his specialty, but even if he hadn't eaten pork before, he'd at least seen pigs run. Once he arrived here, he roughly knew what to do. Seeing red light spots ahead, he knew there was definitely something below the surface. He immediately prepared to cast the net. The fishing net spread through the air in a perfect arc before splashing into the river and sinking to the bottom. Brother Yang, that cast was beautiful. Even my dad can't cast as well as you. Chen Da-chun praised him loudly from the side. Your dad's way better than me. He's been fishing for years. I can't compare to him, but maybe my luck's better today. Watch this. As he spoke, Chen Yang felt the net settle beneath the water and began pulling it back up. Hauling in a net was hard work. The current and water resistance made it exhausting, but Chen Yang was in his prime. To him, pulling a net felt effortless. Soon, he dragged the net to the surface. The instant it emerged from the water, fish became visible inside. I see fish! So many fish! Da-chun shouted excitedly while pushing the raft along with the bamboo pole. Look! They're still thrashing around, Brother Yang. You're incredible. One cast and you already caught fish, and so many too. Chen Yang grinned as he finally pulled the entire net onto the raft. The large fish thrashed even harder after leaving the water. Slap, 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 even tangled in the net. They twisted desperately, violently smacking against the bamboo raft. The strength of the fish was enormous, and their flopping made the raft shake beneath Chen Yang and Da Chun. That's a huge grass carp, at least 10 pounds. Brother Yang, you're amazing. And there's more. Look, there's carp too. 3 or 4 pounds at least. And that's a topmouth coulter. A huge one, at least 5 or 6 pounds. How are you this good? Chen Chun was practically going crazy with excitement. Chen Yang looked at the catch and saw several large fish indeed. Fortunately, he had prepared big buckets beforehand. He dumped all the fish inside. Just as Da Chun had said, the haul contained several large fish, grass carp, and coulters. Besides those, there were also 2 large crucian carp, each bigger than a palm. And on top of that, 2 mandarin fish. The mandarin fish weren't small either. Around 2 pounds each. Chen Yang was thrilled. Pretending to stay calm, he stored the fish away while looking into the distance. The red light spots appeared again, pointing toward them. He instructed Da Chun. Da Chun, row over there. I'll cast the net from that spot. Da Chun obediently guided the raft over. Once in position, Chen Yang cast another net. The net sank into the water before he slowly pulled it back up. This time, the weight beneath the surface felt especially heavy. He could tell there was a huge haul down there, even more loaded than Deng Yufeng. With the experience from the first cast, Chen Yang had already improved significantly at net fishing, and knew there had to be plenty of good stuff below. With a loud splash, he hauled the net back onto the raft. The creatures inside bounced even harder this time. Fish flopped everywhere across the raft. Chen Yang nearly laughed himself silly, and more importantly, he spotted something besides fish. Soft-shell turtles. 2 massive soft-shell turtles had been dragged up in the net and were desperately trying to crawl free. Those things were truly valuable, especially in the eyes of older folks. Soft-shell turtles were considered highly nourishing delicacies. Brother Yang, there are soft-shell turtles too. You're unbelievable. How's your luck this insane? Chen Chun was so excited he nearly jumped in himself. He simply couldn't understand it. Whenever he fished with his father, they could only catch small grass carp, or crucian carp at best. Other fish were much harder to get. Yet after Chen Yang arrived, every cast brought up huge fish. It completely exceeded his expectations. Chen Yang himself was excited too. He carefully transferred all the fish into the buckets. But the fish were so huge that the buckets could barely hold them. Da Chun, row us back to shore first. I'll unload the fish there. If anything happens and they all fall back into the river, all our work will be wasted. These fish are way too big. Da Chun nodded repeatedly and followed his instructions perfectly. They guided the raft to shore, unloaded the buckets, and then headed out again with only Da Chun's empty bucket. This was the 3rd cast. As the net rose, fish exploded into motion again. Chen Yang was grinning so hard his face almost went numb. This felt incredible. He had never fished this successfully before. It felt as though the fish were throwing themselves into his net without even trying to dodge. As long as he targeted the red light spots and cast the net there, he would definitely catch fish. The Feng River had always nourished the people of Fengjie Town, but Chen Yang had never experienced anything like this. He was ecstatic. Meanwhile, Chen Chun was completely stunned, and desperately wanting to give Chen Yang a huge thumbs up. Even my dad isn't this good. How does every cast catch fish? And why are they all so huge? After working together for several rounds, time passed quickly, and Chen Yang finally felt they had enough. Da Chun, want to try casting once? Chen Yang asked with a smile after seeing how enthusiastically Da Chun had helped row the raft and handle things. Yeah, I want to try. Da Chun had long been itching to do it himself and immediately handed the raft pole to Chen Yang so he could throw the net instead. Number Chapter 10. A huge catch sold for cash. Da Chun. Whatever ends up in this cast is yours. I'll point out a spot for you. Throw the net right there. Yeah, cast it downstream. Chen Yang wanted Chen Chun to have a try too after helping him so much. Da Chun was simple, minded and playful like a child, so Chen Yang happily pointed him toward a good spot. Da Chun excitedly threw the net as instructed. Splash! The net spread into a beautiful arc before sinking into the river. In truth, Da Chun had even more fishing experience than Chen Yang. He often followed his father to fish in the river. Feeling the timing was right, he immediately started hauling the net back up. Whoosh! The net rose from the water, and soon the fish inside became visible. Yang! Jeez! I caught fish too! These are all mine! Ha ha ha! This is awesome! Look at all these fish! We're rich! I can finally brag to my dad and tell him I caught fish he couldn't. Seeing how excited he was made Chen Yang smile as well. Hurry up and get the fish out. Let's head back to shore. Today we both made a good haul. Your dad's definitely going to praise you after we get back. Yeah, my dad's definitely going to praise me. Then I'll ask him to find me a wife. You already have 3 wives, and I don't even have one. I may not be as capable as you, but asking for 1 wife isn't too much, right? The moment the topic of marriage came up, Dachun became enthusiastic. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. It wasn't that Chen Zhencheng didn't want to find him a wife. It was simply difficult for someone like Dachun to get married. At 26, he should have been married long ago if not for his condition. They rowed back to shore and tied the bamboo raft beneath the willow tree. After getting off, Chen Yang began sorting his catch while Dachun happily emptied fish after fish from the net into his bucket. The more he packed away, the happier he became. It's way better fishing with you. Every time I fish with my dad, we barely catch anything. He only lets me throw the net after he gets tired of trying himself. But if he can't catch anything, how could I with you? You catch fish, and I catch fish too. This is great. Next time I'm definitely fishing with you again. Chen Yang couldn't help laughing at his rambling. Still, his own haul was massive. Taking all of it home wouldn't be easy, and there was no need to keep so much anyway. It would be better to sell it while it was fresh. He knew there were fish buyers in town, so he figured they might as well sell the catch immediately. The problem was transporting everything there. Dachun, do you want to sell your fish too? Huh? Sell them? Dachun looked at the fish in his bucket, thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, but I'm keeping 1 big fish for myself. We'll sell the rest. Perfect, Chen Yang said with a grin. Wait here for me. I'm going back to the village to borrow a horse cart. We'll take everything to town right away. There are always fish buyers there, and they'll definitely want fish this good. Stay here while I go. With that, Chen Yang hurried home. He mainly went back to grab cigarettes. Aren't you supposed to be fishing? Li Shuangyu asked when she saw him rush back. I was, caught a lot too. I'm heading to town to sell them now. Tonight, I'll make crucian carp soup for you to help with your milk supply. Just wait for me. After saying that, he hurried off again. Li Shuangyu instantly blushed. She knew her mother. In-law must have told him about her lack of milk. Chen Yang grabbed a pack of cigarettes and went straight to the village captain, Chen Deqing. Chen Deqing was under 50, but he looked much older. The moment he saw Chen Yang, he frowned. What are you doing here instead of working? The land's already been divided among households. Have you even planted your fields? Don't tell me you're making your mother and those ex-wives farm for you again. If you keep this up, I'll confiscate your land. Chen Deqing was also from the Chen clan, and knew exactly what kind of person Chen Yang used to be, so he often used these threats to scare him. Of course, once the land had been assigned, there was no way it would actually be taken back. Chen Yang knew he meant well, and wasn't bothered. He walked up and handed him a pack of cigarettes. Uncle Deqing, I need a favor. Can I borrow the village horse cart? I got lucky fishing in Feng River and caught quite a lot. We can't finish it all at home, so I want to take it to the market and sell it. You caught fish too! Wait! I heard you killed a wild boar last night and sold it all overnight. Your luck's really that good. You can hunt boars in the mountains and catch fish in the river too? Looks that way, Chen Yang replied with a grin. You know how poor my family is if I don't work harder. We won't even have enough to eat. Can I borrow it? The cart's in the yard. Go take it yourself. And next time you borrow something, don't bother bringing cigarettes. Just act like a decent human being. Chen Yang felt a bit touched. After thanking him repeatedly, he let out the horse cart and hurried back to the riverbank. Chen Dachun had been waiting anxiously. The moment he heard the cart arriving, he excitedly helped load the fish. The large fish in Chen Yang's basin were already gasping together, close to suffocating. Chen Yang didn't dare delay any longer. Afraid the fish would die and lose value, he drove the cart hard toward town. Yang, Geesh, who are we selling the fish to? We don't even know any buyers. My dad knows some, but he's not here. We'll figure it out when we get there. Chen Yang didn't waste words and urged the cart forward. At last they arrived in town. Even though they had plenty of excellent fish, selling them was still a problem. Chen Yang frowned and looked around. As far as he knew, there were several fish buyers here. Fenjie town was famous for its river fish, even in the county. Buyers often came from the county seat to purchase fish here and resell them. Since business restrictions were looser in small towns than in cities, there were quite a few merchants dealing in fish. The problem was that Chen Yang didn't know any of them, or which offered fair prices. Just then, his eyes suddenly caught glowing lights again. this time purple instead of red. He was standing in front of several fish, buying shops. Looking over them, he noticed some glows were stronger while others were faint. His heart stirred. The cheat ability was working again. If the purple glow varied in intensity, it definitely represented something. But to understand what, he'd have to test it himself. And if he was going to test it, he might as well start with the most extreme case after thinking it over. He guided the horse cart toward the shop with the faintest purple glow and called out at the entrance, "Boss, do you buy fish? These were just caught fresh from the river, big ones too." Number chapter 11, selling the catch. A woman came out from inside the shop. "You caught fish?" "Yeah, take a look. These are all freshly caught." "Big, lively fish too, interested?" Chen Yang said enthusiastically. The woman's eyes lit up immediately. She had handled fish for years and could tell at a glance these were genuine river fish. Their scales looked healthy, and the fish were extremely lively, proving they'd just been caught. Of course she wanted them. "These fish are decent enough. Here's my buying price. Grass carp at 18 cents per gin, carp at 15, topmouth coulter at 17, silver carp at 10. As for the softshell turtles, I'll give you 5 yuan each." Chen Yang almost laughed out loud after hearing her prices. Even though he wasn't a professional fisherman, those prices were ridiculously low. She was obviously trying to take advantage of 2 young rookies. "Boss, those prices are too low. We can't do business like that." "How about raising them a bit?" "Can't? That's the price, sell or don't." The woman had done business here for years. She recognized most local fishermen, but these 2 young men looked unfamiliar, so she assumed they were beginners and intentionally tried to lowball them. Unfortunately for her, Chen Yang wasn't about to accept it. "Then forget it. I'll sell elsewhere." He immediately pulled the cart toward the shop with the strongest purple glow. 2 storefronts away. At the same time, a bold guess formed in his mind. The faint purple glow corresponded to low prices. So would the strongest glow mean the highest offer? "Boss, do you buy fish?" Chen Yang shouted toward the shop. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out while dusting off his hands. "Of course, I'm Liu Shun. What's your name, little brother?" The man greeted them warmly and even offered cigarettes immediately. See the difference. They hadn't even started negotiating. Yet this man was already polite. "Boss Liu, I'm Chen Yang, and this is my brother Chen Dachun. These are our catches." "Thanks, but I don't smoke. I just want to know your prices." Liu Shun put the cigarettes away after seeing they truly didn't smoke and walked over to inspect the fish. "Ooh, you caught all these! These fish are beautiful, definitely from Feng River too. Just look at those scales. And those topmouth coulters are huge. You're pretty capable, kid, though these coulters are already dead, which is normal since they don't survive long out of water." He was clearly interested. "So what prices are you offering?" "Grass carp, 25 cents per gin. Carp, 19 cents. Topmouth coulter, 23 cents. Mandarin fish are expensive. We'll pay 53 cents per gin. Silver carp are cheaper, 15 cents per gin." He quickly listed the prices before pointing at the 2 softshell turtles. "And you even caught turtles. Those are hard to come by, especially this size. If you sell them individually, I'll give you 12 yuan each." "Scammer." Chen Dachun suddenly turned and shouted at the woman from earlier, who had been watching from nearby. Her face instantly turned red. "What do you mean, scammer? Explain yourself. Those are his prices, and mine are mine." Liu Shun understood immediately. As a fellow fish merchant and competitor, he knew exactly what had happened. Still, since they were neighbors in the same trade, he simply smiled and stayed silent. "Boss Liu, let's sell everything at your prices. This bucket is his, and this pile is mine. Let's weigh everything separately." "No problem." Soon, they began weighing the fish. Chen Yang's haul was enormous. The various topmouth coulters totaled 23 jin, worth 5.3 yuan. Grass carp made up the bulk of the weight at 58 jin, worth 14.5 yuan. Carp totaled 35 jin, worth 7 yuan. Silver carp weighed 28 jin, worth 4.2 yuan. The mandarin fish totaled just over 10 jin, worth 5.5 yuan. Add the 2 softshell turtles at 24 yuan total, and his earnings came to 60.5 yuan altogether. Chen Dachun earned a little less than 10 yuan, but that was already a huge amount to him. Even after selling most of the catch, they still kept some fish back. Especially Chen Yang, who saved a large grass carp, a big silver carp, and several small crucian carp. Chen Dachun also kept 1 big grass carp. "Boss Liu, we'll be going then," Chen Yang said happily. Liu Shun nodded. "Brother Chen, if you catch fish like this again, come straight to me. I'll always buy them, and my prices are definitely the highest in town. Deal. Chen Yang immediately left with Chen Dachun. The woman nearby looked furious after watching the deal succeed, but didn't dare say another word. Chen Dachun was overjoyed. He'd never imagined he could make money like this. Dachun, I'm going to buy some things before we head back. If you don't need anything, wait by the cart. By the time we get home, it'll probably be dinner time. Okay. I don't need anything. I'll just give the money to my parents. They'll definitely be happy. But fish alone wasn't enough. Fish head stewed with tofu would be perfect. So he headed to the tofu stall first. But since he was already shopping, he figured he might as well buy other necessities too. He went to the supply cooperative and purchased seasonings and various household items. While there, he also noticed children's shoes for sale. That immediately tempted him, so he bought a pair of shoes, each for Chenya and Chen Yi. As for little Chen Guang, he was still too young for shoes, so Chen Yang bought him a tiny vest instead. Even though he'd earned over 60 yuan from selling fish, all the shopping still cost nearly 20. He now had around 110 yuan left on him. Let's head home. He loaded everything onto the horse cart and drove back toward the village with Chen Dachun. Chapter 12, Cooking Dinner. After returning to the village, the first thing Chen Yang did was return the horse cart. Then he and Chen Dachun each went home. Yang, gee, after dinner, I'll come find you again. Then you can tell me whether we're going hunting tonight. If you go, I'll go with you, Chen Dachun said before. They parted ways. All right, come find me after you eat. Hurry home and cook dinner. We're eating fish tonight. Right? Fish tonight. Silly Dachun happily carried his fish home. Meanwhile, Chen Yang hummed a tune as he brought everything back to his own house. Dinner preparations had already started at home. Daddy, you're back. Chenya was the first to run excitedly into his arms. Actually, Chen Yang had always treated his 3 ex-wives pretty well. Even after divorcing them, he still treated both them and the children kindly. That was why, although the 3 women complained about him, none of them truly hated him. Deep down, they still cared about him and were unwilling to leave entirely. Because aside from being lazy and unreliable, Chen Yang really didn't have many other flaws. Look what's in the bucket. It's fish. Daddy caught fish today. We're having fish for dinner tonight. Okay, and look, there's tofu too. Smiling, Chen Yang emptied everything he'd bought onto the table, except for the money. Ding Xiaoyi walked out from inside. The moment she saw the pile of goods, her face lit up with joy. Xiao Yang, how did you catch so many fish? Wow, you really managed to do it. We can finally eat fish tonight. Yep, fish tonight, and I'm cooking. Chen Yang put everything down and announced it proudly. Li Shuangyue came out and was shocked when she saw the fish. Zhao Jingzhu stayed in the kitchen preparing ingredients. Meanwhile, Deng Yufeng walked over from the side. After seeing the fish, she looked surprised too, though her sharp tongue remained as vicious as ever. Heh! Looks like you finally broke your fast and caught a few fish. At least now you can brag to others that you're a fisherman too, and we get to eat fish for once. Not bad. Just wonder when the next fish meal will be. Yufeng, you think I only caught these few fish? I caught over 100 pounds. I just sold most of them. Deng Yufeng rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. If you seriously tell me that, I'd think you bought these fish with money. Am I really that untrustworthy in your eyes? Chen Yang asked with an aggrieved expression. I am serious. I really caught that much. I just sold them all. Look, this is the money. Helpless, he pulled out the neatly stacked cash. More than 110 yuan. Everyone knew he only had about 105 yuan left before. Now, not only had he bought all these things, but he still had over 110 yuan in hand. Everyone was stunned. The sun, that's rising in the west today. Of course, and I even bought gifts for the kids. Look, these shoes are for Chenya and Chen Yi. Help them try them on. Chen Guang's too little for shoes, so I bought him a tiny vest instead. Isn't it cute? You all stay here and look at them. I'm going to cook. With that, he shoved the gifts into their hands and happily headed into the kitchen. Inside, Zhou Jingzhu still knew nothing and was busy chopping vegetables. Watching her hard-working figure in the kitchen, Chen Yang felt a wave of guilt. Although the other Chen Yang had done all those terrible things, Zhao Jingzhu truly was the definition of a good wife and mother. Jingzhu, let me cook today, Chen Yang said softly from behind her. Zhao Jingzhu froze and turned around, disbelief in her eyes. I caught fish today, so we're having fish tonight. And I bought Chenya a pair of shoes. They're outside. Everyone's looking at them now. Leave the kitchen to me. You can go rest. You're serious? Zhao Jingzhu felt like her ex-husband had become a completely different person. Yeah, go on out. Just wait for dinner. Chen Yang knew words alone wouldn't convince them. He had to show them through actions. Seeing that Ding Xiaoyi didn't come in to stop him, Zhao Jingzhu finally nodded, untied her apron, and handed it over. Chen Yang tied it around himself and looked over the prepared ingredients. Everything had already been washed and chopped. The peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, everything was ready. He could get straight to work. Since Li Shuangyu didn't have enough milk for the baby, he decided to make her crucian carp soup first. With crucian carp, tofu, and tomatoes, he could make a delicious tomato tofu fish soup that was perfect for helping with lactation. But one dish obviously wasn't enough for everyone. He also had silver carp, so he planned to chop off the fish head and make a fish head tofu soup. As for the fish meat, he could cook it in a clay pot over charcoal, making it especially tender and flavorful. Those dishes would be enough for tonight. The rest of the fish could be saved for later. Having decided, he immediately got to work. First, he melted some lard in the wok, cleaned the crucian carp, and pan-fried it until both sides turned golden brown. Then he added water to simmer it. Afterward, he added tofu and tomatoes to the soup. Soon, the broth turned milky white. The moment he lifted the lid, a rich fragrance filled the kitchen. Been a long time since I cooked. Didn't expect I'd still be this good. He scooped up a spoonful to taste it and found the flavor incredibly fresh and delicious. All right, time to serve. He poured the soup into a large bowl. Just then, Ding Xiaoyi walked in from outside. She mainly came because she still couldn't fully trust her son. After all, this brat had never cooked a single meal in his entire life. How could he suddenly know how to cook now? Mom, come taste it. Seeing her, Chen Yang grinned and pointed enthusiastically at the steaming soup. Ding Xiaoyi hadn't even tasted it yet, but the aroma alone stunned her. The soup looked amazing too. She stared at her son in disbelief. You really made this? Who else could have done it? Don't tell me my dead father came back as a ghost to help me cook. Besides, he couldn't cook either. So who else could it be? I just can't believe it. Nobody knows you better than I do. You've never cooked before. How did you suddenly learn? Maybe I'm a genius. Chen Yang answered with a completely serious face while making things up. I've eaten your cooking for so many years, so I figured things out myself. Tried it once and turns out I'm pretty good. Stop worrying about that and hurry up and taste it. Your daughter-in-law doesn't have enough milk for the baby. This soup's for her. Try it and take it out to Shuangyu. Ding Xiaoyi nodded, no matter what. Seeing her son change made her happier than anyone else. She scooped out a little soup into a bowl and took a sip. Her eyes instantly widened. It was delicious. Even better than her own cooking. You really can cook. All right then. You're in charge of dinner tonight. I'll take this out for everyone. It's mainly for Shuangyu. You trying to get scolded again. If you only give it to Shuangyu, your other ex-wives are going to hate you. It's because they don't need lactation soup anymore. I'm making another fish, head tofu soup for everyone else. This one's specifically for Shuangyu. Only after hearing the explanation did Ding Xiaoyi finally carry the soup outside. Shuangyu, come drink some soup. This crucian carp soup is for helping with milk production. There's still fish. Head tofu soup cooking inside too, so everyone can eat later. Number, Chapter 13. Astonishing cooking skills. The moment Ding Xiaoyi carried the soup outside, all three daughters, in-law, gathered around. Even Chenya and Chen Yi ran over eagerly. Grandma, it smells amazing. The fish soup smells so good. Can I try some? Chenya asked excitedly. The little foodie especially eager because her father had made it. Of course, Li Shuangyu said with a smile, immediately scooping some into a small bowl for her. After taking one sip, Chenya's eyes lit up. Mom, taste it. It's so good. Daddy's amazing. He can even cook. Zhao Jingzhu also looked surprised. After tasting it herself, she froze in shock. Her lazy, useless husband actually could cook. And not just cook. The soup tasted professionally made. Someone without experience could never achieve this flavor. Jingzhu Jie, Yufeng, Jie, you should eat too. It's not just for me, Li Shuangyu said. I wouldn't dare. This is the lactation soup your husband made for you. If I drink it, who knows if he'll get upset? Deng Yufeng replied in her usual sarcastic tone. Zhao Jingzhu lightly tugged her sleeve, signaling her not to speak so harshly, then smiled at Li Shuangyu. You should drink it yourself. Mom already said there's fish, Head tofu soup for the rest of us. Your milk supply's low right now. The baby isn't getting enough. How could we drink your soup? Unable to argue, Li Shuangyu could only sit down and drink quietly, but even she couldn't hide her shock. Her husband had changed completely. Where on earth had he learned to cook? Meanwhile, Chen Yang was busy inside the kitchen. Following his original plan, he set up the clay pot over a charcoal stove, added seasoning, and layered the fish pieces, especially the fatty belly meat. Inside, once the fire was lit, the fish could slowly braise in the pot. Then he began making the fish, head tofu soup. After finishing those dishes, he reheated the leftovers from lunch as well. Before long, everything was ready. Mom, come get the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner's ready. As soon as he spoke, a tall, voluptuous woman walked in. It was his second ex-wife, Deng Yufeng. Why are you calling Mom in here? Too embarrassed to face us yourself. She's already old and you still make her do things. Deng Yufeng glared at him before turning to look at the dishes. The neatly plated food instantly stunned her, and she looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. You just came in to see what I cooked, didn't you? Chen Yang laughed softly. I know you like silver carp. Look, I braised some fish meat specially for you. It tastes amazing. You should eat more later. Deng Yufeng froze. A faint mist actually appeared in her eyes. But suddenly, slap. She smacked him across the face. Hemph. There you go again with your sweet talk, trying to fool me. You think I'm Li Shuangyu. One nice sentence and she'll sleep with you. Thinking about all the lies you told me before still makes me mad. Then she grabbed the bowls and chopsticks and stormed out angrily. Chen Yang stood there helpless after taking the slap for no reason. Still, among his three wives, Deng Yufeng had always been the fiery one. That was exactly why he'd fallen for her in the first place. And not just outside the bedroom. She was even hotter in bed. Their chemistry had always been incredible. Yet somehow, in this life, the old him had actually gotten tired of her and divorced her. Fei seriously must have been insane. Fei in his previous life, a woman like her was completely out of his league. This lifetime, fate had blessed him with the chance to marry such an incredible woman, and he still divorced her. That was practically suicide. No way. None of these three ex-wives were escaping him this time. He was definitely winning them back. And despite pretending not to care about him, every single one of them still clearly cared deep down. They were just stubborn. But what did it matter if they were stubborn? He had other harder methods to soften them up eventually. Wait, actually, by then maybe Fei wouldn't be the hard one anymore. Lost in his ridiculous thoughts, Chen Yang carried the dishes outside. The whole family was already seated, waiting for the food. The moment the soup and clay pot fish were served, the dining room filled with a rich, mouth-watering aroma. It smells amazing. Chen Ya and Chen Yi were the most enthusiastic supporters, sniffing the air dramatically as though trying to inhale every bit of the fragrance. Daddy, you're incredible. Your cooking's even better than Mom's. Why didn't you cook for us before? Chen Yi asked curiously. You ungrateful little thing. You taste someone else's food once and forget your mother already. Deng Yufeng glared at her daughter. Mom, I didn't say your cooking was bad. I just said Daddy's is even better. Chen Yi immediately hugged her mother with outstretched arms. Deng Yufeng became even more annoyed and shot Chen Yang another glare. In her mind, this whole family was unbelievable. Whenever she got angry, they all just tried to coax her back into the old life again. Did they think she was some obedient puppy who'd come back after a little comforting? Chen Yang was completely speechless. What did this have to do with him? But after thinking about it, he realized there was no point arguing. Better to just enjoy dinner, and the meal really was delicious. Even Ding Xiaoyi couldn't stop praising it after tasting the dishes, though she still couldn't understand how her useless son had suddenly learned to cook. Seeing all three daughters, in-law, eating happily together, without complaints, made her deeply relieved. At the same time, another thought quietly rose in her heart. Her son had always possessed a strange charm that tightly bound these three women to him. They still had feelings for him, but they also held resentment toward him. Even she had never believed they'd truly forgive him after all the nonsense he'd pulled. But now her son was changing. Her son had always been handsome. If he really became dependable, how could these three daughters, in-law, possibly escape his grasp, especially Deng Yufeng? She looked fierce, but whenever anyone in the village criticized Chen Yang for being lazy or unreliable, she was always the first one to get angry and defend him. Truthfully, every one of these women was a good woman. Thinking about that only made Ding Xiaoyi more irritated with her useless son. Tastes good, right? Chen Yang smiled as he pinched Chen Ya's cheek. Daddy, it's really delicious. I've never eaten anything this good. You've never had food this good. Then why not let your dad cook from now on? Deng Yufeng suddenly chimed in. The three women all fell silent at once, their eyes turning toward Chen Yang as if waiting for his answer. No problem. If you all like my cooking, I'll cook for you every day, every meal. I promise I won't disappoint you. Chen Yang answered calmly without the slightest hesitation. Oh wow, young Master Chen. We're not important enough to deserve having you cook for us every single day. Deng Yufeng continued sarcastically. You're all very important to me. We're family, aren't we? If you want my cooking, it's easy. I'll cook from now on. You just wait and eat. Good, good, I heard that. And so did my three daughters-in-law. If you lie again next time, just see whether I deal with you or not. Ding Xiaoyi finally stepped in to scold him. Nobody spoke after that, but all of them felt something strange. The current Chen Yang truly seemed different from before. Everyone enjoyed the meal tremendously, but just after they finished eating, noise suddenly came from outside. Chen Dachun burst in like a whirlwind. Yang, are you done eating yet? Are we going hunting tonight or not? Everyone in the village is already getting ready? Everyone's preparing? What about your dad? My dad's getting ready too. He's preparing to head up the mountain already. I came over because you still hadn't made any move. It's not that late yet, is it? Not yet. But soon. So are you going or not? Chen Dachun looked at him expectantly. Of course he wanted to hunt with Chen Yang. They were best friends after all. They'd carried guns together, peeked at married women bathing together. Only thing left was visiting prostitutes together. With a friendship this solid, naturally he wanted to follow Chen Yang into the mountains. But Chen Yang didn't want to hunt with a huge crowd. If everyone hunted together, wouldn't he have to share the prey he caught? No way. Number chapter 14, Mother S. Grand Ambitions. You go tell your dad this. I'll head up the mountain later tonight to hunt, but I am not going with the others. I am going on my own. If you guys want to come, you can follow me, Chen Yang said after thinking it over. So you don't want to go with them either? Great. I don't want to go with them either, Chen Dachun replied excitedly. I'll go tell my dad. He'll definitely come with you too. There are so many of them. And do you know who's leading the group this time? Chen Dongfeng. That guy's a jerk. Talks too much nonsense. I'm not going with him. Chen Dongfeng. The guy really was the village troublemaker, and Chen Yang couldn't stand him either. All right. Go tell your dad then. We'll rest a bit and leave after 8. Okay. After getting Chen Yang's confirmation, Chen Dachun ran off like a gust of wind, clearly rushing home to tell Chen Cheng. You're still going hunting tonight. Ding Xiaoyi looked worried when she heard Chen Yang was heading up the mountain again. You've been busy all day, from last night until this afternoon. You barely rested at all. Maybe you shouldn't go tonight. It's fine. Our family has too many places where we need money right now. I'll spend this period hunting in the mountains and catching fish in the river to improve things at home. Life's already hard enough. We can't let it get even harder. Hearing that, Ding Xiaoyi's eyes nearly filled with tears. She had always hoped that one day her son would finally come to his senses and start living seriously. Now it seemed he truly had changed, which allowed her, as his mother, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. But at the same time, her heart ached for him. A man only truly matures through hardship and responsibility. And now her son was finally taking on that burden. Mom, once I earn some money, I'm going to tear down this old house and build a new one. What do you think? You silly child. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course it would be wonderful to build a new house. But do you know how hard that is? Ding Xiaoyi sighed. Back when I married your father, he said the same thing. He thought our house was too old and worn down, and wanted to build a new one too. But then your father passed away early. As a woman alone, there was no way I could build a house. Raising you safely was already hard enough, so I let that dream go. Yeah. Chen Yang glanced at the old house with mixed emotions before becoming serious and determined again. Dad wasn't wrong. This house really is too old. We can't keep living here forever. If we have the means, we should change things. But how much money would that take? Ding Xiaoyi sounded worried. Everyone knew a good house was nice, but she knew very well how expensive building one would be. For years, her only wish had been to raise her son properly. She never dared dream of anything else. Honestly, my expectations aren't high, she said softly. As long as you live properly and get along with your ex-wives, I'll already be happier than anything. Mom. Chen Yang glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then leaned close and whispered into her ear, "The reason I want to do this is exactly because of your daughters in-law." Ding Xiaoyi's eyes widened instantly, and she suddenly became eager and excited. "Tell me, what are you thinking? Think about it. Our family's conditions are terrible right now. The house is cramped, and even though they each have their own room, look at this place. The floor's uneven, the roof leaks when it rains. Living like this forever isn't possible. But once I build a new house, every room will be spacious and bright. They'll be comfortable living here. Maybe then they'll never want to leave again. You have 3 daughters, in-law mom. Imagine all 3 of them staying by your side, along with your grandchildren. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And if my relationship with them improves, maybe one of them will even give you more grandchildren in the future. Wouldn't that make you happy?" Those words practically hooked Ding Xiaoyi completely. "That's right, exactly right," she said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with longing for her daughters. "In-law?" Her eyes narrowed into smiling slits. "You've finally come to your senses. Then you'd better work harder. Honestly, if you could win all 3 of them back, how wonderful would that be? Your mother wouldn't need anything else in this life except helping you raise children. Give me lots of grandchildren. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay home every day helping take care of them. That's all I want in life. Our family has to flourish, so work hard." Seeing how happy his mother looked, Chen Yang felt a pang in his heart. In his previous life, he had actually become fairly successful in the city, compared to ordinary people, and especially compared to people from this poor mountain village. He was considered quite accomplished. But even until the day his mother died, she carried one deep regret. Chen Yang had never remarried, nor had he left behind any descendants. Though she had lived comfortably during the last decade or so of her life and never worried about food or money, and though Chen Yang had been very filial to her, that regret could never be erased. Yet now in this life he already had 3 ex-wives and 3 children, and there were still endless possibilities ahead. "Mom, this time, you definitely won't leave with regrets. Just wait and see. I'll have those 3 ex-wives give you even more grandchildren. You'll spend every day enjoying family happiness." While thinking that, he carried the remaining live fish and released them into the pond in the courtyard. Their region had many mountains, but also abundant water. A small stream had been diverted into their yard, flowing into a pond Chen Yang had dug himself. The family usually drew water from there, and it could also be used to keep fish alive. As soon as the fish were released into the pond, they swam around happily. By then, it was getting late. Chen Yang returned to his room and prepared his hunting rifle. Just as he slung the rifle over his shoulder and prepared to leave, Zhao Jingzhu, who was usually cold toward him, walked in. "Mom told me to remind you to be careful in the mountains," Zhao Jingzhu said quietly. "I know, don't worry." Chen Yang couldn't help smiling when he saw her expression. "Stop pretending in front of me, saying Mom told you to remind me. You clearly wanted to say it yourself." Sure enough, all 3 of his women acted the same way toward him. Every one of them said one thing while meaning another. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make every single one of you obedient to me again." Number chapter 15, Conflict Before Heading into the Mountains. Yang, Jing, Yang, are you ready yet? At that moment Chen Dechun's voice came from outside. "I am coming." Chen Yang smiled faintly at Zhao Jingzhu before hurrying outside. Not only had Chen Dechun arrived, but Chen Zhenchang was with him too. "Uncle Zhenchang," Chen Yang greeted warmly. "This time, it's not just us going up the mountain. Chen Dongfeng's leading a hunting team too, about a dozen people." "We only have the 3 of us." Chen Zhenchang laughed straightforwardly. "But I trust your judgment, kid. I feel like following you might actually get us some game, so don't disappoint us." "Don't worry. Since you're following me, I definitely won't let you down, no matter what. I'm bringing back at least 1 wild boar tonight. Then we'll sell it together and earn whatever we can." "Speaking of that, your fishing today was impressive too," Chen Zhenchang continued. "Dachin told me about it, and I was honestly shocked. Never thought your fishing skills were even better than mine. First time fishing and you caught that much. Hopefully tonight we'll get lucky hunting too." "We definitely will." With that, the 3 of them chatted as they headed toward the mountain. "Mom, aren't you going to stop him?" Li Shuangyue asked Ding Xiaoyi after Chen Yang left. "Hunting in the mountains is dangerous. Why are you stopping him? Besides, could we even stop him?" Ding Xiaoyi sighed. "You all know what our family situation is like. If he doesn't earn money now, how are you and the baby supposed to live? How are any of us supposed to live? Besides, Xiao Yang said he wants to earn enough money to renovate the house so everyone can live more comfortably with something like that. How could I stop him? And haven't I always wanted him to become the man of the house? Now that he finally wants to take responsibility? Of course I'm happy. Aren't you all happy too? What? He wanted to renovate the house too? Everyone was stunned. Hearing such things from Chen Yang felt unreal. They were more used to the lazy, smooth-talking Chen Yang from before. This serious and responsible version of him felt strangely unfamiliar. And when Ding Xiaoyi mentioned that Chen Yang wanted to rebuild the house, they all felt dazed. Was that even possible? Whether it was possible or not, Chen Yang had already led his group toward the mountain. Unfortunately, not long after leaving the village, they ran into the other hunting team ahead. Well, if it isn't our great sharpshooter Chen Yang, the man who shot that wild boar last time, a smug middle-aged man sneered. What's this, heard I? Chen Dongfeng was leading tonight's hunt, so you came over hoping to borrow my luck, or maybe my shooting skills. The speaker was Chen Dongfeng. He was from Chen Zhenshang's generation, meaning Chen Yang technically should have called him uncle. But the guy had terrible character. Every time he saw Chen Yang, he couldn't resist throwing in a few sarcastic remarks. Because of this, Deng Yufeng had even argued with Chen Dongfeng before. Chen Yang knew exactly why the man held such resentment toward him. Simple. Jealousy. As for what he was jealous of, that was even simpler. Chen Yang had married one wife after another. Sure, he divorced them all, but just having 3 ex-wives already made him legendary in the village. Some villagers genuinely thought Chen Yang was irresponsible. Others were simply jealous. And Chen Dongfeng definitely belonged to the second group. No matter how much Chen Yang fooled around, he still had the ability to keep marrying beautiful women. Who knew? Maybe after divorcing Li Shuangyu, he'd even marry another one. That alone was considered talent in the countryside. Meanwhile, Chen Dongfeng had 2 sons. One managed to get married, though he was ugly as hell. The second son couldn't even find a wife at all. Naturally, the comparison drove him crazy. Dongfeng Shu, Chen Yang snapped coldly. If your son can't find a wife, maybe you should go home and figure out whether your family genes are just too damn ugly. Why are you barking nonsense at me? Who do you think you're talking to? You think I'll just tolerate you? Everyone froze. Chen Yang had heard insults like this plenty of times before, but he rarely fought back this fiercely. The experienced men nearby immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stepped between the 2 sides. After all, both men were carrying hunting rifles. If things escalated, the consequences would be disastrous. Chen Yang, who the hell are you talking to like that? Chen Dongfeng exploded, pointing furiously at him. You speak nicely to me, and I'll speak nicely to you, but if you keep talking crap, why should I be polite? Chen Yang shot back coldly. I used to respect you because you're an elder in the clan, but now you're standing here running your mouth at me like an idiot. Aren't you just asking to get cursed out? And did I say anything wrong? Don't you know what kind of son you raised? If you're jealous, just admit you're jealous. Instead, you keep taking cheap shots at me behind my back. I'm already being nice. Next time you dare mouth off in front of me again, believe it or not, I'll beat the hell out of you. The killing intent in Chen Yang's voice shocked everyone present. Chen Yang had always been lazy and carefree, but he'd never spoken with such terrifying hostility before. Even the older uncles felt a chill run through them. Chen Dongfeng's face burned with humiliation. After all, Chen Yang used to be the village bum everyone could bully. Now this younger man was publicly humiliating him in front of everyone. Damn it! Enraged, Chen Dongfeng suddenly raised his rifle and reached to cock it. But the moment he moved, Chen Yang's rifle was already pressed against his forehead. Xiao Yang, don't move. Chen Zhenshang instantly broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Chen Dachun looked wildly excited. Yang Ji. Yang! Want me to help beat him up too? I've hated this guy for ages. Chen Dachun nearly raised his own gun as well. Chapter 16, encountering a flock of sheep. Chen Zhenshang, who was standing next to him, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He raised his hand and slapped his son, telling him to get out of the way. What are you doing, causing trouble at a time like this? If a fight really breaks out, both sides will fight tooth and nail. Although Chen Dachun was slapped aside by his father, he was very excited as he held the gun. This old guy, relying on his seniority, has often called me an idiot in front of me. If we really fight, I'll shoot him too, and I guarantee I'll blow his dick off. Chen Dongfeng, can't you speak properly? You talk to Xiao Yang like that? Let everyone judge for themselves. Is this how you should speak? Just because you're so rude to people doesn't mean Xiao Yang has to be polite to you. That is not fair. All right? Weren't we supposed to be hunting? What are you all doing here? Let's go. Chen Zhenchang gestured to the middle-aged men next to Chen Dongfeng, telling them to quickly pull the person away. Those men were genuinely afraid of escalating the situation, so they pulled Chen Dongfeng aside. But Chen Dongfeng was being held back by several people, and he was pointing his finger at Chen Yang. Pa, you piece of trash, you think you can hunt. You were just lucky last time. Did you really think you could catch anything? Just you wait. What kind of hunting is someone like you? If you really want to hunt, you have to come with me. I'm the best hunter in our village. What are you? Chen Dongfeng cursed and swore, and was quickly dragged away by the others. Dad, why did you stop me? This kind of person should be shot. His dick should be gone. Chen Dachun finally spoke up indignantly. Why are you hitting him? No matter what. You still have to call him uncle. Besides, if you kill him, you're going to go to jail, aren't you? Chen Cheng cursed. Your dad is right. We shouldn't fight so easily outside. What's the point of fighting? I'm angry because he upset me. But why are you angry? That won't do. Bullying you is bullying me, Chen Dachun. How can I let him bully me? Besides, he is not a good person. He always calls me an idiot. How am I an idiot? I'm very smart. Okay? Do you know why I'm so good at fighting? Every night I pretend to be asleep and secretly watch my parents fight, so I learned a whole set of martial arts. Chen Zhen's face turned pale. Chen Yang almost burst out laughing. What was originally a serious matter turned into something rather comical after Chen Dachun's meddling. Let's go! Let's hunt! Chen Zhenshang, who had been holding back for a long time, suddenly roared when he didn't know what to say. Yes, yes. Let's hurry up the mountain to hunt. Stop talking here. Chen Dongfeng is so arrogant, saying I can't catch anything. This time I'll catch two to show him what I'm capable of. Chen Yang suppressed a laugh and pulled Chen Dachun up the mountain. Why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything wrong. It is true. My dad still doesn't know. And my mom definitely doesn't know either. She has no idea how many moves I've learned. Chen Dachun said this with a smug look on his face. My goodness. Please stop talking. You've completely disgraced your father. Please give him some face. Although both are heading to Luofeng Mountain. Their routes are different. Mainly because Chen Yang didn't want to travel with them. This way. Chen Zhenchang followed behind him, looking at the place with some doubt. Xiao Yang, this isn't the usual path we take when we go hunting in the mountains. There is nothing on this path, you should know that, right? I know, but I'm going up to check. Besides, I just had such a big fight with Chen Dongfeng. I don't know how much he resents me. To be honest, I'm afraid he might stab me in the back. Chen Zhenchang paused for a moment, then finally nodded, deeply agreeing. Chen Dongfeng doesn't have a good reputation in the village, so it wouldn't be surprising if he did something underhanded. That's true. We're just hunting, so we shouldn't get into any conflict with them. Let's go this way, maybe we'll get lucky. Chen Zhenchang nodded and continued walking forward. After Chen Yang arrived at the mountain, red spots of light began to appear in his eyes. I knew it. How could there be nothing here? Anything that is there can be displayed here. Be careful. We're going that way. Chen Yang identified one of the red dots and immediately pointed in that direction. Chen Zheng and Chen Dachun immediately followed behind. Chen Yang followed the red dot very obediently. Following the red dot, after about 10 minutes, Chen Yang saw the red dot nearby and immediately pressed the button behind him, signaling them to be quiet. Dad, keep your voice down. It looks like we've spotted some prey. Chen Dachun was very excited and couldn't help but speak to his father beside him. Chen Zhencheng glared at him, thinking to himself, You were still in my crotch when I was hunting. Now they're even lecturing me. But just then, they suddenly heard Chen Yang call out softly to those behind them. There are sheep ahead, so please be quiet. Are there sheep ahead? Chen Zhensheng's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected to see sheep so soon after climbing the mountain. Besides, this isn't exactly a good place to hunt prey. Sheep, are you seeing things at night? Let me take a look. He squeezed forward with some skepticism, and after a quick look, he found that there were indeed sheep in front of him. There were not only sheep, but more than one. My God, there are 8 sheep here. Chen Zhen's voice was trembling, and he could feel his mouth watering. This is mutton to him. This thing was still money. Don't startle them. You all immediately surround them from the side and find a suitable place to wait for me to fire as a signal. Once I fire, then you can attack. Chen Yang was actually a little excited after all. This thing could sell for a lot of money. Okay, I understand. I'll go surround them right away. At this moment, The sheep here had no idea that people were surrounding them and that their death was imminent. They were still happily eating and leisurely searching for food. Seeing that Chen Dachun and Chen Zhencheng had found suitable positions and assumed shooting stances, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He aimed at his prey ahead and finally fired with a bang. He shot down a sheep in front of him. The remaining sheep scattered, completely awakened by him. Chen Zhencheng and Chen Dachun also fired their guns at this moment. Damn it! Chen Zhencheng's shot missed, and the wild goat escaped. He had just uttered that curse when he heard his son Chen Dachun shouting from the side. I hit it! I hit it! I hit that sheep, but it is not dead. It is still running. Just after he finished speaking, Chen Yang came out from the other side and fired a shot. With a thud, another sheep fell down. Holy crap, so accurate. Chen Zhencheng was dumbfounded, never expecting Chen Yang's marksmanship to be this accurate. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang picked up his gun and ran forward. He chased after the flock of sheep. Dad, you stay here. Yang and I will chase after them together. Chen Dachun jumped up happily, then gave an order to Chen Zhencheng before frantically chasing after them. Chapter 17:2. Flying pheasants, Chen Zheng watched as the two of them disappeared from the spot, and quickly shouted after them, You two be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Yang fired another shot. With a thud, another sheep collapsed. That is awesome. Chen Dachun, who was behind him, shouted wildly, as he saw another sheep fall to Chen Yang's gun, cheering him on. Brother Yang, when you get married in the future, you have to invite me to watch your moves. You're so good, I need to learn a few tricks too. Chen Yang was loading bullets when he heard this and almost spat out blood. Oh shit, did I marry a wife just so you could learn how to pose? You want beauty? You have to pay more. He ran frantically while cursing under his breath, and at the same time, he loaded bullets into his gun. In the blink of an eye, 3 sheep fell, and the remaining 5 ran wildly, and at this point they began to split up. Dachun, follow me. Chen Yang ran wildly beside him, while turning his head to look at Dachun behind him. He noticed that Chen Zhencheng, who was at the very back, hadn't caught up, so he knew that Dachun had been following him all along. He was afraid the other person would go astray or lose their mind, so he frantically spoke to Chen Dachun. Don't run off course with me, run with me. Whatever you do, don't run alone, hurry up. Chen Dachun said, Oh! And Feng Kuang followed suit. Chen Yang was incredibly fast, and being in his prime, he ran very quickly up the mountain. Although he couldn't match the speed of a mountain goat, he wasn't far behind. Especially at this moment, he picked up his gun again and fired a single shot at the goat in front of him. With a thud, the goat collapsed instantly. In the blink of an eye, the 4th one was killed. However, after they finished hitting this one, the goats that were supposed to run away had already run away, and they could no longer chase after them. Chen Yang also stopped at this moment. 4. This is the 4th one. Chen Dachun rushed over from the other side and burst into laughter when he saw yet another goat lying on the ground. Yang, you're awesome. This is our 4th one. Chen Yang smiled, patted his shoulder, and took a deep breath. How about that impressive, right? Amazing. You're so amazing. No wonder you were able to marry 3 sisters. In law for me. That is incredible. I want to marry 3 too. No. I want to marry 5 or 6 so they'll know how powerful I am. Chen Yang's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, Don't even think about such a dream. You're lucky if you can marry one. Your dad will have no regrets in this life. Let's go. Take these things back. Don't chase after them now. Your dad is definitely waiting for us, and he is probably worried about you. Let's go. Let's go. Each goat weighs 70 or 80 pounds, and one person can carry it. So Chen Dachun first carried one end back, and then Chen Yang found the 3rd end and carried it back as well. When the 2 men carried it back, they found that Chen Zhencheng was already waiting for them there, and there were 2 other goats next to him. When Chen Zhencheng saw his son and Chen Yang each carrying a goat on their shoulders, he was dumbfounded. But after being stunned, he burst into wild laughter. Everyone in the village and the whole town knows that you can hunt on Luofeng Mountain. However, when they went hunting in the mountains, they were able to catch very few. The mountains here are high, and the forests are dense, making it extremely difficult to fight. Moreover, those animals hide in the mountains, and no one can find them. So it is already very difficult to find their traces at ordinary times. Now that Chen Yang has gotten so much stuff right away, how could he not be happy? We've struck it rich. We've already killed 4 goats in such a short time. They probably haven't even encountered any animals on the other side yet. Then we can't worry about them. We just need to take care of our own business. We can't control those people. Yes? Yes? Let's just mind our own business and not worry about them so much. We've already fought 4 heads. Should we continue? Chen Dachun was also a little excited. We'll definitely need to hunt more if we go up the mountain. How about this? Dachun and I will continue up the mountain, and you, Uncle Jin Chang, will be in charge of transporting all these things down. Now, yes, you get these sheep off the mountain now, and Da Chun and I will continue forward. Okay, I'll transport it. You two be careful on the mountain, especially Da Chun. You need to keep an eye on him for me. I'm afraid he might get excited and run away and disappear, and then it will be hard to find him on the mountain. Don't worry, I'll make sure he stays close to me. Only after receiving Chen Yang's assurance did he feel satisfied enough to leave. Chen Yang led Chen Dachun up the mountain. Brother Yang, after you see the prey, don't shoot yet. Let me have some fun. Okay. Otherwise, if I come up here with you to hunt and we don't catch a single one, won't the people down the mountain laugh at me? Just now, Chen Dongfeng was so arrogant. He might not even be able to catch anything today. We'll shoot down and make him furious, and I'll tell him that even an idiot like me can catch something, but he can't. Isn't he even worse than an idiot? Chen Yang smiled and nodded, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense. The two continued on their way. Chen Yang soon saw the red dot again, so he waved and led Chen Dachun onward. After walking for about half an hour, we finally arrived at the location of the red dot. Look over there, 2 pheasants. Chen Yang went over to take a look and was somewhat surprised to find that they were pheasants. But something is better than nothing. This stuff is absolutely amazing when used in soup. My family is short of food, so it is good to send this stuff back for us to eat ourselves. I see it. I see it. It is over there. Which side are you going to shoot? Let's each shoot one side. Chen Dachun looked over there happily while preparing his guns. Which side do you think is more convenient for you to shoot from? Chen Yang raised his gun and aimed. Then I'll shoot the one on the left and you shoot the one on the right. It is settled then. After confirming his aim, Chen Yang immediately held his breath and focused on taking the shot. When he saw that it was about right, he shouted a command to Da Chun beside him. Shot! As soon as he made that sound, the 2 men fired their guns simultaneously. 2 gunshots shattered the night sky. The pheasant also sensed something was wrong and immediately flapped its wings trying to fly away. However, pheasants are inherently incapable of flying, and given that Chen Yang and his companion had already gained the upper hand, it was too late for them to realize something was wrong and take flight. The one on the right was shot through the heart by Chen Yang and brought down. However, Chen Dachun's marksmanship on the left was still a bit lacking, and he failed to hit it, causing it to flutter and fly up into the tree. Fortunately, Chen Yang was prepared for this. As the opponent flew upwards, he immediately fired another shot. Actually, Chen Yang wasn't entirely confident about this shot. But strangely, when he raised his gun to aim, he saw a dot appear in front of him, which seemed to be an aiming dot. Moreover, as soon as this thing appeared, it immediately targeted a pheasant that was flying. It is somewhat similar to the aiming points in shooting games. Bang. With a gunshot, the pheasant in the dot was hit and fell to the ground instantly. Dead beyond dead, Chapter 18 is about to begin, right? Holy crap. Chen Dachun was dumbfounded after watching Chen Yang's actions, and quickly stepped forward to pick up the 2 pheasants. Yang Ji, you are amazing. 1 shot, 1 kill. You can even hit flying targets. How can your marksmanship be so incredible? Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time became even happier. He never expected that he would unlock another use for his cheat ability. It is all right. Chen Yang smiled slightly and explained to him. My marksmanship is indeed quite accurate. This is not my opinion, nor is it boasting. It is a fact. Isn't that pretty accurate? He had 3 ex-wives, each of whom gave him a child. If the abortions weren't done accurately, how could he have had children so easily? I'm a natural-born shooter. Put these 2 pheasants away safely, and let's keep going. Chen Yang was very satisfied with what they had retrieved so far, but they couldn't waste time. It was still early, so they decided to continue exploring further. They continued onward. Moreover, the red dot in Chen Yang's eyes reappeared, continuing to guide him forward. As Chen Yang continued forward, he soon saw movement ahead again. He ran over quickly and saw it, and then a smile appeared on his face. Wild boar! He exclaimed excitedly. There were 6 or 7 wild boars leisurely eating in front of them. Chen Dachun saw it too, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it really was a wild boar. He looked at Chen Yang with excitement and joy, waiting for Chen Yang to assign him a task. No need to rush. Chen Yang was also a little excited. He estimated that he would have to fight on both sides this time. Find a good spot, take aim, and tell me before we start. Remember, there are 6 or 7 wild boars here. We need to take down at least 2 of them. After that, we can go back and rest. Okay. Chen Daoshan nodded hastily, while also eager to try. I didn't do anything to help either hunting pheasants or goats. He knew he had to help with the wild boar hunt no matter what, so he focused intently on what lay ahead, having found a suitable spot. He finally got into position and made a gesture towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, holding his breath and preparing to fire. But just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling the night sky and waking up the wild boar herd that had been leisurely enjoying themselves. Bang! The wild boars weren't hit, but they scattered and fled. They were astonished. At the same time, they heard another voice. This is a herd of wild boars, everyone. Surround them and make sure they don't get away. That was Chen Dongfeng's voice. Clearly, Chen Dongfeng fired that shot. Oh shit, Chen Yang cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected this group of people to find their way here. The worst part was that they had ruined his plans. Sure enough, right after Chen Dongfeng fired that shot, a large group of people appeared behind him. They were the same group that had just come up the mountain with Chen Dongfeng. Chen Yang cursed inwardly, and without thinking, immediately picked up his gun and shot down one of the wild boars. Who the hell told you to fire your guns indiscriminately? After taking down a wild boar, Chen Yang immediately cursed at Chen Dongfeng, who was approaching from a distance. Dachun, you don't need to fight. Look at that wild boar. I killed it. Nobody can take it from me. After saying that, Chen Yang mustered all his strength and ran towards the charging wild boar. His minimum requirement was 2 wild boars, and he had already lost 1. He had to hunt another one no matter what. Damn it, Chen Dongfeng cursed, especially after seeing Chen Yang shoot down a wild boar with 1 shot, while his own shot hadn't even made a sound. He felt both envious and resentful, so when he saw Chen Yang chasing after him, he immediately followed. Neither side expected this, and the hunters who were with Chen Dongfeng certainly didn't expect them to run into each other here. Seeing Chen Yang desperately chasing after the wild boar and Chen Dongfeng following suit, several perceptive people felt a chill run down their spines. You guys come with me, one of the middle-aged men named Chen Haidong shouted, pointing to 2 or 3 other hunters who followed him, chasing after Chen Dongfeng and Chen Yang's retreating figures. They were afraid something bad would happen. In particular, these people all knew Chen Dongfeng, and were quite familiar with him. They knew exactly what kind of person he was. This was the first clash of marksmanship between the two, but it was clear that Chen Dongfeng was no match for Chen Yang. After all, Chen Yang had killed a wild boar with a single shot. Given Chen Dongfeng's petty nature, who knows what trouble he might cause. So I'm particularly worried and have to keep up with him. Chen Yang was frantically chasing after the wild boar in front of him. He had only one thought in his mind, to kill the wild boar in front of him. Otherwise, he would lose a lot of money on this trip. As he got closer and closer to the wild boar, he finally raised his gun again. A gunshot rang out. The wild boar in front of them collapsed instantly. Chen Dongfeng, who was behind him, could see it clearly and cursed inwardly. After killing the wild boar, Chen Yang finally stopped. After all, the other wild boars had already run away and were impossible to catch. So he came to the side of the wild boar and looked at it, while glancing at Chen Dongfeng behind him. You idiot! If you hadn't been causing trouble here today, I might have been able to hunt another wild boar. He had just finished thinking about this idea when Chen Dongfeng suddenly came over from behind and stepped on the wild boar. Chen Yang, what are you trying to do? You think you can mess with the wild boar I hunted? Chen Yang almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Chen Dongfeng, are we just going to rob them now? Are we skipping procedures and just starting to steal them? What do you mean by robbery? I hunted this wild boar, so it should be mine. Tell me, what do you mean by robbery? Do you even know what robbery means? Get lost? Chen Yang ignored him, and instead stepped forward and kicked him, sending his leg flying to the side. You fucking want to die? Chen Dongfeng roared, suddenly turning his gun towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang was furious. Over the years, they've said sarcastic things to me. I don't know what kind of stubborn and unyielding I am in this life, but I've managed to put up with it all. I've already been reborn. How dare you still bully me? You fucking haven't seen how ruthless Chen Yang can be. Have you? In his previous life, Chen Yang left his hometown and went south to start a business and work. The journey was full of thorns and bloodshed, and he saw and did a lot of things. How could we allow such an idiot like Chen Dongfeng to bully us? Seeing that he was determined to take a hard line, Chen Yang didn't hold back. Just as the man raised his gun to point it at him, Chen Yang kicked him over, snatched the gun from him, and pulled the bolt, pointing it at the man's head. In that instant, his gun was pressed against the other man's head. Chen Dongfeng felt his mind explode, and for a moment he froze on the ground, unable to move, while sweat poured down his forehead. Xiaoyang, don't be impulsive. Chen Heidong and the others finally arrived behind them, and when they saw the scene, they were filled with despair. In the end, their guess came true. Chapter 19. You can do it either. Xiaoyang, let's not be impulsive. Whatever you do, don't shoot. Chen Heidong quickly stepped forward and understood what was going on after seeing the wild boar. Uncle Heidong, since you're here, that's perfect. Let's get this straight. I shot the wild boar, and I used a different bullet than him. If you don't believe me, you can check the bullet. But this bastard came up to me claiming he shot the wild boar and even pointed a gun at me. Don't you think he deserves to die? Chen Haidong and the others knew exactly what kind of person Chen Dongfeng was. There is no need to even examine the bullets. Just looking at the current situation on both sides, it is clear that this is definitely Chen Dongfeng's doing again. After all, Chen Yang was running incredibly fast and was always in front. Chen Dongfeng didn't have that kind of stamina, so how could he possibly have beaten him from behind? Xiaoyang, we believe you. We know you shot the wild boar, but it has nothing to do with us, and even less to do with Chen Dongfeng. Don't be impulsive. Let's put down our guns and talk things out. We're all from the same family. There is no need for this. Go ahead and fight me if you dare. Seeing Chen Heidong and the others pleading for him, Chen Dongfeng got angry and started yelling at them. Chen Yang, you fucking dare to fight. You're still trying to act tough in front of me. What are you so tough about? Who do you think you are? When it comes to hunting, you're nothing. I've hunted way more than you, and you still dare to act tough in front of me. Do you think you can act tough? Come on, try it on my head, Chen Dongfeng. Are you out of your mind? Chen Heidong was so angry that he almost shot the guy. We're here trying to save your dog's life, but do you think we're only saving your own? We're just afraid that if something goes wrong, Chen Yang will also end up in jail, or even have to go to the shooting range. We're not really interested in just saving you. The men following Chen Haidong were also inwardly groaning. They had truly been bewitched this time, following that idiot Chen Dongfeng on a hunting trip, only to find themselves in a dilemma. Fine. You want to die, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. Chen Yang sneered inwardly at the guy's blustering but cowardly appearance, suddenly pulled the bolt, and with a bang, actually fired the gun. Chen Dongfeng felt his mind explode. The intense fear made him shudder, and he actually wet his pants, screaming wildly at the same time. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't kill me! I know I was wrong. The gunshot startled Chen Haidong and the others behind him, who stared in shock at what was in front of them. However, after the gunshot, they found that Chen Dongfeng was still lying on the ground, with no other changes except for a puddle of urine on him, and no blood. Chen Yang certainly didn't aim for his head with that shot. It is such a waste to send yourself to jail, or even be shot because of this scumbag. He was just trying to scare him, so although the shot was fired near his head, not directly at his head, it only sounded or looked a little scary. You're no good either. Chen Yang smelled the stench of urine and laughed loudly, pointing at his crotch. I thought you were so tough, but it turns out you're no good at all. All this fuss made me think you were some kind of hero, but it seems you're just a coward. Chen Dongfeng, if you're so weak, why are you spouting tough talk at me? You're a joke! Only then did Chen Dongfeng realize that he had been tricked by Chen Yang. Moreover, when he saw the mocking looks that Chen Haidong and the others were giving him, a feeling of shame and indignation welled up in his heart. He was so angry that he stood up unsteadily, pointed at Chen Yang, and cursed him. Chen Yang, you have no respect for your elders. You even dared to shoot an elder like me. You deserve to die. I deserve to die. Don't you want to reconsider what you said? I'll give you a chance. Chen Yang then raised his gun again, pointing it at his head. I don't like to talk nonsense. I've already given you a chance. If you're not satisfied, we can have another good try. Having just experienced a life. Or death situation. Chen Dongfeng's eyes showed horror, especially when he looked at the gun barrel. His legs trembled with fear. All right. Chen Haidong and the others had realized that Chen Yang's shot had truly terrified Chen Dongfeng, so they stepped forward to stop him. Xiaoyang, let's just let this go for my sake. Chen Dongfeng really caused trouble this time, but we're family after all. There is no need to resort to violence. Let's just let it go. Yes, Xiaoyang, you're the one who hunted this wild boar. were all witnesses. Let us help you carry the wild boar. Don't bother with him. We'll carry the wild boar down there. You still need to sell it. Everyone chimed in, saying nice things. Actually, no one wants to see any more complications arise. On the one hand, everyone felt that Chen Dongfeng had gone too far this time and they couldn't stand him. On the other hand, they also know that Chen Yang is the only pillar of his family, and if something really happens here, it will not look good for everyone. Besides, Chen Yang is their junior, and his family, including his ex-wives and mother, are all dependent on him. If Chen Yang were to accidentally kill someone in a fit of anger and end up in jail, wouldn't their family be ruined? We absolutely cannot let Chen Yang do something so impulsive. With them speaking like that, Chen Yang naturally took the opportunity to put away his gun, looking at Chen Dongfeng, whose face had turned ashen with fear. Since Uncle Heidong and the others have pleaded for you, I'll let it go this time. But I have to remind you, I, Chen Yang, am not weak and easily bullied. Next time you speak, you'd better think carefully before you talk to me. If you keep babbling like today and dare to covet my things, next time this shot might really hit you on the head. After warning Chen Dongfeng, Chen Yang immediately smiled at Chen Heidong and the others. If someone bares their fangs, they should be given a treat in return, so that everyone knows that while they are not so weak and easily bullied, they are not an arrogant and rude person either. Uncle Heidong, help me carry the wild boar down here. I'll leave a few pounds of meat for each of you. Besides, I don't know if you guys caught anything this time. If you didn't, you can help me carry it down and get a few pounds of meat. It won't be a complete waste, and we can get some meat for our wives and kids back home. Chen Heidong and his team were naturally happy to agree, and immediately nodded in agreement. Several people helped Chen Yang lift the wild boar, and they were ready to go down the mountain. Only Chen Dongfeng was distraught. This time, he lost face in front of everyone, and seeing Chen Heidong and the others helping Chen Yang carry things, he knew that most of these people didn't believe him anymore. This time, he truly lost all face. Chapter 20, helping with moving, actually. It was getting late, and when they carried these things back to where everyone was, they were waiting for them there. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they all came out safe and sound. Brother Yang, did he attack you? Chen Dachun was the first to step forward and anxiously asked Chen Yang, pointing to Chen Dongfeng behind him. However, Dachun noticed something was wrong as soon as he got in front of Chen Dongfeng and couldn't help but pinch his nose. Why do you smell so foul, Chen Dongfeng? Did you get aroused by seeing a sow? Why do you smell so foul? I know, you didn't get aroused? You peed your pants? You peed your pants. In an instant, Chen Dachun revealed all of his little secrets. Everyone looked at Chen Dongfeng. Chen Dongfeng was already so frightened by Chen Yang that he lost his composure, and his face was extremely ugly. Upon hearing these words, he became even angrier, and his head went numb. Damn it, you idiot, how dare you bully me? Chen Dongfeng was furious and immediately prepared to raise his gun, but just as he lifted himself up, Chen Dachun kicked him down. How dare you yell at me? Dachun is just not very bright. He is not physically ill. Not only that, Chen Dachun is tall and burly, and if it came to a real fight, others might not be his match. After kicking the other person to the ground, he stepped forward and pressed down on Chen Dongfeng with one foot. Why are you attacking me? Do you think you can defeat me? Chen Dongfeng had already lost face in front of Chen Heidong and the others, but he didn't expect to be brought down by a fool like Chen Dachun after returning, causing him to lose face in front of even more people this time. He could no longer keep his composure. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but then Chen Yang, standing nearby, said something sinister. If I were to shoot you, I'd be in jail, executed, or shot. But what could Dachun, a fool, do if he killed you? He'd probably get away with it. This sent a chill down Chen Dongfeng's spine. Damn it, we can't afford to mess with them. But Chen Dachun's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached for his gun. My goodness, Chen Heidong exclaimed in surprise and quickly pulled him back. Please don't use the gun. Okay? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Where is your dad? Why are you taking my gun? I'm not going to shoot him. Look, he is so scared, he has wet his pants. Why would I shoot him? I just want to see if my gun still works. Chen Dachun immediately denied it when he saw that things were getting out of hand. My dad isn't feeling well. He just hunted 4 goats. Yang told him to stay over there and watch over how to get the goats down the mountain, so he didn't come with us. 4 sheep. Chen Heidong and his team are stunned. Dachun, put the gun down. Chen Yang said to Chen Dachun. Chen Dachun listened to Chen Yang's words without question. Upon hearing them, he immediately put down his gun and looked at him with a serious expression. All right. Chen Yang looked at everyone and then put on a smiling face. I had some good luck today. I caught 2 pheasants, 4 goats, and 2 wild boars. Everyone, please help carry them down. Of course, if you want to continue hunting here, that is fine too. Anyway, we're going down now, so you have to help me carry them down. When we sell the goods later, I'll share some meat with everyone. When everyone saw that they had followed Chen Dongfeng up the mountain, they hadn't managed to kill a single person and had almost gotten into a conflict with Chen Yang. Upon closer reflection, they realized they couldn't stay with such people any longer, and it was getting late. So everyone offered to help carry the things down the mountain. No one wanted to stay on the mountain any longer. Chen Heidong immediately arranged for everyone to help carry the things, and they went down the mountain in a grand procession. Besides Chen Dongfeng, there were about 10 other people, which actually made things much easier. Chen Yang didn't even have to lift a finger. He went down empty-handed when they arrived at the place where they were hunting goats. They found that there was only 1 goat left that hadn't been taken down yet. Chen Zhenshang was there preparing to move it. He was startled when he saw so many people coming down, but he was very happy when he saw the 2 wild boars they were carrying. At the same time, he looked puzzled. I took a taxi, Chen Yang explained with a smile as he stepped forward. I ran into everyone up there, so I asked them to help me carry it down. I'll share some meat with everyone later. Chen Zheng was surprised that Chen Yang was so capable, managing to bring down 2 more wild boars. He was so happy he could hardly close his eyes. No, what is wrong with you guys? You didn't catch a single one, not even a rabbit. Chen Zhensheng couldn't help but feel a little smug. You guys followed Chen Dongfeng and didn't achieve anything. But look how well I've done here. How can you not be proud? Stop talking. The only thing we encountered was this group of wild boars. I didn't expect that your Dachshund and Xiao Yang had already targeted them first. And when everyone tried to attack in the chaos, no one got anything. Only Xiao Yang was brave enough to go up and kill 2 of them. We didn't get a single thing. Chen Heidong said dejectedly. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Zhensheng wanted to ask a few more questions, but then he noticed Chen Dongfeng, who looked dejected, hurrying past him. He didn't say anything for a moment, but just looked at his back with curiosity. Don't ask any more. I'll tell you on the way. Chen Haidong pulled Chen Zhensheng aside and whispered in his ear. Chen Zhensheng immediately understood that something must have happened up there. Come on. All of you come and help carry these sheep down. I've carried 3 already, and I'm exhausted. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stepped forward to help him carry the sheep. On the way, Chen Heidong told Chen Zhensheng what had just happened on the mountain. Chen Zhensheng also understood, and at the same time, he raised an eyebrow with a hint of anger. Is Chen Dongfeng out of his mind? He is bullying Xiao Yang because his father died when he was young, and he is always trying to step on him. He is even capable of stealing prey from him. Yeah, we didn't expect it either. Luckily, we were there. Otherwise, Xiao Yang would have shot him dead. What would we have done then? We would have had to settle this matter. It is fortunate that such a thing didn't happen. We still need to be careful and keep an eye on them when we go up the mountain in the future. Chen Dongfeng is also not human. He is clearly an elder, but he always argues with the younger generation and even flirts with him. He is mentally ill. Not just today. When has he ever been like this before? He is not just flirting with Xiao Yang. Doesn't he often laugh at our Dachshund, calling him an idiot? Does he really think I don't know? If he ever angers me, I'll settle the score with him, you bastard. Chen Heidong was speechless for a moment, and could only nod, not knowing what to say. Yes, that guy is an idiot. But we don't need to stoop to his level and make a scene, especially since they're all young. It wouldn't be good if things got really bad. I think Xiao Yang is quite different from before. He is not the kind of person who lets others bully him anymore. If this guy dares to cause trouble in front of Xiao Yang again, Xiao Yang might have to teach him a lesson, all right? Let's hurry up and help him move all this stuff downstairs. He'll have to go sell meat again. But he just sold meat here last night, so he probably won't be able to sell any more in our village today. Chapter 21, borrowing the carriage again. That makes perfect sense. So when Chen Yang came down from up there, he was thinking about how to sell these few animals. It is still summer. So this stuff won't last long at home. I'll have to sell it, or it'll spoil sooner or later. It would be better to sell these things and turn them into money. As they carried their things downstairs, Chen Yang had an idea and pulled Chen Zhensheng aside. Uncle Zhensheng, look, everyone helped us carry these things down today. I've already promised to give them some meat later. No problem. What I mean is that we take out one sheep, give some meat to the people who helped carry things down today, and let our two families share some meat as well. As for the other 3 sheep and 2 wild boars, we'll sell them. Okay, I'll listen to you, and I only need a small share of the mutton. I can't keep a single penny of the money from the sale. Chen Zhenchang nodded and said all that. Chen Yang was taken aback and looked at him. Don't look at me like that. What help did Daichun and I do when we went hunting with you in the mountains? We didn't catch a single animal. It was all you who shot. We helped you carry the stuff, so it is only fair that we share some of the meat. If I were to share the money with you, that wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't we be taking advantage of you? So we won't share the money. We'll just share some of the meat. That won't do. Didn't we go hunting together? If I don't share the money with you, what am I? Who would dare to go hunting with me in the future? I know that is the rule, but the rule here is that whoever puts in the most effort gets the most. I've already received my share of the meat, so it is not like I didn't get my share. How could we accept your money? We really didn't put in any effort at all. At this point, Chen Yang himself became embarrassed. He claimed to be an old hunter, having been up the mountain longer than Chen Yang, but he couldn't help at all in this situation. It was truly embarrassing. Chen Yang is a man, and he has his pride too. He was genuinely embarrassed to accept the money. Seeing how determined he was, Chen Yang knew he was unlikely to be able to persuade him. So he thought for a moment before speaking. You said you were embarrassed to accept the money, so I won't say anything. But you have to come with me to sell the meat, and I'll pay you some wages then. If you're going to sell meat, I can go with you, but we'll need to borrow a carriage. How can we sell meat like this? Okay, I'll go to the village office to borrow one. They have a horse-drawn carriage there. Did you borrow it from Diqing last time? Yes. Okay, after we get down the mountain, I'll slaughter one of the sheep and distribute the meat to everyone. I'll also cut 2 pounds of mutton for you to take to Diqing, so it'll be easier to borrow it that way. We won't be down the mountain until at least 1 in the morning. Once we borrow the cart, we'll go to the villages to sell it right away. That way, everyone's financial burden will be lighter, and having a cart will make things easier. Okay, I'll do as you say. By the time they reached the bottom of the mountain, it was indeed almost 1 o'clock. The first thing to do upon arriving at the bottom was for Chen Zheng to cut and divide the meat. Those who came down with Chen Yang to move things were each given 2 or 3 caddies of mutton. After receiving their share of the meat, they happily went home. The Chen Yang and Chen Zheng families each received more than 10 kilograms of mutton. The first thing Chen Yang did was take the mutton home. The house was quiet, everyone was asleep. When he went in, there was no sound at all. He quietly placed the item in the kitchen, and just as he was about to leave, he heard the door open. Then he saw Li Shuangyu staring at him with her eyes wide open. Why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Yang asked, looking at her with some curiosity. Li Shuangyu's face flushed red instantly, and Chen Yang immediately understood. To put it bluntly, this woman is worried about him, and she probably doesn't sleep well all night. There are more than 10 kilograms of mutton and a pheasant in there. I hunted a sheep. Do you think it will spoil? Let me salt it to marinate it. I have to go sell the meat now, so I'll leave first. You got it again? A hint of joy appeared in Li Shuangyu's eyes. Yes, we were lucky today. We caught some game on the mountain. There were 4 goats, 2 wild boars, and 2 pheasants. I gave one of the pheasants to Uncle Zhencheng, and our family got some meat too. I have to sell the rest. You don't need to worry about it. Go to sleep early. I'll be back after I sell everything. Okay, then be careful. Li Shuangyu watched him leave. When Chen Yang returned to that place, only Chen Dechun and Chen Zheng were left there packing their things. Here, this is the meat we left behind. 2 pounds. Go give it to Diqing. Chen Yang hurriedly carried the meat to Chen Diqing's house. When he knocked on Chen Diqing's door, Chen Diqing, wearing a coat, looked at him with a bewildered expression. Uncle Diqing, I hunted a few sheep and 2 wild boars in the mountains. I need to borrow your carriage. Here is some mutton. Please give it to the children to try. After saying that, he handed the large piece of mutton to him. In those days, meat was a valuable commodity, and given the generous gifts given, coupled with Chen Diqing's original lack of objection to him, it was impossible for him to refuse. Go get it yourself. It is in the village committee's yard. I'll give you the key, and you can return it to me tomorrow. Chen Yang quickly grabbed the keys and hurriedly went to fetch the carriage. The voice of Chen Diqing's wife came from inside. What is wrong? Who is it this time? Why are they knocking on the door so late at night? Xiao Yang went up the mountain to hunt again, borrowed our horse-drawn cart, and even got us 2 or 3 caddies of mutton. Look, it is so fresh. You can cook it for the children tomorrow. They haven't had meat in ages. Oh my, it is true. This Xiao Yang is really dedicated, and how come he is so good at hunting? Last time he was selling fish, and this time he is selling meat. How come he seems to be able to get things by fishing and hunting? Who can argue with that? Chen Diqing sighed. But if this child works honestly and earns money to support his family in the future, I won't have to worry so much. And his mother won't have to be so worried all the time. Also, his 3 children will have enough to eat and won't have to worry about going hungry. Overall, it is a good thing. What about his 3 ex-wives? Who can say for sure? Anyway, he brought it back himself. So let him deal with it himself. Why should we worry about how his ex-wife will support him? We're not that smart enough to think about that. We may not be thinking enough, but do you think we don't know what his mother is thinking? All this old lady wants is for him to remarry one of his ex-wives. I don't know if he's even considered that, but he hasn't made a move at all. Maybe you could remind him sometime, since he's already changed. Wouldn't it be better for him to take over the household again? All right. I'll give him a proper reminder sometime. But whether he listens or not is his business. Just keep talking. Who cares if he listens or not? Go to sleep. Stop making noise. Chapter 22 sold over 700 copies. Uncle Chen Chang, where are we going to sell them? After returning there and loading all the sheep and pigs onto the cart, Chen Yang asked Chen Chang with a smile. Chen Yang was his elder, and he had spent more time traveling around the villages in the town than he had, so asking him would give him more specific information. We can visit several villages around here. Let's go to Donglin village first. Okay, let's go to Donglin village then. As they approached the village, Chen Chang threw something out of the basket containing large machetes and placed it directly in front of Chen Yang. Come on, when we get to Donglin village, I'll find a place to sell meat. Go and beat the drum and gong to tell the villagers that we're selling meat here. If anyone wants to buy meat, they'll come over when they hear the noise. Oh, there is this too. I think you were the one who asked Dichun to bang the gong last time, right? Yes, wasn't it him who struck the gong last time? That gong almost woke up the whole village? Okay. Donglin village. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. At the same time, a rough voice rang out from every corner of the village. Meat for sale! Meat for sale! Come and buy meat if you want. Wild boar and goat meat hunted in the mountains. If you want to buy some, hurry up and get up. We're selling meat cheaply. No meat coupons needed. As the thumping sound rang out, Chen Yang's voice also rang out in different places throughout the village. The noise woke up the villagers who had already fallen asleep. But the first thing they did after being woken up wasn't to blame the person who was banging the gong in the middle of the night, but to sit up in surprise. There is meat for sale. Someone from our village went hunting and caught something. Listen, there is wild boar meat, and wild goat meat too. Hurry up and go. Yes, no ration coupons needed. He said they're even selling it cheaper. I need to go check it out right away. In an instant, everyone got out of their beds. Some people also emerged from the damp, warm path. There are designated places for selling meat. Each village has a village center. Chen Yang had traveled all over the country and knew the various villages in the town quite well. So he arranged for Chen Yang to tell everyone that he had already set up a presence at the market in their village, and it is obvious that there are people here who know him. Isn't this Chen Chang? What? Did you go up the mountain to fight, brother? I didn't hunt it myself. I'm just helping someone sell it. It was my nephew who hunted it. He is banging drums and gongs right now, telling you guys to come and buy some meat. How about it? Want to buy some? How much is this meat? Someone had already come up to ask the price. Pork is 1 yuan per jin, 500 G, and the price at the supply and marketing cooperative is about the same as here. Moreover, this is the rule here, all along. No coupons are needed. Lamb is a little more expensive, at 1 yuan and 50 cents per jin. See what you want to buy, and we'll cut it for you. Compared to the north, people in the south eat less mutton, and mutton is more expensive, especially more expensive than pork, which is normal. Your pork price is quite normal. But could you make the lamb a little cheaper? I haven't had lamb in a long time, and I'd like to buy some to try. Brother, I'm sure you know what the market is like here. It is not that we're selling at a high price. That is just the situation. 1 yuan and 50 cents is considered cheap here. If you buy it at the supply and marketing cooperative, you'd be paying much more. That makes sense. Leaving the other party speechless for a moment. Give me 2 pounds of pork. Okay, regardless. Meat sold here is very popular, and it wasn't long before people came up to buy some. After someone went to get a sample, even more people came to buy meat. For a time, the place was bustling with activity. Moreover, after Chen Yang finished banging the gong and drum, He quickly returned to collect the money and cooperate. With Chen Dachun and his son Chen Yang cutting and selling meat, the process seemed very fast. In those days, meat was scarce and expensive, so when this cheap meat came here, it sold very well. Don't underestimate this small village. They actually sold a pig and a sheep here. After that, they moved on to other villages, selling wild boar meat and wild goat meat. Cheap sale. Those who want to buy meat, hurry up. Chen Yang didn't stop much throughout the night. He kept banging the gong. I wonder how many neighbors were scared away. They finally sold out their stock around 7 a.m. after selling everything. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Chen Yang was driving his car home. Chen Yang was counting money, while Chen Dachun looked triumphant. They sold 2 pigs here, and the 2 pigs should weigh more than 400 jin, 200 kilograms. In addition, there are 3 sheep. The 3 sheep should weigh around 240 pounds, and each sheep should weigh at least 80 pounds. We sold a total of over 738 yuan here. His voice trembled as he finished counting so many. But it is not surprising. You have 2 wild boars and 3 sheep. It is not surprising that you sold them for this price. Not bad, Chen Zhenshang said with a smile. Although he had been fishing and hunting for many years, he had never heard of getting so much stuff at once. Normally, the whole village would go hunting, and if they managed to bring down a wild boar together and share some of the meat, that would be considered a pleasant surprise. This time, Chen Yang displayed incredible prowess, single-handedly hunting so many prey. Uncle Zhenshang, we agreed on this money before. You said you didn't want any dividends, so I'll give you a salary. That is only fair, isn't it? Okay, I'll take the salary. Chen Yang readily agreed. Are you leaving out? Bad asking him to share the money with Chen Yang. I couldn't bring myself to do it. The reason is quite simple. As an elder, I am not like Chen Dongfeng, who is a shameless person. Although he went hunting in the mountains with Chen Yang, he really didn't do anything. If he did contribute anything, it was just carrying some things for him. But Chen Yang gave him 10 or 20 kilograms of mutton and a pheasant, so that evened it out. How could I possibly ask him to share the money now, but since I sold meat for him all night, I can accept the wages. Here, I'll pay you 2 your wages. Chen Yang thought for a moment, took 700 yuan for himself, and stuffed the remaining 38 yuan into Chen Dachun's hand. There is a total of 38 yuan here, consider it your wages for the 2 of you. These days, a worker in the city only earns about 40 or 50 yuan a month, which averages out to a little over 1 yuan a day. Chen Yang paid them over 38 yuan for that one night, which was more than 19 yuan per person. A very high wage. Xiao Yang, where are there so many? Chen Zheng was taken aback and turned to look at him. It is all right. You've already brought out knives and other things. Wouldn't it be reasonable for me to give you over 30 yuan? Besides, you've been helping me move things around. Haven't you? Don't refuse. Just accept it. Dad, with this 30-odd yuan, you can go to the old Chinese medicine doctor in town to get some medicine for yourself. Otherwise, my mom keeps saying that you are weak and not good at lasting. Chen Dachun chuckled as he saw that his father and Chen Yang had made up their minds and put the money away. I must have owed you something in my past life. Chen Zhen's face turned pale. Chen Yang laughed, then lay down on the carriage and pounded on the carriage floor. Dachun, you're a real master at livening up the atmosphere. Chen Dachun looked aggrieved, thinking to himself, what did I say wrong? I was just trying to be helpful by reminding you. You normal people are so hard to please. It is better for me to be the fool. Brother Yang, these normal people are really hard to understand. No matter what I say, it is wrong. Next time, I'll play with idiots. I'll play with you. Chen Yang immediately stopped laughing. Chapter 23. Different kinds of concern at home. Li Shuangyu was washing clothes. Ding Xiaoyi and Zhao Jingzhu were preparing a meal in the kitchen. Deng Yufeng was combing Chen Yi's hair, glancing out the door every now and then. If you're really worried, go look for him. Li Shuangyu was actually looking outside constantly, feeling uneasy even while doing laundry. But seeing Deng Yufeng like this, she couldn't help but say something to him. Normally, every time I see you or Chen Yang, I have to say something sarcastic to him. He hasn't come back all night, so aren't you the one who is worried now? They're putting on an act right in front of us. Deng Yufeng chuckled. What do I have to worry about? Didn't he come back last night? You weren't asleep either, were you? Deng Yufeng chuckled dismissively. I wonder who couldn't sleep all night. He found out as soon as he pushed the door open and came into the yard, and then he ran over to talk to him like a little puppy. But you weren't awake yourself, were you? You must have been awake when I was talking to him, and you were eavesdropping behind the door, weren't you? Who wants to eavesdrop on your conversation? What is so interesting about it? I was just woken up by him, afraid that you two might still have feelings for each other after the divorce and cause some trouble. When Li Shuangyu heard him say that, she remembered the day when none of them were around and she and Chen Yang were having sex to create a baby. I don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I was also woken up by him, and I had no choice but to get up and check on him. I thought he was going to do something. Deng Yufeng chuckled, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, "Don't I know what you're thinking? You say I'm faking it, but aren't you faking it yourself? They're not back yet?" Just then, Ding Xiaoyi came out of the kitchen. "Mom, you should ask your daughter. In-law, she was the only one who talked to your son last night. Ask her where she went." Deng Yufeng said sarcastically. However, her family was used to her sarcastic and unpredictable manner, so no one was surprised. "He just said last night that he was going to sell meat, but I don't know where he went to sell meat, but I heard that he went with Uncle Zhencheng. They have company, so it is okay." As they were chatting, they heard footsteps outside, and then Chen Yang's tall figure appeared in front of them. "Is it time to eat? I'm starving." Chen Yang returned the carriage and keys to Chen Deqing before going home. He saw his family laughing inside and went up to ask. Li Shuangyu had jumped up, forgetting about washing clothes, and went to check on him. Deng Yufeng originally wanted to stand up, but after seeing her like this, she curled her lips and looked disdainful. Her plump buttocks, which had left the chair, fell back down at this moment. "No need to look. It is all right. Last night was a great harvest. I hunted 2 wild boars, 4 sheep, and 2 pheasants. I sold the 2 wild boars and 3 sheep. Come on, look, this is the money I made today. A total of 700 yuan. After saying that, he took out the money. He doesn't like to show off. Firstly, I am happy. Secondly, he needed to gain the trust of his ex-wives. Otherwise, they would all be critical of him and never give him a kind look. Although he knew that all of his ex-wives still had feelings for him, otherwise they would have run away long ago. However, their attitude towards her was also very bad. The only one who was relatively better was Li Shuangyu, who had just divorced her not long ago. Zhao Jingzhu treated him almost coldly, seemingly not caring about him at all. Deng Yufeng, on the other hand, was sarcastic and would occasionally stab himself in the back. They were a little disappointed in themselves, so he had to win them over. "You really paid this much?" Ding Xiaoyi looked at the money in his hand, somewhat incredulous. "Oh my. You're really something now. Come on, give me the money," Ding Xiaoyi said, reaching for his money. But Chen Yang took the money back and stuffed it into his pocket. "Mom, I'll give you the money later, didn't I tell you? I need to save money to repair our house. We can only repair the house when we've saved enough. How can we repair it if I give you the money? You're not lying to me." Ding Xiaoyi looked at him. "I'm your son. How could I possibly lie to you about this? It's definitely true. I'll take the money for now." But at that moment, Ding Xiaoyi suddenly shook her head and pointed to Zhao Jingzhu inside. "If you really want to build a house, that's fine. But I don't trust you with this money, especially such a large sum. You should give it to Jingzhu." Okay, Deng Yufeng and Zhao Jingzhu had a good relationship. After all, they had been in the same boat for several years, so she immediately supported her mother-in-law upon hearing this. "I trust Jingzhu if you give it to her. Otherwise, if you put it in your hands, one of your friends might invite you out to eat, drink, and have fun, and you'll end up spending it all." "Where would I get so many friends?" Chen Yang chuckled dryly as he explained. "Anyway, I don't care. This money either goes to Mom or to Sister Jingzhu. It can't be kept by you." Chen Yang, somewhat helpless, scratched his head, and finally went inside. Zhao Jingzhu was cooking inside. "Jingzhu, what are we having for dinner today?" Chen Yang asked as he approached her. Zhao Jingzhu didn't turn her head, but simply answered calmly, "What was left over from yesterday? Don't we have porridge for breakfast?" Zhao Jingzhu didn't say anything more, but her meaning was clear. Breakfast was ready. Chen Yang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked her softly, "Did you know I was up in the mountains all night, so you specially cooked for me? Thank you for your concern." Zhao Jingzhu frowned, glanced at him, and remained silent. "Here, this is the 700 yuan I got from hunting in the mountains last night. Mom and Yufeng both said they would entrust it to you to manage, saying they didn't trust me, so I'll give it to you." Chen Yang stuffed the 700 yuan into her hand without hesitation. Zhao Jingzhu was truly taken aback. On the one hand, they didn't expect Chen Yang to earn 700 yuan in one night. Secondly, I didn't expect Chen Yang to give me the money without hesitation. After a moment of stunned silence, she immediately looked in front of him, then pressed him down and turned him to look behind her. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Zhao Jingzhu is truly a virtuous wife and loving mother, with a dignified and elegant appearance. She is also considered an extremely virtuous person in her family. He initially thought Zhao Jingzhu was the perfect partner sent from heaven, but after she gave birth to their child, he found her boring and eventually filed for divorce. Zhao Jingzhu didn't make a fuss, but simply asked him if he had made up his mind. After he said he had, the two got divorced. But he knew that Zhao Jingzhu actually loved him very much. Otherwise, why would she have agreed to stay in their home? I'm fine. I shot 2 wild boars, killing them both with 1 shot. The goats are no threat at all. I am using this money to renovate our house. You can take it first, and we'll use it when we build the house. Of course, 700 yuan is definitely not enough. If I'm going to build a house, I want to build it well so that everything we do will be easier. Zhao Jingzhu held the money in her hand and looked at him. She always felt that her ex-husband seemed to have changed a little, and she couldn't figure him out. Okay, but I hope you are not just saying nice things to Mom. Of course I am not just saying nice things to Mom. I mean what I say. Chapter 24. A sharp tongue, but a soft heart. After saying that, Zhao Jingzhu turned her head back and continued cooking as if she hadn't heard. Chen Yang didn't care whether she heard him or not. He left after saying those words. He was so tired and sleepy that he went in to take a shower. Meanwhile, after he left, Deng Yufeng slowly went into the kitchen. Could it be that he coaxed her to tears with just a few words? Deng Yufeng chuckled softly as he looked at Zhao Jingzhu, who remained motionless despite the footsteps. Zhao Jingzhu still didn't turn her head. This guy is such a smooth talker. We were all tricked by him into marrying him. Isn't he despicable? We haven't heard him say things like that in years, but now that we hear it, he is starting to have some thoughts again. All right? If you want to stab him, then go ahead and stab him. What is the point of coming here and saying all this to me? After a while, Zhao Jingzhu finally spoke, somewhat helplessly. My dear sister, you've already fallen for his tricks once. Are you planning to fall for them again? Deng Yufeng said, exasperated. If you don't want to fall for his tricks, why don't you leave? Mom didn't chain your feet, and he didn't force you to stay here. Why don't you leave? I still have Chen Yi here, don't I? Didn't he say it was agreed back then? If you want to take Chen Yi with you, you can. If you don't want to take her, she can stay at his house, and he'll take care of her. Look at him now. He can even earn money by hunting in the mountains. Can't he take good care of her? What are you worried about? If you leave Chen Yi here, she'll be all alone and will be able to get married later. You are still young, only 26 years old. Hemp, I knew you were all hypocrites. I am only 26, and you are only 27. You could still get married even if you left your child here, but I haven't seen you get married yet. So the 3 of us sisters shouldn't criticize each other here. It is just a matter of who is worse off than whom. What is there to say? Or you just say something sarcastic to him. Why are you stabbing me? Zhao Jingzhu's subtle yet sharp retort left Deng Yufeng at a loss for what to do. And in the end, he could only step forward and hug her. Sister Jingzhu, I'm sorry, I just got a little angry when I saw him. I didn't mean to target you. You're all bark and no bite if you want to show your concern. Just say so. What is the point of hiding it like this? I'm not going to talk about you anymore, but you're bringing it up again. Fine, fine. If that is really how you feel, then why don't you do the same thing? Aren't you just pretending to be cold and aloof? For a moment, neither of the 2 women moved, and finally, Deng Yufeng sat down in front of the stove to start a fire. Breakfast was still very plentiful. There were still leftovers from yesterday, and this morning I even fried a bowl of fish with chili peppers. Don't go anywhere after you eat. Just stay in your room and rest. You were up all night last night, and the night before that you were up all night again. If you keep going like this, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Listen to me. While eating, Ding Xiaoyi began to worry about her son's health. I'm telling you to step up, but I'm not asking you to work this hard. How can you keep working so hard? Okay. Chen Yang nodded. I need to get some rest. Dad, did you go hunting in the mountains again last night? Mom said, we can have mutton for lunch. Chenya looked at him curiously. Yes, we can have mutton for lunch. Dad went hunting in the mountains again. There will also be pheasant for lunch. Your mom can stew it and have some soup. Dad, you're so amazing. When will you take me hunting in the mountains? Chen Yang laughed. Okay, when you grow up, Dad will take you hunting in the mountains, but not now. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang went inside to rest. He was just too tired and needed to catch up on his sleep. However, the Chen sisters, Chen Yi and Chenya, seemed to want to play with their father. After Chen Yang went inside, closed the door, and went to sleep, they prepared to go in and find him. What are you going in there for? Deng Yufeng grabbed his daughter Chen Yi's hand and held Chen Yi's hand as well, preventing them from going in and disturbing Chen Yang. Aunt Feng, I want to play with Daddy, Chen Yi said, looking at Deng Yufeng with an innocent expression. Now is not the time to play with him. Your dad hasn't slept well these past 2 nights. He has been hunting in the mountains every day. Let him get some rest and play with him after he has had a good night's sleep. At the very least, you absolutely cannot go in and disturb him before lunchtime. The 2 girls were a little disappointed when they heard this, but could only say, "Oh," to indicate that they understood. Afterwards, the 2 girls went out to play together again. Meanwhile, at Chen Zheng's home, they had just finished eating and were preparing to go to bed. "You really got so much money back, Chen Zhenchang." Wife was overjoyed, especially when she saw the 38 yuan in her hand. Her face was practically creased with laughter. "How is that fake? We still have a pheasant and a large piece of mutton at home, all given to us by him. Xiao Yang is a very considerate person. He didn't forget us after we helped him, and was quite generous. Actually, we feel a little embarrassed because we think he gave us too much. We didn't help at all on the mountain. He was a really good hunter, killing one with every shot. If Chen Dongfeng hadn't interfered with our plans last night, we might have caught more than 2 wild boars. Maybe Da Chun and I could have even taken one down." At this point, Chen Zheng suddenly slapped his thigh, heartbroken and indignant. "That bastard Chen Dongfeng is always causing trouble. If it weren't for him, we might have actually managed to kill another wild boar. If Da Chun and I had hunted a wild boar, I would have no right to share the spoils with him. Now I'm caught in the middle, and I feel a bit resentful when I think of Chen Dongfeng." Just then, they heard footsteps outside and saw Chen Heidong come in. "Have you sold everything?" Chen Heidong greeted him with a smile, then went inside and sat down. "Have you eaten yet? Let's eat together." "No need for lunch. I've already eaten. Earlier than you. I just heard you were back and came to ask you." "Looks like you really sold out. You must have made a lot of money from all that stuff, right?" Chen Zhencheng glanced at him before leisurely speaking. "Why do you care how much he sold it for? This isn't like you. Why are you concerned about how much other people made?" "I'm not really concerned about how much money he made. I just want to ask you when he'll go hunting in the mountains again." Upon hearing this, Chen Dachun suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I know. Uncle Haddong must also want to go hunting in the mountains with us, but he was too embarrassed to ask Brother Yang, so he came to us instead. Is that right?" Chen Haidong looked embarrassed, not expecting that Chen Dachun had seen through his little scheme. Dachun is getting more and more amazing. He has such keen eyes. He saw right through me. "That is right. I did want to ask when you are going hunting in the mountains again. I'd like to go with you." Chapter 25. Fishing again. Actually, not only Dachun, but even the shrewd Chen Zheng saw through his little scheme at a glance. However, after hearing what he said, he deliberately used words to provoke him. "Hey, weren't you going hunting in the mountains with Chen Dongfeng and the others? Why are you coming with us now? Aren't you going with Chen Dongfeng?" Chen Dongfeng is a veteran hunter, incredibly skilled, a very good hunter. Won't you be at a disadvantage if you don't go hunting with him and instead come with us? Stop being sarcastic in front of me. Damn it! I thought Chen Dongfeng was a skilled hunter, and maybe we could catch something with him. Turns out he is so useless. He led us up the mountain, and we didn't catch a single prey. We finally saw a group of wild boars, but we didn't manage to shoot any of them. I was dumbfounded. His marksmanship isn't much better than mine. Looks like I can't go hunting with him anymore, otherwise it'll be a waste of time. On the other hand, Xiao Yang is so good. I never expected to catch so much with him, by the way. How much did he give you? He watched intently. This was the issue he cared about most. Neither of us caught any. So how could we possibly take a share of his money? We didn't dare take his share. We just got this one pheasant and over 10 kilograms of mutton. Oh, and I helped him sell the meat, so he paid me some wages. You're so righteous. You feel bad about taking his money since you didn't get the chance to beat him. If you had let Chen Dongfeng do it, he wouldn't care about all that. Even though it was someone else who beat him, he would still have the nerve to say that it was Chen Dongfeng who beat him. Comparing me to him? Aren't you insulting me? Do you think I'm that kind of person? How can you bully my own nephew? Besides, Xiao Yang is very generous. He gave us a total of about 40 yuan for our combined wages. So many. Chen Heidong rubbed his hands together excitedly upon hearing this. Clearly tempted. Xiao Yang is always generous. So what's so strange about him giving this money? If he didn't give it, it wouldn't be like him at all. I'm not surprised at all. You should know what kind of person he is. I knew before that this guy wasn't a bad person at heart, and he was actually quite kind. Hearted. But wasn't he just lazing around before? Now it seems that Xiao Yang is really quite good. It is quite difficult to reach his level, Chen Heidong said with some emotion. Isn't it extremely difficult? So when exactly are you going up the mountain again? I'm planning to go too. I don't know. We're both exhausted right now. After we finish eating, Da Chun and I need to rest properly, so we don't have time to talk about when to go up the mountain. We'll ask later if you really want to go. I'll talk to Xiao Yang and see if he'd be willing to take you up the mountain. Then it is settled. I'll be going now so as not to disturb your rest. Chen Heidong laughed and quickly left. He is planning to go too? Aunt Zhensheng said with a smile after they had left. I witnessed Xiao Yang's marksmanship last night, and today I came to find out how much money he gave me. After finding out, I felt that Xiao Yang was a decent person, so I was willing to go with him. But that guy Chen Dongfeng is really a scoundrel. There is no point in going with him. Yes, brother Xiao Yang is such a meticulous person, Dad. He gave us so much money. Go to the old Chinese medicine doctor in town and get some medicine. Mom, you are not allowed to say that Dad is weak and can't last long anymore. Look, the whole village is laughing at him. Chen Zheng's lips twitched slightly. Aunt Zhensheng blushed with embarrassment and suddenly slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Who in the whole village is laughing at him? Who is laughing at him? The whole village laughed at him. I brought it up when we were hunting, and everyone laughed at him. Aunt Zhensheng was so angry that her face turned pale, and she pressed his head down hard. My goodness, are they laughing at me? They're laughing at you. Can you please stop spreading rumors about me and your father? You're not ashamed, but I feel ashamed. Chen Zhensheng had become numb. Damn it. What can I do about my own son? However, I'll have to be more careful next time. Otherwise, he'll expose all my little hobbies. And how will I face the other people in the village after that? Wouldn't that make me lose all face? Chen Yang woke up around lunchtime, and to take care of him, they made sure he slept a little longer, so they didn't eat lunch until 1:30 p.m. after sleeping for a few hours. Chen Yang felt refreshed and much better than before. He felt he could kill all 3 of his ex-wives until their corpora ruptured. We made pheasant soup for lunch. Moreover, by the time he sat down at the table, a full bowl of pheasant soup was already placed in front of him. My mom served it to you, Chen Yang mischievously told him from the side. You won't let me drink it. Here, I'll give you a drink. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Then I won't drink it. Mom said Dad has been working so hard these past few days, he needs some chicken soup to help him recover. Chen Yang couldn't help but look at Zhao Jingzhu, only to find that Zhao Jingzhu's expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly and focused on eating. However, not long after finishing their meal, they heard noises outside again and followed Chen Dashun and Shiley. Auntie, 3 sisters, in-law. Dachun was a very polite child, and he greeted them properly after entering. Dachun, have you eaten yet? Ding Xiaoyi also liked this child quite a bit, mainly because he was a simpleton and didn't have any common sense. Other men might have some thoughts when they see their 3 beautiful daughters in-law. But Dachun only admires them and has nothing else in his eyes. She is as innocent as a 3-year-old child in kindergarten. I've already eaten. I just came to see if my brother Yang has eaten. What is wrong? Chen Yang had finished eating by then, put down his bowl and chopsticks, came to his side and asked him with a smile. I wanted to ask you, are we going hunting tonight? Or are we going fishing this afternoon? Fishing and hunting. Chen Yang smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and then nodded. It is not impossible. But we've already sold our goods around here, so even if we hunt, they might not sell well in the area, right? Oh, what should we do then? Dachun thought it made sense, and couldn't help but look at Chen Yang with admiration. Yang is really good at thinking things through. I didn't even think of that. No rush. Chen Yang shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said, how about we go fishing in the river later? That is great. Dachun was very happy. Anyway, we can catch a lot of fish and sell them for money. I'll go fishing with you this afternoon, and we'll use my family's bamboo raft. Yes, we'll use your bamboo raft for now. I'll have to make my own bamboo raft when I have some time. Okay, it is settled then. Dachun was very happy. When are we going? Let's go now. Grab the things and head over immediately. Okay, I'll go back and get the bucket right now. After saying that, Dai Shun happily went back to get the bucket. Go now? You just finished eating. Aren't you tired? Ding Xiaoyi looked at him with some concern. Chapter 26, you'll be so envious. It is all right. Chen Yang reassured his mother with a smile, and he was already preparing things. We have so many things to do at home, I need to earn more money. Otherwise, how will we manage? He himself seemed somewhat helpless as he spoke of this. There are so many things to buy now. Don't just talk about building a house. You should also mention that you don't have a horse-drawn carriage. So it is inconvenient for you to go in and out to sell things. It doesn't seem right for you to keep asking Chen Deqing to borrow a horse-drawn carriage. Besides, this carriage belongs to the village committee, not Chen Deqing's family. If they borrow too much, people will definitely talk. But buying a horse-drawn carriage would cost a lot of money. So now Chen Yang needs to make money and sort everything out before he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now it is time to get tired. Moreover, Chen Yang has always had a theory that anyone who wants to live a normal life will eventually get tired. It is just a matter of sooner or later. If you get tired early, you might not be so tired in your later years. If you are lazy when you are young and eventually want to live an ordinary life, you'll have to work hard in your old age. Just like myself, I am already 27 years old this year. In the rural areas of that era, he was already considered to be of advanced age, with the eldest son being even older than the second son. She has 3 children of her own. Because of my lack of discipline and laziness in previous years, my family's financial situation is now very poor. Now that I want to live a normal life, I have to make up for all of this, right? That must be tiring. If you don't work hard now, you'll have to work harder when you're older at that time. Even if you wanted to be tired, you might not have the physical strength. With that thought in mind, he packed his things, picked up the large basins and buckets, and prepared to go outside. Be careful. Li Shuangyue immediately followed and said. Deng Yufeng behind him curled her lip. Zhao Jingzhu did not speak. Okay. Chen Yang waved his hand and quickly disappeared from the scene. On the banks of the Fengjiang River, Dachun had already come over carrying a bucket, looking at him with a big smile. The two used the same trick again, untied the bamboo raft, and then boarded it and pulled it into the river. But fate had other plans. Just as they were about to push off into the river, they discovered that there were other people fishing on the river as well. Brother Yang, it looks like that bastard Chen Dongfeng. Not only him, Chen Fang is there too. Chen Dachun had sharp eyes and spotted Chen Dongfeng and his son fishing in the river at a glance. At this moment, the father and son also noticed them. Chen Dongfeng's face was extremely grim because of the dispute on the mountain. None of the people who went hunting with him this time trusted him anymore, and they were unwilling to go hunting with him. Feeling bored and embarrassed, he decided to come here to fish. He had also heard that Chen Yang and Chen Dequn had caught quite a few fish here yesterday, and he wanted to come and try his luck. I didn't expect that after I arrived, I would find that the two of them were here too. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Ignore him. Chen Yang was too lazy to argue with such a fool, so he instructed Chen Dequn. Dequn, stay away from them. Don't fish with them. Let's find a suitable spot to fish ourselves. All right, Chen Dachun nodded, but still suggested somewhat defiantly. We don't need to be afraid of him at all. Who is he? Let's fight if we want. Neither he nor his son can beat us two brothers. As he said this, Chen Dachun looked eager to go up and teach him a lesson. They used to call me an idiot. Both father and son are like that. If I were to hit him now, I wouldn't hold back at all. You want revenge? Of course, Chen Dachun said with a serious face. Of course, I want to take revenge. He is not a human being. Of course, I would like it if I could beat him up. It is just that my dad always suppresses me and doesn't let me take revenge. Otherwise, I would have beaten him up a long time ago. We two brothers are tall and strong, and it is no problem to beat them up like little chickens. How about we go and beat him up now? All right. Chen Yang shook his head. Then suddenly his vision turned red as he realized there was something in front of him. Dequn, forget about everything else. Let's fish first. Come on, stop here. I'm going to cast the net. Okay. With that, Chen Yang immediately cast his net. At this moment, Chen Dongfeng and his son Chen Fang also saw it from the other side. Dad, how about we go beat him up? Chen Fang, oblivious to the danger, gritted his teeth upon seeing Chen Yang, seemingly filled with intense hatred for him. Chen Dongfeng frowned and glared at his son, thinking to himself, What are you doing acting so arrogantly in front of me? Are you their match? Should we beat him up? If you go up there now, you'll probably get beaten up. Can you beat him? Chen Dongfeng felt a little scared when he thought of Chen Yang's murderous look when he pointed a gun at his head. What are you afraid of? My brother is still at home. The three of us can take on two of him, can't we? If he dares to bully you, I'll make him regret it. Chen Fang gritted his teeth. Most importantly, he was envious, with 3 beautiful ex-wives. This guy is truly the envy of all the men his age in the village. Chen Fang was no exception. Moreover, Chen Yang liked each of his three ex-wives very much. But people didn't even give him a second glance, which greatly hurt his self-esteem. Even if I'm a little ugly, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Besides, so what if I'm a little ugly? My body has some special strengths. You just don't know it. If you knew, wouldn't you kneel down at my feet? Moreover, ugly people are usually honest and won't do anything shady. Of course, these were all his own thoughts. Most importantly, he couldn't contain his anger when he saw Chen Yang in front of him. Never mind him, isn't he fishing? I'm really curious to see what kind of fish he can catch. He is bragging so much, like he is guaranteed to have a catch as soon as he arrives. Pshaw. We'll see what kind of fish he catches then. Yeah, if he can't hit us, we'll go up and taunt him. Damn it, we've disliked him for ages, and he still dares to mess with us. He has got some nerve. Just as I was thinking this, I noticed that Chen Yang had cast a net down and was pulling it up, as if it was about to be released. He thinks he'll get lucky once and then get even more lucky. It is hilarious. Doesn't he realize that we often fish in this river? We know best whether there are fish in it or not. What does he know? And he still comes here to join in the fun. Chen Fang said gloatingly. Unexpectedly at that moment, the net was pulled up, and suddenly a lot of fish jumped around. The father and son were completely dumbfounded. Whether it was intentional or genuinely that Chen Dachun was that excited, he suddenly started shouting wildly, "My God, 3 turtles! How can there be 3 turtles, brother Yang? You're amazing! 3 turtles in one net, plus so many big fish. This net must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds, maybe even more. Look at this. Look at this. It is a grass carp that weighs at least 10 pounds. And look at this. It is a 6 or 7 jin, 3.5 -4 caddies upturned beak." Upon hearing this, the father and son's eyes turned red, and they kept looking over to see if it was true or false. But when they saw it, their faces turned pale. That is right. It is true. There were so many big fish, and at that moment, the turtle was struggling in their hands. Chapter 27. They be furious. Holy crap. What is going on? How come all the fish have gone to him? Why does he get such good fish? Chen Fang cursed, feeling that God was being unfair to him. Chen Dongfeng, standing to the side, was so envious that his feet almost turned purple. This guy's got some serious luck. How come he is so lucky fishing here? He caught 3 turtles and a huge grass carp on his first try. Damn it, something's not right. Is this some kind of scheme targeting us? Chen Dongfeng was seething with anger. Dad, don't worry. We'll go over there and take a look later. He can hit us, but we can't. Chen Yang hadn't expected to be so lucky. The net weighed more than 30 or 40 pounds, at least 40 or 50 pounds, which was completely beyond his expectations. He was so happy that he put everything away and then asked Da Chun to row the boat to the other side as he wished, because it is bright red over there. After they swung to one side, Chen Dongfeng and his son immediately filled their original positions. Look at them! Chen Dachun suddenly pointed at them, laughed loudly, and spoke to them in a brazen manner. I'm telling you, you two are really unlucky, aren't you? Did you want to get involved too? Don't you even know if you have the luck? There is nothing left in there. We've already wiped them all out. You can't even catch the shit while it is still hot. It is hilarious. The Chun's words infuriated the father and son. Chen Dachun, that idiot, has such an awful way of speaking. He is asking for it. How dare they talk to us like that? Ignore him. Let's quickly set up our net here. Maybe there are still some left. This fool will just catch one and leave. Let's show them what we've got and teach them a lesson they'll regret. Chen Dongfeng said to Chen Fang. Okay. Chen Fang nodded and immediately took over throwing the net. The net sank to the bottom of the water, and as soon as he felt it, he immediately pulled it up, filled with anticipation. Dad, I have a feeling there are definitely some down there, and quite a few. I can feel them struggling. Yes, they are struggling. Haha, there must be some. He said this happily as he pulled upwards. Pulling it up like this, you find that there is something inside, but it is just rocks. I don't know how it happened, but a stone got inside. Ha. Dachun had already paddled the bamboo raft to the other side, and was watching them cast their nets from the raft. When they saw that there was nothing inside, and especially when they saw Chen Fang's exasperated expression, they burst into laughter, as if it were very funny. You idiot. Even I know that place disappeared after we hit it once, and you guys still went there to fight. It is hilarious. Did you think you were going to find some treasure? Damn it, Chen Fang cursed angrily, pointing at him. You stupid Dachun. Do you want to die saying such nasty things? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Come on, come on. Hit me and see what happens. Chen Dachun wasn't afraid of him at all. If you dare to hit me, I'll be your father. If you don't dare to hit me, you'll be my son. You idiot. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Chen Feng realized what was happening and started cursing. Chen Yangzi almost died laughing. Who said Da Chun was an idiot? They're smart. They always manage to get the upper hand when they talk. However, he ignored Chen Dongfeng and his son and quickly pulled up the net. With this pull, many fish jumped and thrashed about in the net, seemingly trying to escape. See that? See that? You guys don't even know how to fish. Our brother Yang is the real expert. Look, he catches fish with one net, and he catches fish with two nets. Do you even know what fishing is? I bet you can't even hunt properly, let alone fish. What kind of fishing are you? Go home and rest. Chen Dongfeng stared in disbelief, his face flushed red from Chen Dachun's scolding. Yet he was also filled with resentment, still not convinced. Why is he so amazing? One hit and another comes. One hit and another comes. There wasn't a single sound coming from my side, which is strange. He was filled with extreme hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, after finishing up here, Chen Yang went to another place, seemingly abandoning this place. Let's go! Let's go take another look. Chen Dongfeng still didn't believe in this superstition, so he once again pulled the bamboo raft over there and cast another net. Still nothing. Then they saw Chen Yang cast another net over there, and the catch was very plentiful, with the fish being quite large. Damn it, what is going on? Is his mother poisonous? Chen Feng was dumbfounded, feeling that something was wrong. How could something so miraculous happen? Ha! Are you dumbfounded now? Chen Dachun laughed loudly. He just couldn't stand them and would take any opportunity to stab them. The father and son turned bright red, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. They didn't know whether to continue chasing after them or what, so they just gritted their teeth and stood there. Never mind them. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh as he spoke to Chen Dachun, seeing their anxious and flustered state. They probably hate us a lot, so why should we care? Just focus on our own business. Let's keep fighting, and fight a lot more today. Tomorrow's market day, so maybe we can go to the market or town to sell our wares tomorrow afternoon. And we'll definitely earn more if we sell in small quantities. Okay? Chen Dachun nodded vigorously. Brother Yang, wherever you tell me to sell, I'll go sell. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Let's go, buy a lot more, and we'll go into the city to sell them. Okay. After several unsuccessful attempts, Chen Dongfeng and his son gave up, and simply stopped fishing, coming ashore to watch the two of them from a distance. What followed was so heartbreaking that it made their hearts bleed, because they discovered that Chen Yang and Chen Dachun would catch one fish after another in the next net. It never fails to deliver. Even from a distance, just by looking at how the fish were arranged on the bamboo rafts, you could tell they were huge, much larger than the small fish they had caught. It is a ghost. Chen Feng didn't believe it, but what he saw in front of him forced him to believe it. Dad, tell me what is going on. Why can he always catch fish while we can't? It doesn't make sense. We're just as good at fishing, and we're on the same river. So why is this happening? Do all the fish recognize him? I've never seen fish rushing to their deaths. Chen Dongfeng's hands were trembling. You're asking me, how the hell should I know? This is the first time I've encountered something like this. There are indeed plenty of fish in Fengjiang, and the resources are plentiful, but you need luck. Of course you can hit what you can, but you can't hit what you can't, no matter what you do. How would I know why he was able to hit him? I've never seen anything like this before. I'm so envious. Chen Feng's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. However, Chen Yang's side has almost finished fighting. Although they brought a little extra today, such as a net that they tied to the bamboo raft and secured, so they could put the fish in the net. In addition, they had brought large basins and buckets, so they filled them with a lot of fish. Even so, it was already full of fish, and there was no room left. According to Chen Yang's estimate, there were at least 400 or 500 caddies of fish here. That is enough. Chapter 28, going to the city to sell fish. Chen Yang was very satisfied with his harvest. Seeing that it was almost done, he said something to Da Chun, and the two hurriedly rode back to the willow tree. Huh? They're gone. But when they got back to shore, they found that the father and son were nowhere to be found. You know, seeing us fishing like this just now, he must be getting really anxious, right? He must be so envious. I'm going to make him furious. Chen Dachun laughed heartily, very pleased with himself. Never mind that. So many fish tomorrow, damn it, this won't do. I'm afraid all these fish will die tomorrow. How about we sell them today? Anyway, it's only about an hour's drive from here to the city, and it'll be even faster with a carriage. Here's what we'll do. I'll go borrow a carriage. You wait here for me, and after I borrow the carriage, we'll go straight to the city. Okay. Chen Dachun nodded vigorously. Chen Yang hurriedly arrived at the village committee office. Chen Daching was inside the village committee office when he saw him come in and was taken aback. You need to borrow the carriage again. Yes, I need to borrow a carriage. That won't do. Chen Dongfeng and his son just came and borrowed the carriage. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Damn it, they're deliberately targeting me. Uncle Diching, what do you need them for? Then I don't know. Chen Diching spread his hands somewhat helplessly. You know that if you can borrow a carriage, they can definitely borrow one too. I can't just lend one to you and not to them. That bastard. He deliberately blocked me. Chen Yang cursed inwardly, then thought for a moment, and asked Chen Diching. Uncle Diching, do we have any more horse-drawn carriages in our village? Is this the only one? What do you need a carriage for? I caught about 400 or 500 caddies of fish, and I'm going to sell them. But we definitely can't sell them all by hand. So I'm going to take them to the city to sell. Maybe I can make a little more money there. You're going to sell them in the city? Chen Diching was a little surprised. But when he heard that he had caught 400 or 500 caddies of fish, his voice changed. You're not kidding me, are you? 400 or 500 pounds of fish. Yes, it weighs only 400 or 500 pounds if I don't sell it today. I'm afraid it will die tomorrow. That makes sense. Wait a moment. Chen Diching thought for a moment and then said, we can't delay. Our village committee only has this one horse-drawn cart. But there's another one at the forest farm. They just had some stuff loaded up and should be here soon. Why don't you wait a bit and see if they come? Just then, there was a commotion outside. They saw a carriage running towards them, loaded with some timber. It was a horse-drawn carriage belonging to their village's forest farm. Here he comes. Chen Diching laughed heartily. Come here, Lao Lu, Chen Diching said to the man driving the carriage. This man is named Liu Rong, and he is a manager at the forest farm. As a link between the forest farm and the village, a horse-drawn carriage was needed, so they always used the same carriage. Uncle Liu. Chen Yang also stepped forward to greet him warmly. Oh, you're here? Liu Rong nodded to him. I've come to borrow a carriage. Chen Yang explained his purpose. Yes, this child caught 400 or 500 caddies of fish and needs to sell them now. Otherwise, they might die tomorrow. You know, fish don't keep well in the summer, and they spoil easily if they die. So let him take this cart to sell the fish. But this cart is different from the carts in our village. Our carts are for real business, so this isn't a loan. You have to rent it. It is okay. I'll rent it. I'll just rent it for one day. How much is the rent? 6 cents. Chen Diching quoted a price. Here you go. Chen Yang readily handed over 60 cents. Uncle Liu, Uncle Diching, please keep this money. I'll be leaving now, as I am afraid my fish will die. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. No need for a meal. You've already paid the rent. You should go now. Chen Yang nodded and immediately turned to leave. Wait a minute. Liu Rong, who had just unloaded the wood from the carriage, called out to him. What is wrong, Uncle Liu? Uncle Diching has already agreed this. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you can't rent a horse-drawn carriage. You've already paid. What else is there to say? It is not breaking any rules. Besides, the forest farm won't be using it again after this trip. I just want to ask you. I heard you hunted a lot of wild boars and goats yesterday. Is that true? You knew about this too? I know. I also know that you went to Donglin village and other places to sell meat. You know that I know a lot of people in my forest farm. And we also have connections with other forest farms. In addition, we forest farms really like to go hunting in the mountains. Yes, but that happened last night. Are we still going to fight tonight? Liu Rong looked at him excitedly. To be honest, there is a group of wild boars in the forest, at least 7 or 8 of them. I've been keeping an eye on them for a long time, but I'm afraid I can't handle them by myself. I've asked other people several times, but haven't found them. And I don't think they're good enough either. You're so good. Why don't you come with us? I've heard from them that you're an excellent shot. 7 or 8 wild boars. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang also felt a little tempted. Moreover, Liu Rong is considered one of the people in the forest farm, and he might have to deal with him frequently in the future. So it is necessary for him to get closer to Liu Rong. Okay, I'll check again when I get back after selling the fish. Are you sure you can find them? I'm not sure if I can find them, but I roughly know their locations. It all depends on luck. Okay, then I'll decide after I get back tonight and have dinner. You can come find me then, but I have to go to town to sell fish, and I don't know what time I'll be back. It is all right. It is settled then. Hurry up and sell the fish. After exchanging a few words, Chen Yang hurriedly pulled the carriage away from here. They went to the willow tree, pulled the carriage over, and put all the fish on it. Let's go. Let's get started quickly. Chen Yang told Da Chun to get on the carriage and hurriedly headed into the city. They arrived in the city around 6 p.m. It is fortunate that it is summer, otherwise everyone would be eating at this time. However, everyone is preparing to cook at this time. Brother Yang, I heard that places like this are not like our village. If you dare to sell things here, you'll easily get caught. Where should we sell? Chen Dachun looked around and started to get scared. At this moment, Chen Yang saw light spots appear in front of him again, and this time they were purple, just like before. He couldn't help but grin, knowing that this thing was guiding him. He glanced at the area where the purple was most concentrated, and then spoke to Chen Dachun. At times like this, we shouldn't sell on the streets and alleys. We should go near residential buildings. Everyone is preparing to cook, and our fresh produce will suit their tastes perfectly. Besides, there are usually fewer patrols near residential buildings, so even if villagers want to buy things, they will protect us a bit. Chen Yang already had a plan in mind. Okay then, where shall we go? Don't ask any questions, just follow me. Okay, I'll go with you. Soon after, the two of them arrived at a local residential building. This area is mostly residential buildings, including a few factory buildings and some local houses. The two arrived here in a horse-drawn carriage. Chen Dachun had no idea how to sell things, but Chen Yang looked around, and after confirming that there were no people wearing red armbands besides the residents, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately got out of the car and shouted, "Fish for sale!" Chapter 29 bestseller as soon as he shouted. Many pedestrians turned their heads to look. Fengjiang River fish. Everyone come and take a look. We have grass carp, common carp, silver carp, soft-shelled turtle, and mandarin fish. If you want to buy, come and take a look. As soon as he shouted, many people came over to see. Baikang County doesn't have any major rivers flowing through it, so its aquatic products aren't particularly outstanding. The most famous river delicacies in the entire Baikang County come from Fengjiang River. Because Fengjiang River is a major river, Fengjiang fish is quite famous here. So as soon as people heard about it, they flocked around to try it. Wow, it really is. Look how big those upturned lips are. Upon seeing the fish over there, the people exclaimed in surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, this is genuine Fengjiang River fish. Take a look and tell us what you want to buy. Our price is as follows. Mandarin fish is 70 cents per pound. As you know, this fish is quite expensive. Grass carp is 30 cents a pound. Even a pouty, lipped person is samao. Carp is 27 cents. Silver carp is the cheapest, 22 cents. By the way, we all sell these turtles individually, 15 yuan each. Chen Yang set a price that was slightly higher than what he could sell in bulk to others, but still a little cheaper than what he could find at supply and marketing cooperatives. Most importantly, you don't need a ticket to buy this fish, so the price is very reasonable. After he called out the price, people started choosing there. However, some people make choices, while others try to negotiate the price. Young man, could you lower the price a bit? I think this mandarin fish looks pretty good, but it is too expensive. How about 60 cents a pound? Auntie, it is really not expensive. You must have bought this fish before and know what the market price is. This kind of fish is originally expensive. It is not easy to get here. Even fishermen on the river can't say for sure that they can catch this kind of fish when they go down into the river. Our price is already considered cheap. Where else can you find such good fish? It really can't be cheaper. To be honest, their prices are really quite cheap. Someone else chimed in, adding their support. Okay, I'll take this one. Weigh me. For a time, the place was in complete chaos. In the end, Da Chun weighed the fish, while Chen Yang maintained order and collected the money. Don't worry, everyone. We have 400 or 500 caddies of fish here. If anyone else wants some, they can come over and we can sell them all. We can't stay here too long, though. I'm afraid those people with red armbands will come and arrest us. Don't worry. Nobody comes here. Nobody comes here to sell anything. If anyone does come, we'll keep an eye on things for you. These villagers were very respectful. The main problem is that after these vendors are driven away, they have to buy meat from the supply and marketing cooperative or designated stores, which requires meat coupons and costs more money, so they don't want to do that. If only people like that came, it would be cheaper, and they wouldn't need tickets, which would be great. Everyone could treat themselves to a nice meal every now and then. That is why the conditions in the city are better. Even though it was 400 or 500 pounds of fish, it was all sold out in just over an hour. Those who didn't manage to buy a ticket were somewhat disappointed, but at this point they could only leave. "Young man, are you coming or not?" But some people were still not satisfied and asked Chen Yang before leaving. Chen Yang's face was beaming with smiles. He hadn't expected the fish to sell out so quickly, and he nodded eagerly in reply. "Yes, but it depends on the time. If I can catch fish again tomorrow or the day after, I'll come back. If not, then forget it. Besides, it is definitely safe here, isn't it? Safe. Definitely safe. All right then, let's see if we can catch them later. It is getting late. We should hurry back for dinner." Okay. Soon Chen Yang and Chen Dachun drove away from here in their carriage. However, it is already past 7 o'clock, and it is getting dark. "Dachun, let's not eat at home today. I'll treat you to a meal at a restaurant." Okay. What shall we eat?" "Let's talk inside the restaurant. There is a state-run canteen right next door. I'll treat you to a meal there." After saying that, he parked the carriage next to the state-run canteen. When I went over, I found that the large dining hall was quite lively. This place is where you can pay with money or use food coupons to eat, but it is a little cheaper if you have coupons, and a little more expensive if you don't tea once inside. Chen Yang spent 1.5 yuan to order 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. So expensive. Chen Dachun was somewhat surprised to see that these 2 dishes, which were just ordinary stir-fries, cost 1.5 yuan eat up. Chen Yang smiled slightly and put a large piece of meat on his plate. "You've really been working yourself to the bone today. It must have been tough for you. So eat more. After we finish eating, we'll go back to the village and then we'll split the money." Chen Dachun nodded vigorously. Good. I had a very satisfying meal here for 1.5 yuan after the 2 had eaten and drunk their fill. They drove the carriage back to the village. Dachun ate 3 bowls of rice. The 2 of them not only finished all the food on their plates, but also drank every last drop of the soup. They both enjoyed the meal. It was almost 10 p.m. when we got back to the village. "Come on, let's divide the money." Chen Yang smiled and began to divide the money. The fish weighed a total of 400 or 500 pounds, and in the end they sold for more than 140 yuan. "Dachun, let us split the money 50/50ths, Chen Yang said to Chen Dachun after counting the money. 50 split! Who gets 50%? Chen Dachun scratched his head, looking at him with curiosity. Chen Yang's lips twitched. He really wanted to slap himself, damn it. I'll say one more thing than necessary. I'll split it evenly, half for you and half for me. Oh, that won't do. Unexpectedly, Chen Dachun shook his head and refused with a serious expression. When I came here, my dad told me that when we go fishing together to sell the fish, I can't take that much money. My dad told me that at most we should split the profits 30/70ths. That is, you get 70% and I get 30%. How can that be? Chen Yang was too embarrassed to take advantage of the fool. Why not? Chen Dachun asked earnestly and sincerely. Brother Yang, it was you who did all the work. You took me fishing so we could catch fish, and you even took me to sell them. I didn't do anything, just rowed the boat for you and carried your things. I really didn't do anything else. How can I possibly share the profits with you? Besides, you have 3 wives. My dad's health isn't good even with just one wife, and my mom always complains about how weak he is. Your 3 wives must be even weaker. You need to save up some money to improve your health. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yang almost pinned him to the ground and beat him up. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. I'm not. That is your dad, not me. 30% off, there is over 140 here. I'll give you over 40 yuan. Chen Yang didn't expect that his good intentions would provoke a scolding from Dachun, so he immediately gave him more than 40 yuan and kept a round number for himself. That is good. Are we still going hunting tonight? Dachun breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the money, and then asked him with a smile. It is already 10 p.m. They should have all set off to go hunting by now, right? Never mind, you go home first. I'll get this carriage home first. After saying that, the 2 parted ways and went home. However, before he even got home, Chen Yang saw Liu Rong at his doorstep. Chapter 30, the beams at home must be stolen. You're finally back. Liu Rong's expression relaxed upon seeing him, and she went up to hug him warmly. I've already come to your house 3 times just to see if you're back. This is the 3rd time. I told you that. You don't come back soon. I won't come looking for you anymore. How is it going? Have you sold all your fish? Sold out? Not a single one left? You're amazing. Liu Rong was very surprised. He looked him up and down and found that he had indeed sold out. So he put his arm around his shoulder enthusiastically and asked, Want to go hunting tonight? Going to the forest farm? Yeah, I've already made plans with Chen Cheng. I said it's just the three of us. No, it's four of us, including Da Chun. You're such a good shot, we can support you from the side, and I'll lead the way. We're sure to find some good stuff. Chen Yang thought about it. Stop thinking about it, okay? Seeing his expression, Liu Rong was afraid he wouldn't agree. Don't worry, with your marksmanship, we won't split the profits with you. You take the lion's share, and the rest of us will take the smaller share. Chen Yang scratched his head, thinking to himself that it wasn't like that at all. He had just come back from selling fish outside, and he was exhausted. It is not that I can't go, but I just got back. Have you eaten? We ate in the city, though. That is good. You go back and rest for a bit. We all set off at 11 o'clock. This time, we all take a carriage to get there faster. If we do manage to catch some game, wouldn't it be better to bring it back in the carriage? Seeing Li Rong's anxious expression, he knew that Li Rong would not let him off easily and would probably insist on going hunting with him in the mountains. In addition, he also had something to say to Li Rong, so after thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, since you put it that way, let us do it this way. Then it's settled for an hour. I'll come find you at 11 o'clock. I'll bring Chen Cheng and Da Chun with me. Give me the carriage. I'll go feed it some hay. We still need to go to the forest farm later. After making the arrangements, Chen Yang got off the carriage, returned it to him, and happily took the bucket home. The house was quiet at this moment. Although the children were all asleep, the women were not. When Chen Yang pushed open the courtyard gate and went inside, all the rooms opened, and everyone stood at the door looking at him. Are you still awake? Have you eaten? Ding Xiaowei was the first to come to him, looking at him with some concern. I've eaten. I went to the city to sell fish. Fish are a bit more expensive in the city than in town, so I said I'd sell them there. They sold very well. I sold all 400 or 500 caddies of fish in just over an hour. Look, I made a total of over 100 yuan. I gave the change to Da Chun, and we kept 100 for ourselves. Chen Yang reached into his hand, took out 100 yuan, and handed it to Zhao Jingzhu. Look, now our family has 800 yuan in funds for building a house, which brings us one step closer to building a house. Are you out of your mind? Deng Yufeng looked at his early mornings and late nights, and although she really wanted to say something sarcastic, she also felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but glare at him. Are you hungry? Li Shuangyue asked him directly. Stepping forward to ask with concern, only Zhao Jingzhu glanced at him after taking the money without saying a word, then turned around and went into the kitchen to continue working. I've already eaten. Chen Yang saw Zhao Jingzhu busy at work and immediately followed her inside. Jingzhu, I've already eaten. I took Da Chun to eat in the city. Eat more. Zhao Jingzhu only said this one sentence, then took out small bowls of food and put them in the pot to heat up again. Chen Yang glanced at the food and realized that it wasn't leftovers. It had all been cooked and then packed separately, just waiting for him to come back and eat. You're still the best to me, Chen Yang said to Zhao Jingzhu with a grin. Zhao Jingzhu took a deep breath, seemed to hold her breath for a moment, but then did not reply to him. The food was heated up in no time. Chen Yang had no choice but to return to the table and eat another meal. Mom, we're going to build a house. Shouldn't we buy some timber to make furniture first? Chen Yang asked his mother during dinner. You really think too much, Ding Xiaowei said with a hint of helplessness. It is not that I'm overthinking it. It is just a fact. Besides, I want to build a red brick house. The nicer our house is, the more money we'll need, so we'll get some timber to make furniture. Do you think it is better for me to steal timber from the forest farm or buy timber from them? There is an old saying that the beams in the house should be stolen from the forest farm. But when it came down to it, Ding Xiaowei started giving serious advice. Steal it? Chen Yang gave a wry smile. You can't just steal it from me, can you? How about we try to buy it back? I'll carry it, Zhao Jingzhu said. Huh? Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Jingzhu, my junior high school classmate, my white moonlight in my previous life. Since coming here with me, she has truly experienced all the hardships of life, working in the field doing housework. And even now, when the family is building a house, she still thinks of helping me carry trees. That won't do, he refused. I don't object to doing some housework at home, but how can you expect me to help carry trees? I can't bear to do that. Otherwise, I'll just buy one. What are you buying? It's not just US stealing trees in the forest. Everyone does it. If you're on good terms with Uncle Liu Rong, he might even help you steal some. Deng Yufeng said. But given your personality, you probably don't have a very good relationship with Uncle Liu Rong. No, it is not that bad. I'll have a good talk with Uncle Liu Rong tonight and see what he says. If it is really possible, we can get some trees first, and then I'll ask them to help carry the trees out. We don't need these trees for beams when building the brick house, but we do need them for making furniture. We'll ask someone to help us make the furniture first. Really? Ding Xiaoyi's eyes lit up when she saw that Chen Yang wasn't joking, but seriously arranging these things. Of course it is true. Would I lie to you about something like this? Chen Yang said helplessly, thinking to himself, why don't you guys believe me? If that is really the case, then we should send Uncle Liu Rong some gifts, like some alcohol and cigarettes, and have a good talk with him. It is better than buying them ourselves. If we really have to spend money to buy them, it will cost quite a bit. I see. Chen Yang nodded. In that case, I'll have to give Liu Rong a good beating tonight, so that he'll admire me and maybe even do me a favor. After chatting and eating, Chen Yang rested for a while and then prepared to set off again. You're really going hunting? Li Shuangyu was a little confused when she heard that he was going to go hunting in the mountains again. Are you out of your mind? Even if we're building a house, we don't need to work this hard. You've been away from home all day, sleeping all morning. Can your body handle it? There is nothing I can do. Now is the time for us to make money. Wait until I finish this period of fighting before we talk about it, Chen Yang said helplessly, and all he could hear outside was Chen Dechun calling him. Look, they're calling me. I'll be going now. Or you all just stay home and don't worry about me. After saying that, Chen Yang hurriedly left. Chapter 31 makes a lot of sense. Mom, why didn't you stop him? Li Shuangyu couldn't hold back any longer and spoke to Ding Xiaoyi. Oh, so you can't hold back anymore. Deng Yufeng continued to make sarcastic remarks with a grin. Yes, I can't take it anymore. Let me tell you this. I don't want to divorce him. I don't want to separate from him. And I even want to remarry him. Deng Yufeng, you always act like you're so smart. So let me just tell you directly. If I have the chance, I will definitely remarry him. You can think what you want. I love him, and I will never marry anyone else, even if I divorce him, unless he marries me again. It is your business if you don't like him, but I do. Li Shuangyu seemed to have gone all out, turning to Deng Yufeng and speaking. Deng Yufeng was stunned, his face turning bright red. He hadn't expected Li Shuangyu to admit it so directly in front of him. Upon seeing this, Ding Xiaoyi immediately took 2 steps back, squinting as she watched her 2 daughters, in-law, engage in a battle of wits. I'm really curious to see what you two think of my son. Zhao Jingzhu also watched coldly from the sidelines. The most awkward situation right now belongs to Deng Yufeng. I, Li Shuangyu, am a woman of strong emotions, capable of both love and hate. I will love Chen Yang no matter what he becomes, let alone now that he is doing so well. What is there for me to complain about? He was the one who wanted a divorce, not me. I only divorced him because he wanted to, and I had no choice but to. If I had any other option, I would never have divorced him. You, Deng Yufeng, always like to speak sarcastically about others, whether it is me or him. Fine, if you're so capable, why don't you just not live here? Go back to your parents' house. You can't do that either, can you? In the end, you still have to live here, don't you? Do you think we don't know what you're up to? Liking him isn't anything shameful. If it were truly shameful, we would have already lost face. Yes, I like him. I can't let him go. Are you satisfied now? Deng Yufeng looked at the excited Li Shuangyu and finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke angrily. I'm staying here because I don't want to leave. I'm just lingering here. I just can't let him go. I'm provoking him here, but it is my choice. Who told him to divorce me? Can't I provoke him a little? If you feel sorry for him, then don't watch. Ding Xiaoyi felt a surge of excitement. Damn it, what is so good about my son? These 2 wonderful daughters, in-law, are now arguing over her. Mom, aren't you going to go out and say something? Zhao Jingzhu said to Ding Xiaoyi from the side. Ding Xiaoyi looked bewildered. What can I say? They don't listen to what I say. I told them not to get a divorce, but none of them listened to me. What can I do? Besides, isn't it normal for them to think what they want? I don't need to stop them, but Jingzhu, you haven't properly explained what you think. Zhao Jingzhu was speechless for a moment, unable to utter a word as she looked at her mother-in-law, who was pretending to be stupid. Forget it. I better just leave this to myself. Let you guys argue and fight it out here. I'll just focus on doing my own thing. At this moment, Chen Yang had no idea that he had almost caused Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyu to get into a fight. He went outside, where Liu Rong and Chen Zhencheng were waiting for him. Are you tired? Chen Zhencheng asked with a smile, seemingly aware that his son Dachun had gone to the city with Chen Yang to earn money. It is all right, Chen Yang stretched. I'm still young and my body can handle it, but I might not be able to handle it when I get older. All right, you take the carriage. We'll walk. Liu Rong chuckled. While on the way, Chen Yang simply asked about building a house. You're going to build a house? Everyone present looked at him in surprise when they heard that he was going to build a house. Yes, you all know what our house looks like now, so we have no choice but to build it. Besides, I have a lot of family members now, and if I don't build a house, none of us will be able to live here. After the topic of having a large family came up, Liu Rong couldn't help but ask him out of curiosity. Xiaoyang, don't take offense, but I'm just curious. How come all your ex-wives never argue or get into a fight? It is unbelievable that they can still live under the same roof. How do you manage to do it? I'm really curious, and not just me, who in our village isn't. Yeah, do they fight with you? Chen Dachun asked curiously, as soon as he heard that he had a chance to use his skills. My dad and mom fight all the time. And my dad might not even be able to beat my mom. Now that your three sisters, in-law, are so strong, do you think you can beat them? Will you fight together or separately? Liu Rong almost laughed himself to death at those words. Get out. Get out. If you mention this to me again, I'll fucking beat you to death. You believe me? Chen Zheng was about to go crazy with anger. What a terrible son. He can't stop talking about fighting with his mother. Is this fight a serious matter? Is it something I can tell others? You may be shameless, but I still have my pride. Chen Yang also suppressed a laugh, but seeing the admiring looks Liu Rong and the others gave him, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Actually, this isn't any special method. It all boils down to one word. Like, why do they continue to stay? All the reasons are just excuses for them. There is only one reason they stay. They still love me and still have expectations of me. If they had those expectations, they would have run away long ago. What is so special about you? Liu Rong agreed wholeheartedly, but still looked at him with a puzzled expression. Uncle Rong, there are two good reasons for a man to marry a good wife, and he only needs to meet one of them. Can you guess which two reasons they are? Chen Yang looked at him mysteriously. 2 reasons? What 2 reasons? I don't know. Don't keep me in suspense. Liu Rong thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I know. That is, we can't beat them. Chen Dachun answered quickly. Get lost. Chen Zhencheng glared at him irritably, then turned to Chen Yang with a humble expression. Xiaoyang, tell us about it. Give us some pointers. You young people really have different ideas. Let me help my Dachun find one someday. There are 2 reasons. The first is the ability to make money. Chen Yang smiled and cracked his knuckles. So-called money power just means having money, you need to have cash. If you have money, someone will marry you, right? While not absolute. There is some truth to it. Chen Zheng and Liu Rong agreed. That's not right either. Your family doesn't have much money. Not to mention whether you have money or not. Your family's current situation is worse than that of an average person. The 3 of them couldn't possibly be with you for the money, could they? Although Liu Rong agreed with his point of view, she felt that what he said was not convincing enough. Yes, my family is poor, so they definitely didn't marry me for my money. So this brings us to the second man's ability, which is called his sexual ability. Why repeat yourself twice for one reason? Liu Rong and Chen Zhencheng retorted simultaneously. How can they be the same reason? The first one is the Kiao in banknotes, the Piaozi in money. The second one is a plant, and also an action. Holy crap! Liu Rong and Chen Zhencheng finally reacted, exclaiming at the same time, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief. This young man, holy crap. His mother actually makes a lot of sense. Chapter 32, Hunting in the Forest. Only Chen Dachun was still completely bewildered, not understanding what they meant. Moreover, listening to their secretive conversation made him extremely anxious, and his scratching and rubbing appearance resembled that of the reddest monkey on the mountain. What does that mean? What does that mean? Tell me. What the hell? What plant? What action? It is the way your dad and mom fight, Chen Yang said slyly. I understand. It means you can beat them into submission, right? Like my dad, he can't beat my mom into submission, I understand. What do you know? Chen Zhencheng was furious that the topic had turned back to him again, and he glared at his son. However, his expression towards Chen Yang was one of admiration. Regardless of Chen Yang's past, the fact that he married 3 such beautiful wives and managed to keep them all at home after the divorces is truly impressive. Is there really such a thing as the ability to have sex? Chen Zhensheng looked somewhat embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked him in a serious tone in a low voice. Xiao Yang, I have a friend who has always had problems with his sex life, and has been seeking medical help everywhere without success. Do you have any prescriptions you could tell me about? And I'll tell him about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Dachun's eyes lit up. Yes, brother. Yang, I have a father who also has problems in this area. Do you have any prescriptions for me? I'd like to help him resolve this. Don't misunderstand. It is not me. It is one of my fathers. Liu Rong, who was standing next to him, burst into laughter, making a goose-like sound. Goose, goose, goose. That is fucking hilarious. Chen Yang also laughed on the carriage, patting the carriage floor. This brother Chun is fucking awesome. So effective. Chen Zhang's face turned pale. For a moment, he didn't know whether to scold his son or praise him for his filial piety. I'll give you back your father. You fucking father, aren't you? Don't get me wrong. Who fucking got me wrong? His hands were shaking. Uncle Zhenshang, don't be angry. This just shows that Dachun is a very filial son, always thinking of you. Don't play games with me. What do you mean by having a friend? Isn't that friend you? But I have to tell you, this is something you're born with. Why would I take any medicine at such a young age? I don't have any prescriptions. Chen Zhenshang glared at his son with a slightly embarrassed expression and remained silent for a moment. Chen Dachun scratched his head, thinking to himself, where did I go wrong? I know that what you said about me having a friend is a lie. It is just a figure of speech or an excuse. Saying, I have a father is just an excuse. How could this give me away? I said, you have a father, but you're not the only father. Chen Yang looked at the father and son with a smile. However, Uncle Zhenshang was also a seasoned veteran. Seeing that the problem was coming at him, he immediately changed the subject. If you really want to build a house, you'll have to ask the village's bricklayers to take a look. We'll help you out then. And you'll also have to lay the bricks, which is a skilled job. You've probably never laid bricks before, so you definitely don't know how. I don't plan to build a mud brick house. I plan to build a red brick house, Chen Yang said. Red brick houses? You mean those houses in the city? That is nice, but they must be quite expensive, right? Yes, it is quite expensive, but it is better to build. I think it is better than our mud brick houses, and it is more sturdy. Plus, it'll be easier to design later. What do you think? It's definitely good, but it's expensive. And there are many things that can't be compromised. You have to pay for them. Liu Rong also offered this advice. So I need to earn more money. That was true, and for a moment no one spoke. Actually, Chen Yang could bring up the matter of his plan to steal trees now, but he felt there was no rush. He would wait until tonight's hunting trip to see how things went. If he could impress Liu Rong first, it would be easier to discuss this matter later. After all, Liu Rong works in the forest farm, and it seems inappropriate to presumptuously allow someone to steal trees. Let's give him some benefits first. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the forest farm management office. Once they reached this point, the carriage couldn't move any further, so they had to leave it there and walk up the mountain. It'll take about an hour to walk. Once they arrived, Liu Rong was the host, greeting them with a smile as they headed up the mountain together. I'll lead you there. We'll find it much faster that way. Cheer up. We're about to get into the final battle. I'm supposed to be guarding the forest area here, and I usually go up the mountain to patrol and hunt, but I haven't caught anything in a long time. I'm itching to try my luck and see if I can get some from you. Let's get started. They acted immediately. Chen Yang, Chen Zhenshang, and Chen Dachun immediately prepared their guns and followed him up the mountain. From the moment he started climbing the mountain, Chen Yang could vaguely see some red dots, but the intensity of the red dots varied. Now all he sees are faint red dots. Based on his current understanding of this thing, weakness means low value, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Just keep going up like that. After walking for about an hour, all four of them were a little tired, so they stopped there to rest for a while. Uncle Liu, there is nothing here. Chen Dachun looked around after coming up, but didn't see anything, feeling puzzled. Don't rush. We've only just come up here. How easy is it to run into them? I only know they're roughly around here, but they can move. Who knows where they'll go today? Be patient. Liu Rong explained it this way, but he was actually quite uneasy inside. We even called Chen Yang over today. If we don't get this done today, we don't know if we'll have another chance. While hunting can certainly generate income by selling meat, Many people simply enjoy the thrill of hunting and find it fun and exciting. Liu Rong possessed both qualities. Just as they were resting, Chen Yang suddenly noticed that the red in his vision had changed, and a certain point in front of him was particularly red. It is definitely not a small thing. This gave Chen Yang a boost, and he immediately stood up and walked over there. "Hey, aren't we supposed to take a break?" Liu Rong asked curiously, seeing his expression. Brother Yang must have discovered something. "Let's go. Let's follow him." Chen Dachun, as Chen Yang's loyal follower, and someone who had hunted with him, knew from Chen Yang's expression that he had definitely discovered something, and excitedly followed behind him. "Go!" Chen Zhenchang winked at him, signaling him to follow immediately. "I haven't even found anything yet." "And you have? Are you kidding me?" However, seeing that the father and son had followed, he naturally didn't want to fall behind, so he hurriedly followed as well. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chen Yang finally stopped in one of the places and stared ahead. Under the moonlight, several wild boars were leisurely searching for food, seemingly taking a stroll. Liu Rong almost blurted out, "Holy crap. Isn't this the same group of wild boars I saw before? I never expected it to actually be here, and it was Chen Yang who led me to find it." Both Chen Zheng and his son Chen Dachun showed expressions of surprise and delight. There is no mistake. It is right here. Almost instantly, everyone was already in battle mode. Chapter 33, killing 4 pigs in a row. Chen Yang didn't need to say anything more. He immediately raised his gun to aim, and at the same time he directed the others to surround the enemy from other directions. Seeing that they had all found their spots, Chen Yang held up 4 fingers. It means that this time it would be best to kill 4 wild boars. Chen Dachun was somewhat excited. 4 wild boars. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Yang took aim and suddenly fired a shot. A wild boar fell to the ground. The remaining wild boars, unable to pinpoint the source of the sound, scattered in panic. But at that very moment, the other 3 men also opened fire. 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, and yet another wild boar fell. "I hit it!" Liu Rong was very excited. Moreover, after hitting the wild boar, he frantically ran outside, seemingly wanting to check if the wild boar he had hit was dead. Danger! But Chen Zhenchang, who was standing to the side, roared in anger after seeing it. But then the wild boar, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly got up, and upon seeing Liu Rong approaching, became extremely angry. It roared and charged at Liu Rong. Liu Rong was startled. Everyone knows that an injured wild boar is as fierce as a tiger. Moreover, the others didn't have time to load their guns and shoot him anymore, and for a moment they just stood there stunned. Just as the wild boar bared its tusks and was about to charge at Liu Rong, Chen Yang fired a shot with a bang. The bullet struck the wild boar's head, piercing it instantly. The wild boar, which had seemed incredibly powerful, suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. He collapsed less than a meter away from Liu Rong. Liu Rong stood there, frozen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew he had just experienced a life or death situation. Just then, another gunshot rang out. Chen Dachun fired the shot. "Brother Yang, they're running away. I hit one of them. Look how slowly it is running," Chen Dachun said excitedly, pointing in the direction the wild boars were fleeing. Chen Yang didn't have time to say anything more to Liu Rong. He grabbed his gun and ran forward. Moreover, while running, he was also bolting the bolt and aiming at the same time. There was indeed a pig ahead that Dachun had hit, and at that moment its steps were a little unsteady, and it wasn't running fast enough. Without hesitation, Chen Yang shot it dead. Unsurprisingly, the wild boar swayed and fell to the ground without making a sound. The remaining wild boars were so frightened that they scattered and fled, not even having the courage to fight back. All they know now is to escape. Chen Yang moved with lightning speed and aimed again. He knew he could only kill one at most. The other wild boars would definitely escape. However, this distance was indeed a bit strenuous for him. And just then, the moment reappeared, allowing him to keep his gun firmly aimed at the last wild boar. This wild boar was a bit slower and had fallen behind the other wild boars, but now it was running forward with all its might. However, its size is too large, which makes it slow. Just as he locked on, Chen Yang fired again. The bullet whistled out of his gun barrel and finally struck the wild boar in the leg. The wild boar tumbled over, howling wildly, and collapsed to the ground, while still trying its best to get up and continue running forward. But Chen Yang ran a few steps forward and fired again. The shot was incredibly accurate, hitting him squarely in the head. The wild boar finally breathed its last. However, the other wild boars scattered and fled at this time, disappearing from sight. 4 heads! Chen Zheng rushed over from behind and almost burst out laughing when he saw the scene. That is awesome. 4 of them. A total of 4. Chen Yang also plopped down here. Damn, they really hit 4 heads. Don't underestimate this small battle they just fought. It actually took a tremendous amount of effort. In addition, Chen Yang had just chased after them, and had also exhausted a lot of energy in a short period of time. He sat there with a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Sure, you just injured 2 wild boars, which is a small favor for me. Damn it. Liu Rong came over from behind and burst into laughter as he looked at the 4 wild boars. All right, we've really struck it rich this time. Come on, let's stop fighting, shall we? These 4 wild boars are enough. We need to go sell the wild boars now. Chen Dechun was somewhat pleased. It is still early, but Chen Zhencheng didn't want to leave so soon. We still have plenty of time, so let's not think about going back early. Let's look around here some more and see if there are any other prey. If we catch a couple more, we can sell them for more money. Right now, Xiaoyang is building a house, so it's a time when he needs to spend money. Greet, you've already hunted 4 wild boars so quickly. Maybe we can find some more. There are also other goats and muntjacs on this mountain. If we can catch those too, we can make even more money. Let's go quickly. Since that has been said, Chen Yang naturally had no objections, since he also wanted to get more things anyway. Let's move these 4 wild boars to the forest farm management area first, and then we'll go up to look for prey. After making up their minds, they nodded and carried the 4 wild boars down first. After spending some time moving it back, they continued up the mountain. Having already killed 4 wild boars, the 4 of them now looked much more relaxed, and Chen Yang saw the red dot again this time. Moreover, the red dot seemed to indicate a fairly high concentration. He was both surprised and excited, and immediately walked towards that place. Although the person he was most familiar with here was not him, but Liu Rong standing in front of him. But we only found the place because of Chen Yang, so everyone is very cooperative when Chen Yang tells us where to go. Did you find something again? Seeing him rushing over there in such a hurry. Liu Rong and Chen Zhencheng exchanged a glance and immediately asked him, "There should be something ahead. I can feel it. Let's hurry over there." Something else. The 3 of them, looking excited, immediately headed over there. Sure enough, not long after they arrived, they saw a lone wild boar strolling in the moonlight. They became extremely excited. "Brother Yang, how about just the few of us fight this time? Your marksmanship is too amazing. If you were to make a move, we definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Or maybe you shouldn't make a move." Chen Dechun actually said this at this moment. It seems that he also thinks Chen Yang is a bit too awesome. Just as Chen Yang was thinking of saying something, he suddenly noticed that the red light in his eyes had shone brightly again, and it was excessively bright. He was startled. This isn't right. It doesn't seem to be that wild boar. What could that be? All right, I'll leave this wild boar to the 3 of you to fight. The 3 of you can definitely kill it. You guys fight it here. I'll just wander around the area. Chen Yang noticed that this thing was also nearby, so he immediately patted Chen Dechun on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I definitely won't let it go," Liu Rong assured him, patting his chest. Chen Yang nodded, grabbed his gun, and immediately headed towards the red dot. Just keep going along this path. He had already come to the vicinity of the red dot, but he still couldn't find his prey. There wasn't even a pheasant. This thing can't possibly be lying to me. But there aren't even any pheasants here. So how could this thing appear? There must be something here, he muttered to himself as he continued forward. Just then, he finally arrived at the place with the flashing red dot, and it was flashing very intensely. When he looked ahead, he was terrified, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. So that is what it is. Chapter 34, Harvesting Ginseng. But there a ginseng plant was growing vigorously under the tree, quietly sitting there. Moreover, he looked at the leaves and found there were 4. This is a ginseng with 4 leaves. It must be at least several decades old. Chen Yang was overjoyed. This kind of thing is extremely rare in the south. I never expected to find such a place here. I'm so happy I can't stop smiling. I never expected there to be so many good things. I knew I should get them out of there quickly. He excitedly began to remove the surrounding soil and get the thing out. After searching for a while, they finally found the whole ginseng. "What a treasure!" he exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the ginseng. "If you take this to a supply and marketing cooperative, it won't be worth much. It will be discounted considerably. But if you find someone who really needs it, then its value is immense. Moreover, ginseng has always been a valuable commodity, and the older the ginseng, the more valuable it is. He estimated that this ginseng was at least several decades old. That would be worth a fortune. Regardless, let's get this ginseng down first. After getting it down, I looked around and saw that the red light had disappeared, which meant I had completely gotten my hands on all the valuables here. There was no need to stay any longer. I should head back as soon as possible. I just heard gunshots. They must have started fighting. I wonder how it is going. I'd better hurry back and check on them. Having made up my mind to put the thing away, I hurriedly headed back. When they returned, they found the three of them sitting there chatting happily, while the big wild boar lay dead in front of them. "Look, Yang Jij, the three of us shot down this wild boar. I fired the first shot and hit its leg." Chen Dachun was very happy to see him return, and went up to him to vividly describe the hunting scene. Chen Zhenchang and Liu Rong were also in a good mood, and they smiled and nodded when they saw him return. "We really did a good job just now. Each of us fired one shot, and we killed it. Now, we don't have to worry about people saying we only got what we wanted by following you down there. Sure, that means everyone's marksmanship is pretty good. Besides, what business is it of ours? What they say. Can we go now? Let's go. Let's go." By hoisting this wild boar down, we now have 5 wild boars here, a very bountiful harvest. Normally, when the whole village sees a wild boar coming down the mountain, they attack together, and they're lucky if they manage to kill even one. But it felt like every time he went hunting in the mountains with Chen Yang, they would get at least one, or even several. Animals this harvest was more than the entire village combined in a year. We just found a little gadget. After getting the item down, the 4 of them sat down to rest for a bit before moving it out again. Taking this opportunity, Chen Yang took out the ginseng. The main reason was that he had found it himself, so there was no need to share it or hide it from them. Otherwise, if they knew, it would only create resentment. So he simply took it out and showed it to them. Ginseng, 4 leaves. The 2 men were stunned when they saw the ginseng, especially since they were both knowledgeable and knew what it represented. They were completely dumbfounded after seeing it. "This is at least several decades old. Where did you just find it?" Chen Zheng's voice trembled. "I was just looking for other prey when I unexpectedly found this under a tree, so I dug it up. It has 4 leaves, and I heard it is at least several decades old. I wonder if this thing is worth a lot of money. Of course, this is a 4-leaf bud, at least 50 or 60 years old. You can sell it for a lot of money if you find someone who knows its value. Don't sell it to the supply and marketing cooperative. They offer very low prices, which don't match its value at all. Oh, Xiaoyang, I've noticed that you're incredibly lucky. We follow you up the mountain to hunt, and we always find prey, all because of your good luck." Chen Zheng rubbed his hands together happily, and at this moment he began to understand the meaning. "That is right. Before, I could never catch any prey when I went up the mountain. It was very difficult to even encounter any prey. But as long as you go up the mountain with Chen Yang, you're sure to find prey, and you might even be able to hunt it. It is obvious that Chen Yang was just lucky. You're really lucky. This stuff is worth at least several hundred yuan, maybe even more. But I advise you not to sell it in our village or town. Most people can't afford it. Go to the city, or to a pharmacy. They'll offer slightly higher prices there, and many pharmacies are privately owned. You know, it is okay to get medicine from a traditional Chinese medicine shop. I understand now. I'll go check on them when I have time. The hunt is over. So what do we do with these 5 wild boars?" "Let's sell the wild boar," Chen Zhenchang and Liu Rong said at the same time. "We can sell them. But where can we sell them? We sold them in several villages around here yesterday. Although some people didn't manage to buy any, we definitely couldn't sell all 5 of them. Let's go to the other side of the river." Liu Rong had this idea for a long time. "They didn't sell it over there, did they? There are more villages over there than here, and they can consume more pork." "Okay." Chen Yang naturally had no objections. "Then it's settled. Or you guys go buy it tonight. I've been busy all day and want to rest. Just let me know how much it cost when you come back, and we'll split the profits then." "Okay, you've been busy for a while now. There is no need for you to come with us to sell." "It is settled then. You go back and get some rest. We'll take care of the rest." After finalizing the agreement, Chen Yang went down the mountain with them. With such a bountiful harvest today, everyone is in a good mood. After they reached the foot of the mountain, the 3 of them were responsible for selling pork, while Chen Yang took the ginseng home. Actually, it was already quite late, around 2 a.m. When Chen Yang went in, he found that everyone had slept soundly today, and no one came to disturb him when he came back. After returning home, I took a shower and cleaned the ginseng. I decided to go to the city again tomorrow. The purpose of this trip to the city is to sell ginseng, and to sell it at a high price. I slept quite well tonight. Around 8 o'clock, I heard a knock on the door and Chenya's voice. Dad, Dad, get up quickly. Breakfast is ready. Chen Yang opened his eyes and looked around. Finding that the sun was already high in the sky, truly at the height of summer, he quickly responded and hurriedly got up to wash and brush his teeth. With his plans to go into town to sell ginseng already in mind, he couldn't care less about anything else. Not long after, they finished washing up and went to eat. What time did you get back last night? His mother, Ding Xiaoyi, asked him. I came back quite early last night, around 2 a.m. It wasn't he that I didn't manage to get anything, but I told them to go get some things and I came back by myself. I haven't had a proper rest these past 2 days, so I told them I'd come back and get some rest first. Uncle Zhensheng and Uncle Liu Rong felt the same way. Chapter 35, Selling Ginseng in the City. The women breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang knew he should come back and rest early, but he was afraid that if he didn't rest properly, he would ruin his health. I still need to go to the county town after I finish eating. What are you going to the county town for? Ding Xiaoyi frowned as she looked at him, seemingly unhappy that he was going to the county town. Mom, look what I brought up yesterday. Chen Yang had almost finished eating and put down his chopsticks to take out the ginseng. When the ginseng appeared before them, everyone stared wide-eyed. There have always been rumors about ginseng in the village, but very few people have actually seen it. The rumors are quite fantastical, like how it can run away and you have to tie it with a red rope. These are obviously fake. However, everyone understands one thing. The leaves of ginseng represent the age of the plant. Chen Yang dug the ginseng hole without even damaging the leaves. Now you can see the leaves on it. 4 leaves. This 50 years, at least 50 years, you found it on the mountain. The mother's voice changed. Yeah, I found it on the mountain. Isn't it amazing? I'm going to go to the city to sell it. I estimate it should fetch 1,000, right? It is a lifesaver. If we find someone who needs it, they'll definitely offer us a high price. Zhao Jingzhu rarely spoke at this moment. People in need can offer a high price, especially for something that can save a life. But the problem is, where can we find people in need right now? If you go to the city to sell yourself, how do you know if the people you find have this need? That is indeed the problem. Li Shuangyuan nodded. It is okay. I'll find a way if I'm going. I can always walk around the hospital area and find it, Chen Yang explained. Don't be so reckless. This is a valuable item. Things aren't peaceful right now. If others find out we have something like this, it is hard to say whether it will be good or bad. Zhao Jingzhu continued, speaking with a serious expression and making very reasonable considerations. These words made Chen Yang want to give her a thumbs up. My wife is quite sensible, and she has considered everything very thoroughly. No wonder my mother almost knelt down in front of me and begged me not to divorce her when I wanted to. Where can you find such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Don't be fooled by her seemingly quiet and cold demeanor. She actually cares about you in every way. The fact that the 3 ex-wives can live together under one roof and get along so harmoniously is because they all say that they or their mothers are amazing. But it is also because Zhao Jingzhu is amazing. If it were someone else, the family would probably be in a complete mess by now. Of course, they probably wouldn't live under the same roof anymore. Only their family members know the truth about these things. I know what I'm doing. I'm sure I can find the person. I wouldn't tell someone I don't know that I have this. Zhao Jingzhu wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Yang's confident look and eagerness, she felt she shouldn't discourage him, so she remained silent. I'll go with him. Unexpectedly, Deng Yufeng suddenly spoke up at this moment. More people means more insurance, Deng Yufeng explained. Then I'll go too. Unexpectedly, Li Shuangyue also suggested going together. Deng Yufeng glared at her upon hearing this. I went with him on business. What are you thinking? What are you doing here? I went with him to handle this matter too. I can also go with you to handle this matter. Didn't you say that having more people means more insurance? Well, the 2 of you are not as good as the 3 of us. Deng Yufeng was so angry that she could hardly speak, so she simply shut up and stopped talking. No need, I'll go by myself. Chen Yang had a bit of a headache. Although the family seems to be living happily and without quarrels, how peaceful is it really? Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyu's relationship was far from good, and they inevitably bickered. That is normal, though. As long as I or my mother step in, I can usually keep them in check. It would be inconvenient to take you with me. I'll go by myself. I can find buyers. It's not like this is my first time going to the county town. Look at all the wild boars and goats I sold before. They were all sold in the county town, weren't they? I know what I'm doing. You can just wait for me at home. Seeing that Chen Yang insisted on this, they didn't know what to say for the time being, and could only nod in the end. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang hurriedly prepared to leave. Are you really going like this? How long will it take to walk there? Zhao Jingzhu asked him again as they were leaving. I'll hitch a ride in town later. That'll be more convenient, so you don't need to worry about me. If possible, I'll need to buy a bicycle when I get back. I might need to go to town often in the future, so having a vehicle will be more convenient. That is why I'm hitchhiking this time. Hurry up and go inside. Don't worry about me. After I sell my things and buy the bicycle, I'll go home. Also, if Da-Chun or Uncle Zhencheng come to ask me for a share of the money later, just tell them there is no rush, that I'm going to town first, and we'll talk about it when I get back. After saying these words, Chen Yang hurriedly went to town. Upon arriving in town, I took the nearest bus directly to Baikang City. Chen Yang certainly didn't know how to find a suitable buyer, but he knew that Golden Finger would find one for him. After using it for a while, he has a general understanding of the function of the cheat code. This thing can find its own prey and also find suitable buyers. He could tell who was friendly to him and who could offer a better price by those colors, so he wasn't in a hurry. The people who need it most are probably near the hospital. I'm sure I can find some if I go there and take a walk. So my best course of action right now is to go to the hospital and keep watch. When it turns color, I can figure out who needs it. After making up my mind, I immediately went to the People's Hospital. The People's Hospital was bustling with activity. Chen Yang appeared outside the People's Hospital. Moreover, upon arriving here, one notices that many people seem to have light spots above their heads. Whether deep or shallow, Chen Yang almost burst out laughing when he saw it. Wouldn't that make doing business much simpler? Just find someone who needs it. Even so, he still carefully chose his partner, looking for the one with the deepest need and the most intense color. After looking around, I finally locked onto my target. A middle-aged man was pushing a wheelchair in front of them, and an old woman was sitting in the wheelchair. Most importantly, this spot of light is extremely intense. So red it is almost purplish. This indicates that the other party desperately needs it. Chen Yang set off towards this goal without a second thought. As long as you tell him about it, he will definitely be able to buy it. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was also speaking to his mother, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Mom, you don't need to worry about this. I can just ask my friends to see if they have anything like it. Although it is hard to find, you can still buy it if you have the money. Don't bother. There aren't that many of these things for sale now, and they'd cost a lot of money anyway. I'm already like this. I have no regrets. You can't say that. Besides, I already said there is still a chance. I'm a doctor myself. How could I not know that? Just as they were talking, Chen Yang came over from the other side. Sir, is there anything you need to buy? I wonder if I have anything you need here. Chen Yang asked directly after coming over. Chapter 36, selling at a high price, the middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at him, adjusting his glasses. Young man, what you've done, brother. It is like this. I'm from Fengjiang town. Yesterday I went hunting in the mountains and unexpectedly picked a ginseng root. Take a look. As Chen Yang spoke, he took out the ginseng and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man almost laughed when he first heard this. He felt the other person was being ridiculous. And how did he know I needed this? Isn't that ridiculous? He found it hard to understand and even wanted to reject him from the start. But after all, he was a doctor, very cultured and of high quality, and judging from Chen Yang's clothes, he felt that he came from the countryside, so he held back for a while. But when Chen Yang actually took this thing out and placed it in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Ginseng, 4 leaves. His breathing became heavy, and he immediately took it from his hands and examined it carefully. Fortunately, he was a doctor, and he was truly exceptional. He could see the thing clearly and thoroughly in his hands. That is right. It is freshly picked ginseng, and it is at least 50 years old. Otherwise it wouldn't have 4 leaves. He was completely numb. He stared at Chen Yang in disbelief, then scratched his head after a while. Young man, are you selling this? Yes, I'm selling it. I know there must be a lot of people near the hospital who need this. I just noticed that Grandma doesn't seem to be feeling well, so I came over to ask. I hope I haven't bothered you? No, don't bother me at all. We really need this right now. How about this? I'll buy it. You name your price. I've never sold this before, and it is quite rare, so I don't know how much to ask for. How about you give me a price? Chen Yang's move was a strategic retreat, and another reason was that he genuinely didn't know the value of the item, so he simply let the other party name a price to see if it was reasonable. The middle-aged man was very happy, even a little teary. I never expected that ginseng, which my hospital couldn't find in the city, would be delivered to my door at this time. It felt like fate. Moreover, He found Chen Yang's honest and simple appearance very pleasing to the eye, and he could tell at a glance that he was a boy from the countryside, which made him feel embarrassed to bargain for him. "Young man, have you checked the price at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative?" "I haven't asked. I heard that the prices offered by the supply and marketing cooperatives are relatively low, so I was told not to ask them." "The price at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is indeed quite low. You should be able to sell this for several hundred yuan there, but it's hard to say exactly how many, because they never offer high prices. But this thing is actually very valuable, especially for those who need it. My family really needs it. Your visit has solved a big problem for me. How about this? I'll give you a pretty good price. I bought this for 1,500. 1,500. Chen Yang was a little excited. He knew that, although this thing was valuable, you had to find the right person to pay that price. Clearly, the man in front of him was prepared to pay that price. If it can really sell for 1,500, that would be quite high, and he naturally wouldn't object. Is it a bit too expensive? You just said this thing is only worth a few $100s outside. So aren't you losing money? It is not a loss. The middle-aged man was probably happy that his mother had found something to save her life, and coupled with his kind nature, he was more understanding of young people like Chen Yang, so he was willing to pay this price. This stuff can save lives. Do you think 1,500 is too expensive for that life? Besides, I can tell you're a reasonable person. You must have put in a lot of effort to get this ginseng. I certainly can. Let you lose money. 1,500, sell it to me. Good, good, good. Chen Yang was overjoyed and nodded hastily. Then it is settled. Come inside with me. I don't have that much money right now, but I'll give it to you after we go inside. Don't worry, I'm a doctor at this people's hospital. My name is Zhang Diho. Dr. Zhang, thank you. Chen Yang readily agreed and went inside with him. He knew that the person his golden finger chose for him would definitely not make a mistake. He went into the hospital with him. After sitting down in the office, Zhang Diho poured him a glass of water and then hurriedly left. Not long after, he came in with an envelope and placed it in front of him. Here is 1,500 yuan. Take a look. We need to count it in person. Chen Yang excitedly reached out and took the bag. When he opened it, he found stacks of 10,000 yuan bills on it. I counted it, and it was exactly 1,500 yuan. They were all neatly stacked there. Dr. Jiang, here is all 1,500 yuan. Then the deal is done. Zhang Diho smiled, looking at him with some emotion. To be honest, you've done me a huge favor. Ginseng over 50 years old is extremely rare. My mother's illness has dragged on for quite a while, and we've always said that having some ginseng might help, but we haven't been able to find any after searching for so long. We even asked every Chinese medicine shop in Baikang City, but we couldn't find any. I never expected to find it while taking my mother for a walk today. It is a huge surprise, and I should be the one thanking you properly. Chen Yang was sure to say something nice about this, so he spoke with a sigh. Dr. Zhang, this shows that the old lady is blessed, which is why we were able to meet by such coincidence. Yes, that is exactly the point. Seeing that he had finished his business, Chen Yang decided not to linger, so as not to disturb the other person's work. In that case, I'll be leaving now. I wish the old lady a speedy recovery. Okay, I'll see you off. Zhang Diho seemed genuinely happy upon hearing his words of blessing. He beamed from ear to ear and warmly opened the door for him, seeing him off as they left. Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the hospital. This cheat code is really useful. It can guide you in the direction of your prey, and even guide you in the direction of your business. Now that the ginseng has been sold, let's do something else. Hurry up and buy a bicycle. After that, go home and don't linger here any longer. After thinking for a moment, I hurriedly went to buy a bicycle. You need a ticket for the 28-inch bicycle. If you don't have a ticket, you have to pay extra. Chen Yang's situation doesn't have tickets, so he can only pay extra. The bicycle, originally priced at around 160 yuan, ended up costing him over 220 yuan. He felt bad about buying it. However, he grinned when he saw the brand. New bicycle. Although it is not very convenient to sell things with this, having it on hand will make it easier to go to the city in the future. Besides, he might not just be going to the city to sell things, he might have other things to do as well. So we have to get this now. Moreover, according to his prediction, he might have to buy another carriage to go home. Even if there are no horse-drawn carriages, it would be better to have some motor vehicles. However, these things cannot be forced in time. We should first sort out the things at hand. After buying this old bicycle, I happily rode it home. Chapter 37, the 28-inch bicycle in the village. A group of people were chatting under a tree. You are just bragging. Is Chen Yang really that good? I've never heard of him. Chen Fang was pointing fingers at the crowd. And when he talked about Chen Yang, he looked disdainful. That was just good luck. He stepped in dog poop. How could he be so amazing? If he were that amazing, I'd call him Daddy. Okay, you can call me Dad. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and simply got off his old bicycle and pushed it forward. Everyone turned to look at him in an instant. Immediately, many people revealed gloating expressions. Although the villagers didn't have a very good impression of Chen Yang before, saying that he was idle and lazy. But that is all there is to it. Being idle at most will only ruin one's reputation and make one's life a little worse. It won't bother anyone else, and it won't steal or rob. But Chen Fang is not that kind of person. You can't say that Chen Fang is idle, lazy, or good. For nothing, this person is very diligent. He is so diligent that he even brings things from other people's homes into his own. In this way, choosing the lesser of two evils, they would definitely get along better with Chen Yang. And the villagers would also side with Chen Yang. In addition, Chen Yang is tall and handsome, speaks well, and can now lead people to hunt and sell meat down the mountain. So the villagers naturally side with him. When they saw that Chen Fang had been caught talking badly about people behind their backs, they all looked at her with schadenfreude. Chen Yang, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Have you never been beaten before? Chen Fang was very angry, but he was stunned when he saw Chen Yang's old bicycle. Where did you get this old bicycle? Did you steal it? Well, I knew you weren't a good person. You dared to steal something like this. You're shameless. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Yang stepped forward and slapped him across the face. With a loud slap, Chen Fang staggered back several steps, covering his face in fury as he glared at Chen Yang. You dare hit me! You dare hit me! I'll fucking kill you! After saying that, he made a move to rush up and hit Chen Yang. However, as he prepared to rush forward, he found no one around him. Surprisingly, no one stopped him. His physique was vastly inferior to Chen Yang's. He was as thin as a chick. He made such a harsh statement and took such a stance, and no one stopped him, leaving him looking extremely embarrassed. Why didn't you stop them? Chen Yang knew exactly what the other party was thinking and couldn't help but laugh as he spoke to the others. Can't you see? They're just waiting for you to stop him. What if he actually comes to me and I beat him up? Are you going to stop him? Are you stop him? If he is capable of fighting you, we'll cheer for him from here. We just don't know if he has the ability. These gloating words were particularly unpleasant to Chen Fang's ears. All right. I figured it out now. None of you are good people. Fine. Go ahead and flatter them. But don't come begging to my house if you ever need anything. Seeing that things were going wrong, and no one was welcoming him, Chen Fang said something and then left. As soon as he left, the other villagers immediately gathered around him. Xiaoyang? Is this the old-fashioned bicycle you just bought? Yeah, it looks so new. It must have cost 100 or two, right? Wow, there aren't many 28-inch bicycles in our whole village. And you, V, brought one. That is really impressive. Of course, I heard they killed several wild boars yesterday, right? The villagers started talking all at once. But the more they looked at the old bicycle in front of him, the more they liked it. There was no way around it. This thing was a hot commodity back then. If a rural person could own a 28-inch bicycle, they were practically a rich man. Yes. Chen Yang smiled slightly and explained to everyone, I've made some money hunting recently and often need to sell things. I said, I'd buy a 28-inch bicycle so I can take the lighter ones over to sell myself, and we can talk about the larger ones later. Besides, I need to go to town from time to time, so buying one will be quite useful. You've really hunted a lot of game lately, Xiaoyang. Could you call us next time you go up the mountain? That is right. We also want to go up the mountain to hunt and see what is going on. Immediately, the people started talking all at once, urging him to take them up the mountain to hunt. Chen Yang gave vague answers to all of these questions. Many of the people here aren't hunters at all. Aren't you just taking me up there to hunt so you can eat my meat? I would never do such a thing. After finally getting out of there and returning home, Chen Dechun was already waiting for him at the gate of the courtyard. Brother Yang, you're finally back. Oh my. Is this the old-fashioned bicycle you bought? This thing is really nice. Can I try it out? Chen Dechun was very happy to see the bicycle. Sure. Would you like to try it now? Let's forget about it then. We can do it next time. Here's the thing. You haven't come back yet. So my dad told me to wait for you here. He said, I'll let him know when you get back. And we should also call Uncle Liu Rong over so we can split the money from the meat we sold last night. How many did you sell? Chen Yang asked, somewhat curious. Even if each of the 5 wild boars weighs 200 jin 100 caddies, they would still weigh over 1,000 jin 500 kilograms. Moreover, the whole pig definitely weighs more than 200 jin 100 catties. Of course, getting 200 jin 100 catties of pure meat from one animal is already quite impressive. I don't too know how many we sold, but it seems like a lot. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get them right away. After saying that, De Chun happily skipped away. As soon as Chen Yang returned home, he heard Chen Ye and Chen Yi cheering at the same time. "Mommy, Mommy." Daddy came back with a bicycle. As soon as the two children shouted, the others rushed forward. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bicycle, except for Zhao Jingzhu. "Why did you bring back a bicycle? Isn't that a waste of money?" Ding Xiaoyi said, sounding both happy and a little reproachful. But the smile on his face never left when he was being scolded. That is for sure. These days, owning a bicycle in a village is a sign of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't need one. Their family had been poor their whole lives, and now that their son had brought home a bicycle, she, as the mother, naturally felt proud. In the future, when I sit with people, drink water, chat, and boast a little, I can even brag a bit. So even though they complain verbally, they are actually very happy inside. Mom, if he really goes into this business, he'll definitely need a bicycle in the future. He didn't make a mistake buying this one. But just then, Zhao Jingzhu explained from behind. Zhao Jingzhu may seem cold towards Chen Yang, but she is actually a very reasonable person who says what she means and never targets anyone intentionally. Really? That is great. We don't have this at home yet. Oh my, it is so new. It looks so nice. Ding Xiaoyi was overjoyed when she heard her eldest daughter in-law say that, and her face was practically beaming with happiness. Even though Deng Yufeng actually used words to stab him this time, he just watched curiously from the side. Chapter 38, big purchase here. You can try out this car. You can practice driving it too. Chen Yang saw that no one said much about his decision to buy the car today, so he knew that they actually approved of it. He breathed a sigh of relief and was also a little happy. Just then, a commotion was heard outside, and it seemed that Chen Dechun had come over with Chen Zhenshang and Liu Rong. I'll give it a try. Deng Yufeng was the most enthusiastic, and immediately pushed his bicycle out for the interview. Upon seeing this, the two children immediately followed suit. However, Ding Xiaoyi, Zhao Jingzhu, and Li Shuangyue soon left as well, leaving only the few of them inside. Sure. Li Rong looked at him with a hint of envy. Xiaoyang, Yuvi even bought a cheap bicycle. Looks like Yuvi made quite a bit of money these days. Don't you know how much money I made? How did sales go last night? This is the money from last night. Sales, a total of 1125 yuan and 5 mao. Chen Zhenshang held the money in his hand and took it all out. To be honest, 1,000 yuan is actually quite a lot these days. Although they were neatly folded after being taken out, they still looked quite thick. That is a lot. Yes, that is quite a lot. 5 wild boars. We didn't keep any. We sold them all. Mainly because we know everyone has meat at home now, so it is best to turn it into money. All the money is here now, so how do you suggest we divide it? Chen Yang smiled and looked at them. My idea is that this time you and Lao Liu will take the lion's share, and will take the smaller share. Old Liu told us about these wild boars. He has the information, so he can get a big share. But the main part is what you hunted. You hunted 3 out of these 5. No, you hunted almost all 4, so you also get a big share. Although to Chun, and I also contributed some effort, it wasn't as much as you two, so my son and I took the smaller share. Chen Zhenshang is a very particular person, and what he said makes perfect sense. When he said that, every word he said made perfect sense, leaving Chen Yang speechless for a moment. In that case, how about we split it into 3 parts? Chen Yang looked at them. You and Da Chun take 1 share. I take 1 share, and Uncle Liu takes 1 share. That is fine. Chen Zhenshang was very satisfied upon hearing this. He was already very satisfied that he and his son could each get 1 share out of the 3 equal portions, and it is about 1,200, so each person can get about 400 yuan, which is a lot of money. He realized that this was something you had to do with Chen Yang, or you might not be able to kill a wild boar all year round. Okay, you take 400, and we all split the rest. Liu Rong knew that Chen Yang was the most important person. He claimed that he had given them the information, but it was Chen Yang who ultimately found the wild boar. He felt embarrassed to take the same amount of money as Chen Yang, so he simply gave Chen Yang 400 yuan, and the remaining money was split between the 2 of them in this way. They would get at least 300, if not 400. Chen Yang didn't he refuse much. Have lunch at my place? Chen Yang invited them. No need. They shook their heads. How can I say no? I happen to have something I need to ask you all for advice. That is all for now. I'll have my mom cook some extra food later. Don't leave. Eat here with me." They were initially hesitant to eat at Chen Yang's house, but after hearing that something was up, they didn't refuse anymore. "Okay, we'll come back for lunch, but it is not that quick right now, so we'll head back first. I need to put the money away safely." "Okay, I'll definitely remember to come over." After watching them leave, Chen Yang went outside and found Deng Yufeng already riding a bicycle. He was riding Derek steadily, which showed that he had known how to ride before. Chen Yang watched for a while without saying anything, and only went up after they came down. "I'm treating Uncle Zhensheng, Uncle Liu Rong, and Dachun to lunch. I'm going to town to buy some groceries now, so you can all go ahead and cook." "Okay, let's do it now." Knowing that this was a serious matter, the mother returned home very quickly. Needless to say, Zhao Jingzu was even more so. Upon hearing this, Li Shuangyu and Deng Yufeng also wisely went home. Chen Yang rode his old bicycle to town to buy things. He has now sold ginseng for 1,500 yuan. After deducting more than 200 yuan, he has about 1,300 yuan left. Adding the more than 100 yuan he originally had, he has more than 1,400 yuan left. In addition to the 400 yuan he just received, he now has over 1,800 yuan in his hands. This is a huge sum of money. If things go according to Chen Yang's plan, we can start preparing to build the house now. However, you can get things in the house sorted out before that. So after arriving here, I started buying things. Buy the daily necessities that don't require coupons, such as salt and seasonings. In addition, I bought some rice. The village has now distributed land to individual households, but the taxes paid are quite high, which means his family doesn't have much to eat. Their family has many members but little land, so naturally they need to buy more rice to take home. After buying the rice, I also bought some oil. However, after buying these, I saw some cloth next to me, and after thinking about it, I bought a few feet of cloth to take back. We also need to buy some new clothes for the children in the family. But since we've already torn the cloth, we might as well tear a lot more, so that everyone in the family can make clean clothes. He even specially picked out some nice-looking fabrics for his 3 ex-wives. After doing all that, I looked around again and bought some more wine. As for cigarettes, we still had some at home, so we didn't buy any more. Put these things in a bag, and then put them on the back of the bicycle, and it is perfect. Go home! After buying everything, I hurriedly rode my old bicycle home. At this moment, someone in the family was already cooking, and the rising smoke looked very cozy. Dad, why did you buy so much stuff? Chenya and Chen Yi are very close to him now, mainly because Chen Yang has been bringing things home from time to time, which has improved their meals. The two children naturally became very close to Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then patted their heads. Why did you buy so much rice and oil? Li Shuangyu was very happy to see so many things. Mom Chen Yang has brought back a lot of things. Come and see. We don't need anything now. We have oil, salt, and rice. Oh, and there is some flour here too. Deng Yufeng also came over, and after seeing these things, he clicked his tongue in amazement, and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Oh my, how much did all this stuff cost? We may have some money, but don't spend it recklessly. Didn't you say you still needed to build a house? Ding Xiaoyi couldn't stop smiling when she saw all this stuff, but she still said this instinctively. The older generation is used to being poor, and even if they have money, they have to be careful with their spending. They are also used to speaking like this. So Chen Yang is not surprised at all. Chapter 39, proposed by myself. Not only that, I also bought several yards of fabric, and in several colors, thinking of making 2 new outfits for the child and all of us. Take a look. Chen Yang listened to their words and took out all the other fabrics he had bought and placed them in front of them. Ding Xiaoyi was also startled. Nowadays, most families are not well off, so how can we afford new clothes at other times? We can only wear new clothes during the Lunar New Year period. Moreover, even when wearing new clothes for the new year, one has to grit one's teeth and buy some fabric to have a tailor make them. Now look, what has happened? They've torn up so much fabric in one go, and they've prepared it for everyone. Why are you spending so much money, child? Ding Xiaoyi felt sorry for her. Chen Yang whispered in his ear, Mom, aren't you thinking about which of my 3 ex-wives I should marry again? Shouldn't I be generous? They've shared hardships with us. Shouldn't we make them feel at ease? What woman doesn't love to look good? If I buy them some cloth to make them new clothes, won't they be happy? Maybe they'll even have a better impression of me. Ding Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, realizing it made perfect sense. To be fair, this son of a bitch is actually quite clear-headed. No wonder these women are so devoted to him. This guy can make people laugh and cry in a minute. Sure enough, Li Shuangyu and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the cloth. Even Deng Yufeng, who is usually very sarcastic, surprisingly refrained from saying anything to him. Not only do they like it themselves, but some of these items are also for children, so of course they are happy to accept them. Soon after, Zhao Jingzhu also came out and was stunned when she saw so much cloth and so many things. The children's clothes are indeed either too small or too tight, or torn. So it's true that we need to buy them clothes. Or you don't actually have to buy them for us, Zhao Jingzhu said after a while. How can that be? If we're going to buy something, everyone should have some. How can we leave you out? You've all been struggling these past few days, eating meager meals. So now that we're a little less strapped for cash, we bought some cloth. I think you should take it to the tailor in our village and ask them to make us some clothes. Okay. Zhao Jingzhu nodded. We'll take the children's measurements later and then give them to the tailor. Then you should put these things away, Chen Yang said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. He could sense that even Zhao Jingzhu's attitude towards him had improved considerably. Unlike before when she was so cold. Are you thirsty? Li Shuangyu was even more obvious. After putting the things away, she immediately came out to ask him if he was thirsty and offered to pour him some water. Good with that, okay. Li Shuangyu quickly poured a glass of water from inside and handed it to him. Deng Yufeng, who was standing to the side, curled her lip upon seeing this. Hey, you're quite enthusiastic about serving people. Seeing Chen Yang's matter. Of-fact expression made her even angrier, and she couldn't help but want to say something sarcastic to him. But just then, they heard voices outside. It sounded like Liu Rong and Chen Zhenchang had come over together. Chen Yang immediately grabbed a cigarette and greeted them at the door. Come on, come on. Chen Yang offered them cigarettes. The three of them came in from inside, and Chen Yang brought them chairs to sit down. Everyone must be very happy with the large sum of money they made this time. Are you really planning to tear this house down and rebuild it? Liu Rong couldn't help but ask him as he sat down for a smoke. Yes, our family is so big now, and this house is no longer comfortable. Look, I'm still living in the storage room. My bed is uncomfortable and narrow. I have to find a way to rebuild this house. Otherwise, we really can't live here anymore, Chen Yang said sincerely. You told me before that you were going to build a red brick house. They are planning to build red brick houses. I was just saying, do you want me to help you get some trees? If you're building an old mud house, you'll need a lot of trees. But now that you're building a brick house, you won't need that many. Liu Rong chuckled. Chen Yang almost wanted to applaud himself. See? I told you that if you give Liu Rong some benefits, he'll help you. He brought it up himself without me even having to bring it up. If he brings it up himself, then things will be much easier to discuss. Uncle Rong, I'm planning to build a brick house, so I don't need that much timber. But I need to make furniture, and I need timber to make furniture. Yes, making furniture definitely requires wood. Do you want me to get you some? Can you get it? What are you talking about? What am I doing in the forest? I'm just patrolling the mountains, aren't I? I know all the trees in this forest like the back of my hand. Besides, it is no problem for me to cut them down for you. We can just ask the forest manager and the others to come and help you move them and bring them straight to your house. We can also have the carpenter come to your house to do the work. Isn't that fine? Won't this be too much trouble for you? What's so troublesome about that? I'll take you inside to cut down trees one night. You can cut down whichever tree you want. There's no one else in there except me, so we can cut down whichever tree we want. Besides, I'll be there watching. So who would dare say anything? We can just cut down whatever we want. We really need your help, Uncle Liu, to get this done. Even if we can help you cut down trees, we might not be able to do anything else for you, Chen Yang explained from the side, smoking a cigarette. Brother Yang, I'll help you carry the tree. I'll make sure it is secure and there won't be any problems, Dachun said happily from the side, also supporting Chen Yang. All right, since Uncle Liu has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he was indebted to them this time, but also because he had helped them with the hunting. This is called cooperation, mutual benefit. Chen Yang felt relieved after discussing the matter. I was originally thinking about how to talk to Liu Rong in a way that would be reasonable and wouldn't offend him. I didn't expect them to bring it up themselves, which makes things much easier, doesn't it? Once you've rested well, we can go get the wood tonight if we have time anyway. Since you're using it to make furniture, the wood usually needs to be dry to work with, so you can take it down, dry it, and then we can make the furniture. Chen Yang looked at Chen Dachun and Chen Zhencheng. We're fine. As long as you come over, the two of us will come over and help you carry the tree. Okay, let's go together tonight and see if we can catch any pheasants, and bring back a few more. That is not impossible either. As they said this, they all laughed. Inside the kitchen, Ding Xiaoyi couldn't help but smile as she listened to her son chatting happily with them. The personal relationships between herself and her husband would eventually fade away, and the continuation of her family's relationships would have to be done by Chen Yang himself. Now that he was willing to come out and interact with these uncles and elders, it was a good thing for their family. Mom, he seems to have matured a lot all of a sudden. Zhao Jingzhu, who was cooking at the time, suddenly said, "You felt it too?" Ding Xiaoyi looked at her daughter-in-law with great interest. Chapter 40. My ex-wife wants to argue he knew that his daughter-in-law was a very smart woman. If she hadn't married such a scoundrel as his son, her life would definitely be better than it is now. At first I thought he was faking it, but someone can only pretend for a day or two, and this has been going on for several days now. Moreover, he is genuinely hunting in the mountains and making money outside is effective. This doesn't seem like an act. He really thinks this way. Just look at how he treats people outside. You can't fake that. Zhao Jingzhu is still the same as always, speaking her mind and never playing games. Yes, that is what I thought too. I didn't expect such a big change to happen this time. But to be honest, it is all thanks to your support, Jingzhu. Smile at him more often in the future. It is not easy for him to change like this. Zhao Jingzhu glanced at her mother-in-law with some helplessness, but thinking that no parent doesn't want their son to be successful, she couldn't be too demanding of her mother-in-law. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. When our new house is built, you can choose the best room. Ding Xiaoyi was already looking forward to building the house in the future. Soon, the meal was ready. Their family was already large, with a total of 8 people, including adults and children. With the addition of these 3 people outside, the place became even more lively. Actually, Liu Rong and Chen Zhencheng weren't exactly close to Chen Yang's family, but that was all before Chen Yang's father was alive. After Chen Yang's father passed away, there were still occasions for them to eat together, but it was usually for village events, not for meals at their home. Seeing this family full of beautiful women, especially their 3 ex-wives who were all sitting together happily eating, the 2 men felt something was off. How is it possible to do that? Their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Ding Xiaoyi. Only Chen Dachun felt it was very lively. Each of these wives looks extraordinary. My Yang brother is truly enjoying a blessed old age. After finishing their meal, they didn't linger and prepared to leave, as everyone needed to go back and rest. Sister-in-law. But just as they were about to leave, Chen Zhen pulled Ding Xiaoyi aside and gave her a thumbs up. I really admire you. It is amazing that you can have 3 ex-wives living peacefully and harmoniously with your family. I really admire you for that. You're really amazing. I need to have a good talk with my wife and tell her to learn this skill so that Da Chun can find a wife soon. Don't make fun of me. It is not me who is capable. It is my son who is capable. You think it was me who saved the person. It was my son who saved the person. Don't be modest. If it weren't for how much you, as their mother-in-law, had done, they wouldn't have acted this way. All right, I'm leaving now. Chen Zhen didn't listen to her explanation at all, only expressing his admiration, and then hurriedly left. You still don't believe me? Ding Xiaoyi asked helplessly. After dinner? Li Shuangyu, Zhao Jingzhu, and Deng Yufeng were busy washing dishes and tidying up the table. On the contrary, Ding Xiaoyi, the mother-in-law, didn't have to do anything and happily came to her son's side. You seem to be having a good chat with them just now. Did you mention to your Uncle Liu Rong that we need timber? I told you, I'll go in with them tonight to cut down the trees. Uncle Zhencheng and Da Chun will help too. We should be able to steal back the trees for making furniture in a few days. Ding Xiaoyi's eyes immediately narrowed into slits. She was overjoyed. She was overjoyed and knew that she had really done something great this time. Let me tell you, since we're in the countryside, we should make friends with people. Get closer to your uncles and elders, and they'll help us if they can. Your dad had a really good relationship with all of them, so you should learn from them. If something really happens to you, they'll lend a hand, just like today. I understand, so don't worry. Okay, I'm not worried, Ding Xiaoyi said with a smile. Before long, the kitchen and countertops were all cleaned up, and Zhao Jingzhu and the others came out. Chen Yang immediately took out the money he had on him. Even after taking it out, he was still muttering about calculating the accounts. I have a little over 1,800 yuan left. I'll keep about 300 yuan for myself, and I'll give you 1,500 yuan. Adding that to the 800 yuan I gave you before, we'll have a little over 2,300 yuan left. That means the fund for building the house has increased significantly again. More than 2,300 yuan. This sum of money was a huge amount in 1980, and their family was originally poor and had never had so much money before. It stunned all the women present. It even felt like a dream. How could our family possibly have that much money? Unbelievable. Zhao Jingzhu silently put the money away, glanced at him again, and then gently asked him a question. Let's go cut down trees tonight. I'll go with you. No need. That tree is huge. How can I really let you carry it? What would that make me? We have several people going. It'll be no problem. Chen Yang shook his head and refused. Zhao Jingzhu thought for a moment, then nodded and said nothing more. Go and get some rest. Li Shuangyu came over and pulled him. You didn't get much sleep last night, and you went to the city this morning. Go and get some rest. We still have to cut down trees tonight. Otherwise, where will you get all that energy? Okay, I'm going to sleep now. If your room isn't comfortable, you should sleep in mine. Li Shuangyu added. Deng Yufeng was already annoyed to see them arguing and pulling each other. But when he heard Li Shuangyu's words, he immediately stood up. You two are divorced, yet you go to her room to sleep. Aren't you afraid of what people will say about you? Seeing that the two daughters-in-law were about to start arguing again because of their son, Ding Xiaoyi took 2 steps back and looked at them with a smile. Sigh, she really enjoys watching the drama of 2 daughters-in-law fighting over their son. It makes her feel quite comfortable. As long as you don't fight, it is fine. All right. Seeing this, Zhao Jingzhu knew she would have to step in to break up the fight again, so she quickly stood between the two, afraid that they might actually start fighting. Stop arguing. He can go sleep in his own room. Where else can he sleep? Seeing that things were going wrong and it seemed like they were about to start arguing, Chen Yang hurriedly nodded and ran to his room to sleep. Forget it. They really are people we can't afford to mess with. Li Shuangyu and Deng Yufeng exchanged a glance, snorted, and went about their own business. Mom, let's go find Uncle Qi, the tailor, and have him make clothes for us. Zhao Jingzhu said after thinking for a moment. Okay. Let's go now. Come on, stop arguing. Pick up the baby, take this cloth, and go find Lao Qi to have him take our measurements. When the topic of making clothes came up, Deng Yufeng and Li Shuangyue stopped arguing and quickly picked up their respective children, hurrying to follow along. Chapter 41, Stealing Trees. Uncle Qi was the tailor in their village. She makes excellent clothes and is quite busy in the village. However, it is not the busy season now. Normally, the period around the Lunar New Year is their busiest time because he has to make clothes for many people in the village during that time. In those days, people couldn't afford ready-made clothes. Most people would buy fabric and hand it over to a tailor to make the garments. So Uncle Qi's business has always been quite good. When he saw them coming over, he greeted them, and was also a little surprised. He was quite aware of the villagers' living conditions, especially Chen Yang's family, which had never been considered well off. Ding Xiaoyi's husband died young, and it was already difficult enough for her to support the family. It is impossible for her to be rich. Sister-in-law, Uncle Qi greeted Ding Xiaoyi. 7th brother Xiao Yang from our family has brought over a few feet of cloth. Here it is. We mainly want to make a couple of outfits for everyone. Could you help me calculate the measurements and take our sizes now? Wow, this fabric is really good. Uncle Qi's eyes lit up when he saw these things, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at them from left to right and finally gave her a thumbs up. Did Xiao Yang buy this cloth? I heard that Xiao Yang can make quite a bit of money hunting in the mountains now. It seems he is doing quite well. Uncle Qi always speaks so pleasantly. That child is just lucky. He did bring back quite a lot of things on his recent hunting trips. But you know our family's situation, and there are so many of us now, so we'd appreciate it if you could help us make some clothes. That is easy. Come on, let me take your measurements. Adults and children alike went over to have their measurements taken. After taking the measurements, the cutting process will begin. You can make some for the kids and the 3 of them. My son Xiao Yang also needs some, but he is resting right now. I'll have him come over to get measured another day, and you can keep an eye on things. I don't need any. Ding Xiaoyi said to Uncle Qi. Uncle Qi had noted down the measurements, and frowned upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, I see there's a lot of fabric here. You can make at least 2 sets each. No need. I don't need it. I'm already so old. Why would I need new clothes? Just make them for them. 7th uncle, make 2 sets for my mother too. Just then, Zhao Jingzhu walked over from the other side and gently spoke to 7th uncle. How can we be the only ones making new clothes while she doesn't? Our family is all about my mom and everyone else. If my mom didn't do her best to keep this family together, our family would have fallen apart long ago. Mom, if you're not going to make them, Then I won't either. Ding Xiaoyi was on the verge of tears. With such a good daughter-in-law, why does my good, for nothing son always do such things? Okay, I'll do it. Dinner. This was probably the most relaxed day Chen Yang had since his rebirth. Although I went to work in the morning, I slept all afternoon. After waking up, Li Shuangyu had dragged him to Uncle Chi's place to take his measurements. By the time he returned, it was time to eat. But after eating, I have to go back to work. And not long after, Chen Zhenchang and his son Chen Dachun came to find him. After saying a word to his mother, he picked up his tools and gun and went up the mountain. All three of them had rested well and chatted and laughed on the way. When they arrived at the Forest Farm Management Office, they found Lu Rong waiting for them upstairs. We've finally arrived. Let's get moving and cut down the trees as soon as possible. After we've cut them down, I think I'll have my carriage take the trees down the mountain with us. That would be more convenient. But once we get down there, you'd better hide them well and leave them out to dry in the sun. Once they're dry, we can use them. Liu Rong greeted them warmly upon seeing them and made all the arrangements for them. Let's go then, Chen Yang said with a smile. Walk. They grabbed their tools and guns and headed into the forest. However, you don't need to go too far inside to cut down trees. There are actually towering trees right near the management office. They usually use cedar wood to make furniture here. The forests here are mostly filled with fir and pine trees, so it is very easy to cut down trees. This is why there are managers guarding the forest farm, because there were a lot of people stealing trees back then. Upon arriving there, I saw tall, large fir trees, some even as thick as a person. The characteristic of this type of cedar tree is that it is straight and grows tall. Moreover, its wood is relatively soft and easy to process. Camphor wood is actually the best material for making furniture, but it is relatively hard to find and difficult to process, making it quite expensive. This one's good. Chen Zhenchang was an old hand at this. He circled around a tree and immediately took out a saw. Come on, let's cut this one down first, and you two go cut down the other one. So they began to divide the work of cutting down trees. Cutting down trees is a skilled job, especially when you're almost downing them, as you're afraid they'll fall to one side. Fortunately, Chen Zhenchang and Liu Rong, who were standing next to him, were both veterans. With the two of them in charge, Chen Yang and Chen Dachun could just work hard. However, cutting down trees is really hard work, and it is very difficult. It took 2 whole hours to completely fix the tree. Moreover, after cutting down the entire tree, its branches must be trimmed off and the tree itself must be sawed off. The fir trees, in particular, grow exceptionally tall. That night, they cut down a total of 5 trees. After the trees were cut down, a horse-drawn cart was brought in to help carry the sawn-down trees out. In addition, they all had to carry it on their shoulders. That night, they finally managed to get all 5 trees back. I'm so tired. By the time I finished, it felt like dawn was almost breaking. Although they brought guns up there that night, they didn't fire a single shot. They just kept cutting down trees. Come to my house for breakfast this morning, everyone. Chen Yang exhausted himself, sat down by the roadside, and extended an invitation to them. Forget it. Let's go back and rest. We don't need to eat. Chen Zhen shook his head. Chen Yang thought about it and realized that everyone had indeed helped him a lot this time. So he had to treat everyone to a good meal no matter what. Since they refused today, let's wait until things are settled. But this shouldn't be enough. Let's cut more tomorrow, Liu Rong said. Since we've already started, let's not hold back and get it done right the first time, so we don't run into any trouble later. But you mustn't let anyone else know about this. Just leave the wood here to dry and cover it up with something to keep it hidden from everyone. It is not a big deal, but it is better to avoid trouble. I know. After that conversation, everyone went their separate ways. After returning home, Chen Yang took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to bed. Moreover, he slept very soundly, and when he woke up in a daze, it was almost lunchtime. There were people arguing outside the door, but soon they heard a voice scolding them. Don, make noise here. Dad is still sleeping inside. Chapter 42. All 3 must be included upon hearing this. Chen Yang could no longer sleep and hurriedly got up. Looking up, the sun was hanging high in the sky, shining down on the earth. It is noon. You're awake? The person who was scolding the child was Li Shuangyu, and she was somewhat surprised to see him get up. Did they wake you up? I'll take them out. You can go back to sleep here. It is nothing. Chen Yang shook his head, feeling a bit clearer, and explained to her. They didn't wake me up. I've been sleeping for a while now. That's about time for dinner. Li Shuangyu nodded. However, just as he came out, Ding Xiaoyi sneaked over from the side, pulled him aside, and asked him in a low voice, "Did you cut down those cedar trees next to you last night? Yes, is it big or not?" "It is huge. That thing is really valuable. How did you manage to get so much of it all at once?" "They helped me bring them back. Uncle Liu Rong even used a horse, drawn cart from the forest farm to help me haul them. He made several trips, but it was really tiring. These trees weren't dried, and each one was incredibly heavy." Yes, yes, it is very heavy." Ding Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly, but her eyes were a little moist. "When your father was still alive, he told me many times that our house was too old and that we had to build a new one no matter what. But after he passed away, nothing ever happened. I didn't dare to think about it all these years, and I couldn't get any wood. I never thought that you could do this kind of thing for your mother. I'm so happy. I'm thinking that maybe our family will be able to live in a new house soon." Ding Xiaoyi's voice trembled with tears as she spoke. Over the years, she raised Chen Yang alone, and no one knows how much hardship she went through. Only she and her son truly understand. Of course, I feel pleasantly surprised now. Mom, don't cry. I'll take care of things at home from now on. Our lives will definitely get better and better. I believe you. Will definitely get better and better. Ding Xiaoyi wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, but immediately moved on to another matter. "I have no objection to the rest, but I just wanted to remind you that all of your ex-wives are obsessed with you. You should think of a way to resolve things with them." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, then suddenly chuckled and asked her softly, "So, which one do you want me to marry?" "I'll do whatever you say. Whichever one you tell me to marry, I'll marry." Oh, this. She was initially happy when her son said this, but when she asked him which one he wanted to marry, she suddenly couldn't say a word. Jingju may seem cold, but she actually manages the household affairs very well and is also very generous. Yufeng may seem unpleasant to talk to, and she is always being sarcastic, but if anyone says anything bad about you, she'll immediately rush out and argue with them. She is incredibly protective of you when you're out in public. Shuangyu divorced you the shortest time, but she is the one who can't let you go the most. You see, compared to the other two, her attitude is much more moderate. If we're talking about looks, they're all great in their own way. We've had 3 kids, and the boys are handsome, and the girls are beautiful. If you asked me to choose, I wouldn't know how to choose. At this point, the mother became a little angry again. Isn't this all your own doing? Now you're making me choose here? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Mom, don't worry. Chen Yang knew this would be the outcome. Her mother simply wanted to remarry one of them, but when it came down to actually making the choice, she didn't know what to do. Because all 3 daughters, in-law, are good people in their own way. How do I choose? Only children make choices. As an adult, I naturally want them all. Isn't it better to marry them all? Ding Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, but then she was startled. She looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Your father and I are both very upright people. How did we end up with such a good for nothing son like you? You really dare to dream. 3 of them. You're dreaming. Do you think the law will allow that? Can you even marry 3 women? What are you saying? You don't need to get married to have 3, right? I didn't say we had to get married. Besides, all 3 of them have been married to me before. Does it really matter whether they're married or not? All I need now is for them to be with me. Chen Yang chuckled shamelessly. You? Ding Xiaoyi thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed possible. She was both excited and worried. Stop acting up. Okay, we should just marry one person and treat them well. Why are you thinking of having all 3 of them together? What do you take them for? Do you think they'll agree to this? They might just kill you with a knife. No, how could they bear to kill me? Don't worry about this. I'll have each of them give me another child. And then you'll have 6 grandchildren. Didn't you say our family is small, with only Chen Guang as our son? I'll give you 2 more sons, and then you'll have 3 grandchildren. Won't our family be prosperous then? What do you say? Okay, of course, that is fine, but this whole thing sounds so awkward and unreliable to me. Don't try to fool me. If you do, I'll get angry and won't be polite to you. Mom, I would never trick you. Just wait and see. Don't worry about this matter, and don't rush me to marry them. Let me sort out our family affairs, and they will naturally side with me. Are you serious? Of course it is true. Just wait and see. Seeing her son's mysterious expression, Ding Xiaoyi breathed a slight sigh of relief, but I still felt a little uneasy inside. You said your son used to be so unambitious, which made her angry, but now he is very ambitious, and says he is going to win over all 3 of his wives. but that also makes her feel scared. Don't try to fool me here. However, judging from Chen Yang's serious expression, you could tell he wasn't joking. Forget it. I'll just ignore it. I can't control this brat anymore, and he is quite capable now, so I'll just let him do whatever he wants. If things go wrong, then we'll see. I had just finished lunch when, unexpectedly, someone else came in from outside. It was Chen Haidong. Uncle Haidong. Chen Yang took out a cigarette and warmly invited him in for a drink of water. I heard you went to steal trees with your entourage last night, Chen Haidong asked, taking the cigarette offered to him. Chen Yang was startled, thinking to himself, who the hell leaked this information? Don't be afraid. It was Chen Chang who told me. I was wondering why you didn't tell me about this. I could have gone up and helped you carry the tree. Otherwise, how long would it have taken you guys? It is all right, we've already finished. We should be able to cut down a few more trees in a day. I just need to make some furniture, so I don't need that many trees. Chen Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 43, Finding Honey Timber has many uses. If you're building a house, you'll definitely need to make more furniture, so get more wood. Are you going again tonight? I'll go with you and help you out. Chen Haidong was very generous, but Chen Yang understood immediately. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Uncle Haidong, you can just tell me what is wrong. I didn't expect you to do this. It is nothing else. I just wanted to ask if you could invite me next time you go hunting. I'd like to go up there and see what is going on. Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew he wouldn't come over to fawn over me for no reason, and even want to go up with me to steal the tree. Now I understand. So he is after me to go hunting. I already know about your hunting trip. I told you I'd go with you last time, but Chen Chang didn't come to find me. You guys hunted 5 wild boars to sell. It makes me so envious. Call me next time, okay? Okay. Chen Yang thought for a moment, and finally decided to agree. Since Chen Haidong has been so sincere in offering to help me steal trees, it is only natural to take him hunting in the mountains. Then it is settled. Chen Haidong was very happy and patted him on the shoulder. I'll go now. I'll come find you after dinner tonight. I'll come with them. Good. After receiving Chen Yang's agreement, Chen Haidong left happily. But after taking only a couple of steps, she turned back to remind him. Chen Dongfeng and his son Chen Fang are no good. We should keep this to ourselves and not tell them. Otherwise, they might go to the village and accuse us of stealing trees. If the village doesn't agree with them, they might go to the town and accuse us of stealing trees? I know. Then I'm leaving. Watching him leave, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Just then, he suddenly saw Chenya and Chen Yi, the 2 sisters, pounce on his legs and hug him tightly. Daddy, Daddy, bees are biting us. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that there were indeed several bees flying around in his yard. Don't worry, they won't bite you. Don't be afraid. I'll go and kill them. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the 2 sisters looking pale with fright, and then he prepared to take pictures of them. But when I looked at those bees, I noticed a kind of glow on them. He found that the light seemed quite bright. What does this mean? Just as he was thinking this, the point of light suddenly drifted away from the bee, seemingly pointing into the distance. What could be on a bee that I could possibly work on? Could it be honey? His eyes lit up after that thought. Yes, let's go take a look. So he immediately grabbed a large bucket and put on a set of tight-fitting clothes. What are you doing? Deng Yufeng frowned and asked, puzzled by his strange attire. I'm going to check on the hill behind our house. You don't need to worry about me. Just stay home and take care of the kids. After saying that, Chen Yang hurriedly went up the mountain. Dad, where are you going? Chenya asked Deng Yufeng curiously. I don't know either. You all stay here with Grandma and don't run around. I'll go up with your dad. Deng Yufeng thought for a moment and finally followed Chen Yang up the back mountain. Chen Yang watched the red dot move forward. Wait for me. Not long after. He heard Deng Yufeng calling his name from behind. Chen Yang turned his head and saw that Deng Yufeng was already following behind him, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Why did you come up here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? Who is willing to wait for you? Deng Yufeng glared at him, her expression one of gritted teeth. Chen Yang felt somewhat helpless. Where you go? I just saw a few little bees and I was wondering if there was honey on them, so I came over to look for it. There is honey here! What are you thinking? Our family already knows there is honey here. Deng Yufeng thought he was dreaming. Well, maybe. I'll look around here. You'd better not see me off, just go downstairs. Deng Yufeng completely ignored him. All right. You can come up if you want, but you have to follow me. And don't mess around. Don't disturb me while I'm looking for honey. This stuff is really good. If we can find some honey, the kids will have snacks. In this era of widespread sugar shortage, honey is certainly a good thing. Deng Yufeng didn't use any words to provoke him. Then let's see how you find it. You wouldn't be deliberately looking for an opportunity to be alone with me, would you? Chen Yang smiled when he saw Deng Yufeng's fearless and daring manner and deliberately teased her with his words. Himph! Deng Yufeng sneered, staring at him. Those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with doubt and contempt. You think I don't know what you and Li Shuangyu did that day? You wanted to divorce her, and then you slept with her. Are you mentally unhealthy? Do you want to find married women? Chen Yang chuckled dryly. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. I'm not. I'm a normal person. That is something only tomato readers like to do. I'm a normal person. You think you're normal? I think you're doing this on purpose. Deng Yufeng glared at him. You're not allowed to provoke her again. Chen Yang pursed his lips, thinking to himself, You think I'll just stay away from them like that? Why should I? Fortunately, he quickly noticed the commotion. Upon arriving here, we discovered that there were more and more bees, and they were all heading into a cave in the rock wall. Could it be here? A thought struck him as he noticed the increasing red light in the area. He pointed there and said, There seem to be quite a few bees going in and out over there. If there really is honey, I think it would be there. You're dressed too lightly, don't go in, or you'll get stung by the honey. I'll go in and check it out. After saying that, he picked up the bucket and was about to go inside. Are you crazy? You're just going to go in like that? There are so many bees there. They'll all sting you. Won't they sting you to death? Seeing that he was about to go in, Deng Yufeng became anxious and quickly pulled him back. It is so soft it feels really comfortable to hold. Chen Yang suddenly felt a tremor in his body. Actually, all three of his ex-wives were beautiful and had great figures. But the most explosive one has to be Deng Yufeng. Deng Yufeng has a fiery personality and a great figure. When he pulled her like that, the soft, sticky, and greasy feeling aroused him. It is okay. Didn't you see I'm wearing thick clothes and I'm carrying a bag too? As he spoke, Chen Yang put the bag over his head. The bag is transparent with a small hole poked in it to let in air. This way, you can breathe while still seeing the road ahead. Deng Yufeng felt helpless, seeing his expression, and knew that she couldn't stop him. Then be careful and don't do anything reckless. Chen Yang nodded. I knew you women were all stubborn. But don't worry, I'll pry your mouth open one day. Let's see if you're still so stubborn. At that time, you certainly wouldn't be tough, but I had to be soft, lost in these random thoughts. He arrived at the cave entrance, bent down, and went inside to take a look. Upon seeing this, he almost burst out laughing. Chapter 44, Honey Harvesting. I was right. There was indeed honey inside. And not just one, but 3 large beehives. It was hanging inside the stone wall at this time, and countless bees were clinging to the honeycomb. Besides, there are many bees coming and going, seemingly contributing to the hives. Damn, this place really has such a big beehive. I'm going to be rich this time. Not only will I have food to eat, but I can even sell it. He couldn't stop laughing, immediately looked around, then picked up the bucket and started cutting the honey with a knife. The top is so rich, it is practically dripping with honey. It looks like it'll flow out with the slightest movement. He reached out and tasted it, and found it to be exceptionally sweet. Don't blame me, but I'll leave you some, Chen Yang said excitedly as he cut down with the knife. The bees were getting anxious, but Chen Yang's equipment was so good that they couldn't attack him, and could only watch as he cut away the honey they had worked so hard to collect. However, Chen Yang was also a conscientious person. After cutting so much honey, he had to leave some for the other person, so that they would continue to collect flowers and make honey next time. And he would have a continuous supply of chives. That is how you cultivate chives. You have to harvest them, but you can't dig up all the roots. You have to leave them some space to grow. That way, you can harvest them again next time. If you cut off their roots, how will they grow? So, what if I can't get another one cut? While Chen Yang was carefully cutting inside, Deng Yufeng outside seemed a little anxious. Chen Yang, how is it going inside? Say something. Don't scare me. It is okay. There is lots of honey in here. I'm harvesting it right now. Chen Yang could tell from her anxious voice that she was definitely worried. Deng Yufeng outside breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his voice. At the same time, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and glare hatefully inside. I don't know what possessed me, but not only did we get divorced, I continued to live with you in this area, not afraid of what the villagers would say, or even my own family's disappointment in me. I must have owed you something in my past life. But just as she was thinking this, A bee suddenly flew in front of her. Although Deng Yufeng was feisty, she was still a woman after all, and the sudden attack startled her so much that she screamed. Chen Yang had almost finished harvesting the honey when he heard Deng Yufeng's terrified voice. He was startled and thought something had happened, so he quickly ran out with a full bucket. But then a bee seemed to think that Deng Yufeng was easy to bully and started swarming around her, trying to sting her. Chen Yang picked up a kitchen knife and slapped it on the bee. This slapped the bee to the ground, killing it instantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Yang pulled Deng Yufeng into his arms and comforted her at the same time. "It is okay. It is okay. I've already killed it. It won't bite you anymore." With that hug, he immediately felt the sensation of Deng Yufeng's voluptuous figure in front of him. It is soft. It is warm and cozy. It feels like I'm just starting out. Chen Yang shuddered. Damn. You know what? Young married women are really fun. Deng Yufeng's expression relaxed slightly, but upon seeing Chen Yang's demeanor, he immediately noticed something was amiss. Oh, I saw you were so scared just now, so I wanted to comfort you. Come on, look how much honey I have. It is almost a whole bucket full, and there are 3 really big ones in there. Let's go back. We can make them something nice to eat tonight." Deng Yufeng glared at him, wanting to say something, but when she saw the honey in the bucket, her face changed in shock. There are just too many. Honey is a wonderful thing. Forget about blaming Chen Yang. They quickly helped him grab the kitchen knife and hurriedly followed him down the mountain. Li Shuangyu and Zhao Jingzhu frowned when they heard that the 2 of them had gone up the mountain. Could they be doing something up in the mountains? Li Shuangyu asked with some concern. Zhao Jingzhu looked at Li Shuangyu speechlessly. "You're overthinking it. What could you possibly do on this mountain? You don't know this, do you?" Li Shuangyu shook her head, unconvinced, and explained. "I've heard that some people like to do this kind of thing in the wild, and some even like to do it in the water. Who can say for sure? Deng Yufeng is so daring and wild. Isn't it normal for him to be a little wild?" Ding Xiaoyi, who was standing to the side, almost covered her ears and said it was too dirty. "Oh dear, everyone in the village says my wife is well-educated, polite, and respectful. How come she is talking about such filthy things now? I can't stand it." Zhao Jingzhu was speechless for a moment and couldn't refute her. To be honest, Chen Yang has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. "You're overthinking it. There aren't that many complicated things going on. Can't you see how much Yufeng dislikes her now?" That was all she could say. But just then, a commotion came from the back of the mountain. Chen Yang and Deng Yufeng appeared at the gate of the courtyard, carrying a large bucket of things in their hands. "We've got some honey. Come and see. There is so much honey." Chen Yang's voice rang in their ears, causing everyone to gather around. They were all dumbfounded when they saw what was in Chen Yang's bucket. "It really is honey. How come there is so much?" The mother clapped her hands with delight. "It is not that you can't get honey here, but the chances are slim." "Mom, there is a stone cave on the hill behind us. I've been there before, but I had no idea there was a cave hidden there, and that there was so much honey inside. It was Chen Yang who found it and brought it all down." Li Shuangyu was also somewhat pleased. "Dad, what is this? Can we eat it?" Chenya and Chen Yi, the 2 sisters, also came over, but they looked completely bewildered at these things. "Of course they can eat it. This stuff is definitely edible." "Mom, get them some boiled water. I'll make them some honey water." "I'll go," Zhao Jingzhu said with a smile as she hurried into the kitchen, fetched some hot water, and brought over a bowl. After taking it out, Chen Yang took out some honey and dissolved it in water. As he worked his way up, he discovered that the honey was of very high quality and extremely viscous. Just by looking at how sticky it is, you can tell it must be very sweet. Chenya let the honey dissolve in the water until it cooled down a bit, then took a sip. At that moment, my eyes felt so sweet they squinted. "Daddy, it is so sweet. How can this water be so sweet? It is even sweeter than sugar." Yes, I want more," Chen Yi chimed in from the side. All right. We have so many of us. You can eat as much as you want without worry. There will definitely be plenty for you. Come on, try some, and you should all take out your bowls and try this honey water too. Chapter 45, Going Up the Mountain to Cut Down Trees Before Long. They were all drinking honey water. The honey water was incredibly sweet, and everyone who drank it relaxed their brows. "This is enough for us to drink for a long time." Ding Xiaoyi looked at the bucket of stuff and was so happy that her eyes almost closed. "How much can we drink by ourselves? Do we have any glass bottles? Let's get a glass bottle so we can keep some for ourselves, and I think we should sell the rest." Chen Yang shook his head. "Sell it? Can this thing be sold? Ding Xiaoyi was quite surprised. Why can't it be sold? Of course it can be sold. This stuff will definitely sell well in town, but the quality is too poor as it is. We'll package them before selling. Zhao Jingju spoke again, gently reminding them. It is not good to just sell it like this. If we have glass bottles, we can repackage it into individual bottles, which will make it much easier to sell. Besides, this is genuine wild honey, so it can fetch a pretty good price. Most importantly, the price we can get is slightly higher after repackaging. If we just leave it like this, people will think our stuff is worthless. Zhao Jingzu is a smart person. She hit the nail on the head in one sentence, which made Chen Yang clap and cheer. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. We need to pack these things up beforehand. It will be much easier to sell them later. I remember the Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells those empty bottles. I'll go buy some tomorrow as market day. We'll go sell these things tomorrow. I believe quite a few people will want to buy our stuff. Then hurry up and go. Once you're done, we'll be here, and we can pack these things up when we have time. Ding Xiaoyi immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Okay, then you all wait at home. I'll take care of it right away. Chen Yang acted immediately, leaving in a hurry and heading straight to the town. Chen Yang hurriedly entered the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and explained his purpose. You want these empty bottles, right? How many do you need? Upon hearing his question, the salesperson immediately pointed to the bottles next to her. This is certainly not a glass bottle, but a plastic bottle. But it looks pretty good, and the price isn't expensive. Yes, that is the kind of bottle. I'll take 100 of them. 100? You want that many? No, of course we do, but I am just trying to be helpful. Why are you buying so many once we sell something here? We don't take it back. There is no such thing as returns. So that is why he was afraid of being asked to return the goods. Chen Yang immediately smiled and explained, I understand what you're saying. Since I came here to buy this, I definitely won't return it. Okay, I'll get it for you. Before long, all 100 bottles were filled. Chen Yang paid the money and hurriedly rode his old bicycle home. When we get back, we put these bottles over there. 100. Why did you buy so many? Ding Xiaoyi turned pale with anger when she heard that he had bought 100 and pointed at him. How could you be so wasteful? Do you even need 100 of these? You'd be lucky if you could fit 30 or 40 bottles. It's not just 30 or 40. It should be at least 50 bottles. However, Zhao Jingju spoke up to defend Chen Yang. And who knows, we might be able to get honey in the future, so it is good to store more bottles. Ding Xiaoyi fell silent after her daughter. In-law said that Deng Yufeng couldn't help but glance at Zhao Jingzu a couple more times, thinking to himself, Aren't you pretending today? Come on, let's pack these things up. Tomorrow's the market. We can take them out to sell and see how much a bottle can fetch. Zhao Jingzu seemed to sense Deng Yufeng's gaze, which made her a little embarrassed, but she still tried to remain calm and called everyone over to pack the things together. So the women began to portion out the honey. After dinner, Chen Yang rested for a while, and then he heard footsteps outside. Brother Yang, we can go again. Chen Dechun's hearty voice came from outside. Chen Yang nodded, stood up, and picked up his tools. This time, I didn't carry a gun. Since we're going to steal trees, let's just steal them properly. Yesterday, with a gun on our backs, we didn't even have time to look for prey. We might as well just steal the trees first. Be careful. Li Shuangyu told him after he left. Chen Yang nodded, and immediately left. Chen Dechun was already waiting for him outside. He was very happy to see him and went up to him to greet him warmly. Uncle Haidong also said he wanted to come with us. You know, he's already waiting for you at my house. We'll all go up the mountain together later and also visit Uncle Liao. Let's go! Chen Yang smiled slightly. Chen Haidong was indeed waiting for him at Chen Zhen's house. Let's go! Chen Haidong said with a smile. Without further ado, let's set off immediately. We returned to the forest farm. Liu Rong was already waiting for him upstairs. Upon seeing them, he immediately waved his hand and led the way. After yesterday's collaboration, there is no need to say anything more today. Liu Rong led the way. After walking for about 20 minutes, we arrived at a place. Look at these trees. How about they? They re even better than yesterday. That's perfect for us now. Liu Rong was particularly generous, perhaps because these things weren't his own. The trees in the forest are perfect. Almost all of them are towering giants, incredibly thick, making them excellent for crafting furniture. Sure, let's get started. Don't just stand there. Chen Zhenchen was very satisfied and urged everyone to get to work. Having one more person makes things more efficient. Moreover, Chen Yang and Chen Dechun had made slight progress compared to yesterday, so they were quite fast and soon cut down 2 large trees. Moreover, with more people, there can be a division of labor. After the big tree is cut down, someone else immediately starts sawing it shorter. Even after the timber is cut shorter, someone can transport it to the management office. Just as they were intensely sawing trees on this side, they suddenly heard gunshots from the other side. The group of people who had been chatting and laughing suddenly froze and all looked in the direction of the gunshot. "Someone's hunting over there," Chen Haidong exclaimed excitedly, immediately looking in that direction. "It really is." Chen Yang was also somewhat surprised. "Who went over there?" "I overheard something. It seems that Chen Dongfeng took some men up the mountain to hunt again tonight. Could he be over there?" Chen Zhenchang asked curiously. "Him?" Chen Haidong looked disgusted when he heard this. "His marksmanship is terrible. Forget about it. Anyone who goes hunting with him is doomed. Last time we went with him, we didn't find a single prey. When we finally found a group of wild boars, we discovered that Xiao Yang and Zhen Chang had found them together. They were lying in ambush over there, and we ruined their plans. I feel incredibly unlucky." Judging from Chen Haidong's disgusted look, he clearly felt that he had been tricked by him last time. "Their technique is really not that great," Chen Zhengsheng said, curling his lip in disdain. They had all witnessed Chen Yang's prowess, so they didn't really take these weaklings seriously. "Since they've started using guns, could there be some prey over there? Should we go check it out?" The commotion over there made Li Rong somewhat restless. His sudden impulse prompted Chen Haidong to also consider it, and for a moment everyone's eyes turned to Chen Yang. "Forget it." But Chen Zheng spoke up unexpectedly. "We're here to help Xiao Yang cut down trees today. We can only go hunting after we've finished cutting down the trees for him. It is not like Xiao Yang doesn't want to take us hunting in the mountains. We just need to finish these things for him. So what is the rush?" Chapter 46, the wild boar that was chased over that made sense. And for a moment they couldn't refute it and could only nod in agreement. "Anyway, we should be able to get everything done tonight. There is no need to rush. Let's stay up one more night, and we'll go hunting in the mountains tomorrow." Chen Yang shared this sentiment, so he spoke up to persuade them at this opportune moment. All right. They're already fighting over there anyway. It doesn't really concern us. If we go there, he'll think we're stealing his prey." Liu Rong thought it made sense, since they were helping Chen Yang cut down trees. They might as well just cut them down first. After that, we can always arrange to go hunting in the mountains, right? Chen Haidong looked at the hunting rifle lying to the side with some regret. He did come to help Chen Yang cut down trees, but he also wanted to see if he could try his luck. However, this place is too close to the forest farm, making it difficult to spot prey. Unless they specifically look for it, it is practically impossible for them to catch any. So they continued cutting down trees there. About an hour later, Chen Yang suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw a red dot appear ahead, and it was moving very fast, seemingly getting closer to them. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, and even thought he was seeing things. Could it be that prey has come to our side? No way. As he was thinking this, and seeing that thing getting closer and closer, he felt a little uneasy. Just then, there was finally some movement ahead. But then a wild boar appeared on the opposite mountain, like lightning, rushing towards them at breakneck speed. The aura was very intimidating. It turned out to be a frightened wild boar that had run here in a panic with nowhere else to go. And this move seems to be heading straight towards Liu Rong over there. "Watch out!" Chen Yang reacted the fastest. He was already prepared when he saw the wild boar running towards him. Without much thought, he ran to Chen Haidong's side and picked up his hunting rifle. In the nick of time, a shot was fired at the head of the wild boar. Thump! The wild boar finally stopped in its tracks after running wildly and was shot hard by him, falling heavily to the ground. The sudden gunshots and the sudden appearance of the wild boar caught everyone off guard. They could only see the boar falling heavily before they realized what was happening, and stared at Chen Yang in horror. Liu Rong, who had just been attacked by a wild boar and was still in shock, felt his legs trembling. If Chen Yang hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been seriously injured, or even lost his life. He considered himself someone important, and he was usually not afraid when patrolling the mountains alone, but this time he was really scared. This works. Chen Haidong finally realized what was happening and stared in disbelief. Not good. But Chen Yang reacted quickly, frowning as he spoke to them. That gunshot will definitely let Chen Dongfeng and his men know that we're stealing trees here. If they find out, we'll be in trouble. Here's what we'll do. Move this pig to another direction, and then move all these trees away. We absolutely can't let them know. Hurry. Only after he said that did Liu Rong and the others realize what was happening, and they all stepped forward to work together to remove these things. Move the pigs here. They'll definitely come following the sound. Just sit here and wait for them. Uncle Liu, you and Uncle Haidong stay here. I'll get the others to move these trees away. Make sure they don't get here. After Chen Yang made this arrangement, the others realized what he meant and did as he said. Fortunately, they had gone back before, and although there were quite a few trees here, they managed to move them by working together. Not long after the tree was moved, people hurriedly arrived from the other side. Liu Rong and Chen Haidong were both holding hunting rifles and sitting there smoking. Did you kill this? Chen Dongfeng was followed by several people who rushed over. When they saw the wild boar, their eyes lit up. Yes, we're the ones who did it. Liu Rong smiled slightly. It looks like we brought this here. Chen Dongfeng looked at the wild boar, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. You guys rushed over here? Who knows? Chen Dongfeng, are you saying we have to share this wild boar with you? Liu Rong and Chen Haidong both understood each other's meaning, and they both frowned at the same time. If it were just Chen Haidong, Chen Dongfeng might not really take him seriously. But Liu Rong is a different story here. Liu Rong is a manager in the forest farm. He was originally a hunter, and not an easy person to get along with. Chen Dongfeng gave a dry laugh, but he was still somewhat unwilling. You can't say that. We really did rush here, and you guys just happened to get a free meal. How about we share a few pounds of meat with everyone? What are you thinking? Liu Rong was so angry she almost laughed. She stood up and glared at him. We didn't go hunting together. We too encountered this wild boar here, so naturally we shot it dead. If you'd wounded the boar first, we could consider it a bargain and share some of the spoils. But this boar came perfectly fine without a single injury, and I almost lost my life trying to kill it. Now you have the nerve to ask us for money. What are you thinking, Dream On? After Liu Rong said this, the others didn't dare to say anything more and glanced at them awkwardly. Although Chen Dongfeng was unhappy, he knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he waved his hand and told the others to follow him away from there. Damn it, we've been working so hard here, and he has gotten the better deal. We've suffered a huge loss. One of them couldn't help but say after they left, Yeah, how long did it take us to get here? We didn't expect him to shoot us dead and not even give us a single bite. Is that even possible? Chen Dongfeng cursed under his breath. That bastard Liu Rong is arrogant because he works in the forest farm. We really can't afford to mess with him right now. Another person said, What is there to be afraid of? He took all our stuff. Are we supposed to be polite to him? Several people here had different opinions. I'll go find him again. Chen Dongfeng was also unwilling to swallow his anger. He had finally prepared to go up the mountain to avenge his previous defeat. This was the wild boar that he had the best chance of catching. But now they had taken it away, and he might not even have a chance. Of course, he was not happy, so he decided to go find them again. Don't come any closer. I'll talk to him privately. With so many people around, he might be too embarrassed to back down. I'll go talk to him and see if he's willing. If we can reach an agreement, great. If not, we can talk about it again. Chen Dongfeng gritted his teeth and hurriedly walked back. After getting rid of them, Chen Haidong and Liu Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Hurriedly carried the wild boar to the management office when I first arrived there. I suddenly realized something was wrong. Chen Dongfeng's voice came from behind. Wait a moment. Chapter 47, turning the tables. Moreover, Chen Yang, Chen Dachun, and Chen Zhenchang came out to greet them, and they were just about to take the wild boar inside when Chen Dongfeng arrived at that moment, and everyone bumped into each other. What are you doing here? Chen Dongfeng frowned when he saw them there, seemingly quite displeased. Why can't I be here? I've hunted quite a lot of game these past few days, and Uncle Liu asked me to come over and give him some pointers on hunting. So here I am. Is there a problem? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he reacted very quickly and immediately came up with an excuse. Need your guidance. You must be joking. Why can't I ask him for guidance? He really has the skills. I'm not like some people who are not as good as others and refuse to admit it. Xiao Yang's marksmanship is so good, and he has so much experience in hunting. What is wrong with me asking him for guidance? Besides, this wild boar was the result of his guidance. If he hadn't been there to remind me when to fire, when to aim, and how to prevent it from escaping, how could I have shot this prey so quickly? Chen Dongfeng was stifled by their combined words, leaving him speechless. He felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Moreover, he knew that with Chen Yang and Chen Zhenchang here, there was absolutely no way he could get a share of this wild boar. So he took a few steps back, cursing under his breath, and prepared to leave. But after taking only a few steps, he felt something was wrong, immediately frowned, and turned to look at them. I'm just curious. You're not making this up, are you? Chen Yang, you didn't come here to steal trees, did you? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Uncle Liu is right here. You're saying I stole trees in front of him. Are you looking down? On Uncle Liu? Or on me? Are you trying to slander me? Who knows? Maybe you two are working together on something like this. It is not like it has never happened before. Do you really think I'm stupid? Upon hearing this, Chen Heidong and Chen Zhenchang behind him became somewhat anxious. Everyone knows that trees are stolen. Where did people get so much money to buy timber and planks back then? Didn't everyone steal their trees? But knowing something in one's heart is one thing, having evidence is another. If the other party takes this opportunity to cause some trouble, it will be quite difficult to deal with them. But at that moment, Liu Rong, who was standing next to Chen Dongfeng, suddenly flew into a rage and started cursing at him. Chen Dongfeng, what the hell are you doing here at my forest farm spouting nonsense? Stealing trees, huh? You're slandering me, aren't you? Fine, you're right. I usually turn a blind eye to your tree thefts. We're all from the same village, and I know everyone's struggling. Are you forcing me into this issue? But you don't mind me for being impolite. Do you think how? You've stolen trees from here. Are you really going to do this? Tomorrow, I'll go to the town government and tell them about this. And I'll also tell Diching. Let's see what you do then. If you don't return the trees, you'll pay me back, and I'll take you to jail. Chen Dongfeng built a house a couple of years ago, mainly for his son's wedding, but it hasn't been put to use yet. But back then, once a nice house was built, it was incredibly impressive. People were very arrogant and boastful in front of the whole village. As for where his timber came from, it certainly wasn't bought. It was simply stolen from the forest farm. Now Liu Rong is not playing with him anymore. He just flipped the table. Chen Dongfeng's expression changed, and he realized that what he had just said was indeed a bit too much. And more importantly, it had angered Liu Rong. Brother Liu Rong, don't be angry. I was just saying it casually. How could I doubt you? Do you think I don't know who you are in our village? It is only because you're here that we can get some things. You're much better than the forest rangers in other places. We're all grateful to you. Just take it as me talking nonsense and don't take it to heart. Okay. Chen Dongfeng was genuinely scared and anxious, and at this moment he begged for mercy. Don't take it personally, but what you just said really hurt my feelings. No matter how tough I, Liu Rong, am, I turn a blind eye because I care about the villagers, don't I? You just come up here and slap a label on me like that. Who can stand that? I know I misspoke. I'm so sorry. That didn't happen at all. Please don't hold it against me. Okay, I'll treat you to drinks another day. Chen Heidong and Chen Zhenchang almost died laughing when they saw his arrogant and obsequious behavior. At the same time, they cursed this idiot in their hearts. Get out. Liu Rong was genuinely short-tempered, and also thought this guy was an idiot, so he spoke rudely. What are you doing here? It is ridiculous. Get out of here. Don't stay here. Having made a fool of himself, Chen Dongfeng didn't dare linger. He gave a dry laugh and hurriedly left without looking back. Damn it. This time we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. He felt that his own words and speculations made a lot of sense, but he couldn't afford to offend them. Those present breathed a sigh of relief only after they were certain he had left. This idiot came here to cause trouble and scared me half to death, Chen Heidong cursed. Ignore him. He should be gone now. We don't need to worry about him. Let's get this done, and we'll continue cutting down trees in a bit. Everyone nodded, quickly put the wild boar down, and continued cutting down trees. However, with the help of these people today, Chen Yang felt it was enough after planting a few trees. Around 4 in the morning, they moved all the trees to the back of Chen Yang's mountain, and that was considered done. Now Uncle Liu and Uncle Heidong have come out and said that you were the ones who hunted the wild boar, so you're the only ones who can sell it. I won't interfere tomorrow. You can take it to town and sell it yourselves. Chen Yang handed out cigarettes to everyone as he was leaving, saying these words at the same time, that is for sure. We'll go to town to sell it tomorrow. First thing in the morning, and there is a market tomorrow too. Yes, I also need to go to the market to sell honey tomorrow. Okay, then that is settled. You guys should go back and get some rest. After everything was settled, everyone went their separate ways. The next morning, Chen Yang got up just as dawn was breaking. In the countryside, you have to go to the market early. Firstly, people want to secure a good stall location. And secondly, market days in rural areas start early, especially in the summer. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingzhu got up just as he did. I'll go with you, Zhao Jingzhu said. It's inconvenient for you to go selling things alone. I'll go with you. Greet. Chen Yang was naturally delighted. However, with one more person on my bike, it couldn't carry that many people and so much cargo anymore. After loading the goods, I pushed the bike and went to town with Zhao Jingzhu, chapter 48. Selling honey, Zhao Jingzhu didn't talk much along the way. Although Chen Yang tried his best to chat with her, she would only respond with a word or two and then fall silent. Fortunately, we arrived in town smoothly while chatting all the way, and it was still early. After finding a suitable spot to set up his stall, Chen Yang took out his goods. He found another piece of red paper and wrote the price on it. Natural honey, 2 yuan a jar. Zhao Jingzhu glanced at it and had no objection. However, when someone comes over, he greets them warmly, and his face changes with smiles. Auntie, would you like to buy some honey? This is honey that we picked ourselves from the mountains. It is very sweet and fragrant. Look, it is only 2 yuan a bottle. Not expensive at all. Zhao Jingzhu is beautiful, has a pleasant voice, and is very polite to people. When he started recruiting people in this way, many people would come up to take a look. In those days, sugar was a strategic resource, and it was not easy for ordinary people to buy it. Sweets were generally scarce, and children were particularly happy to eat them. When she introduced herself, some people thought it was cheap, and took out their money to buy honey. The couple worked together and sold more than half of their stock in less than half an hour. Moreover, many people may be buying things because of Zhao Jingzhu, especially since such a beautiful woman is enthusiastically hawking her wares here. Whether they are old or young, they all find it pleasing to the eye. There aren't many bottles left. Are you hungry? After selling for a while, Chen Yang checked and found that there weren't many bottles left. So he asked her warmly, I'm not hungry. Zhao Jingzhu shook her head. How can you not be hungry? After these bottles are sold out, it will be time for breakfast. I'll treat you to some clear soup. Broth. Zhao Jingzhu looked at her ex-husband, somewhat dazed. Although Chen Yang is said to be idle and irresponsible, he is actually quite good to his wives, including himself. Basically, it was the best he could give. This is why none of these 3 women wanted to leave his house after their divorces. There were some family reasons, but more importantly, it was because Chen Yang treated her well. Chen Yang is still good to her now, and he seems more reliable than ever. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly heard a voice. Hee. A slightly gloating voice rang out. Didn't you two say you were divorced? How come you're still selling things here together? Oh, you must have 3 ex-wives, right? 3 ex-wives, and they're all still living in your house. You're not doing anything shady, are you? Let me tell you, this is illegal. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Jingzhu sighed. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. That voice was all too familiar to him. The voice of Zhao Guohua, Zhao Jingzhu's cousin. In fact, Zhao Jingzhu's biological parents had already passed away, and he was raised by his uncle Zhao Fashing from a young age. Zhao Jingzhu didn't go back to her parents' home because there was no one there anymore. This Zhao Guohua is Zhao Fashing's son. Zhao Fashing's words made Chen Yang frown. You fucking deserve a beating, don't you? What are you looking at me for? Just as Chen Yang frowned and looked at him, Zhao Guohua suddenly got excited. So what if I look at you wrong? Did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. You two are already divorced. What is the point of living together, Zhao Jingzhu? Aren't you disgracing the Zhao family? Zhao Guohua deliberately spoke loudly, just to embarrass them. Zhao Jingzhu's expression changed slightly. Guohua, don't talk nonsense. Speak your mind properly. Seeing Zhao Jingzhu's bewildered and helpless appearance, Zhao Guohua couldn't help but feel a surge of smugness. I see your honey is selling quite well. You must have made a lot of money, right? Zhao Guohua said with a smile. Zhao Jingzhu and Chen Yang immediately understood what they meant. They wanted money. The fact that you two are living together so ambiguously has caused a lot of gossip in our village. My parents have tried to put in a good word for you. You rarely come home even once a year. I'm practically your brother. Right? Look at your ex-husband. He doesn't give you any face at all. He still looks so resentful. You have the nerve to ask for money now? Chen Yang couldn't hold back any longer, and finally spoke up to Zhao Guohua after he finished speaking. What the hell, did I give your family a dowry when I married Jingzhu? Now Jingzhu's household registration isn't even in your village anymore. She can live her life however she wants. Who are you to criticize her? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you trying to ask me for money, huh? What? Lost money gambling again. You're asking me for money now that you don't have anywhere else to go. Chen Yang used to be an idle person, not very assertive, and felt like anyone could take advantage of him. Zhao Guohua saw him in the same way. He got greedy when he saw them selling things here, so he came over to say these unpleasant things just to get some benefits. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang is no longer playing those tricks on him. Not only that, he even deliberately spoke loudly in front of me, revealing all my secrets. If you gamble, just gamble. If you lose, admit it. What are you doing here causing trouble? Who do you think you are? You have the nerve to ask me for money? Yu Zhao Guohua was about to collapse, and seeing people pointing at him, his face turned red as he pointed at Chen Yang. Fine, you two are something else, refusing to even acknowledge your brother-in-law. You're something else, but you'll regret this. Just you wait. With that, Zhao Guohua hurriedly left. Why did you offend him? Just give him a few dollars if he wants money. Zhao Jingzhu sighed and looked at Chen Yang. No way! Chen Yang shook his head and refused, somewhat angrily saying, Why should I give him money to others? It sounds like he, as your uncle, raised you to adulthood, but when your parents passed away, all the family property went to him. Besides, I know you were treated like a slave to their family before you married me. Now that you're married to me, you still want to take money from me. Why should I? I've dragged you into this. Zhao Jingzhu's eyes suddenly reddened. The reason she didn't want to go home was because her uncle wasn't a very good person either. Right after she divorced Chen Yang, she would send someone every few days to tell him to come home. She says it all, that even though they're divorced, that place will always be her family home. But Zhao Jingzhu knew very well that the other party simply wanted her to go home and remarry so they could receive another dowry. Neither Zhao Jingzhu nor Chen Yang were fools. They naturally understood the situation, which is why Zhao Jingzhu hadn't gone home even once in all this time. The villagers' harsh words are most likely said by Zhao Fashing's family. Don't pay any attention to him. Chen Yang shook his head to comfort her. What our family's situation is none of his business. If he keeps nagging in front of me, I'll go to Zhao family village and teach him a lesson one of these days. Zhao Jingzhu shook her head, and didn't he say anything more. Just then, someone came to buy honey. So he perked up and started selling honey again. Chapter 49, Digging a Pond. The honey business is very good. They sold out almost immediately after selling it here for a short time. A total of 51 bottles of honey were filled, and they all sold out at that time, earning 102 yuan. Even after deducting the cost of buying the bottles, they can still earn 70 or 80 yuan. Come on, let me take you to get some breakfast first. After putting the money away, Chen Yang chuckled and said to Zhao Jingzhu, No need. Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Zhao Jingzhu shook her head. What do you mean by wasting money? How is it a waste of money for you to come out here with me and sell things? Let's go. Let's get something to eat and then go home. We can also bring back some uncooked clear soup for the kids to try. Although Zhao Jingzhu is a very frugal person and wouldn't think about treating herself to good food and drinks, she couldn't refuse when she heard it was for the children. Then buy more. It has been so long since Mom came to the market. Of course. Chen Yang nodded and hurriedly came to the small shop. First, I ordered 2 bowls of clear soup for myself and the other person, and then I asked them to buy 2 jin of uncooked clear soup. After finishing their meal, they took the clear soup with them and hurriedly rode their old bicycles home with Zhao Jingzhu. Look what we bought for you. Chen Yang smiled slightly as he went inside and took out the clear soup in his hand. Chenya had eaten this before, and upon seeing it, she took it and ran frantically towards the kitchen with her short legs, calling out as she went, Grandma, Grandma, look, my dad bought me some clear soup. Let's cook some clear soup and eat it quickly. It was still early, only around 8 in the morning, and no one in the family had eaten breakfast yet. Actually, they were waiting for them to come back to eat. But when they saw the clear soup, everyone looked at Chen Yang and Zhao Jingzhu. Let's cook for them. We've already eaten out anyway. This is what we bought for you, otherwise it'll go bad. Whatever we cooked this morning, we can eat for lunch. Clear soup is actually similar to dumplings, and it is considered a local specialty snack. It is nothing more than wrapping some meat filling in a dough, boiling it in a pot, adding some seasonings, and that is how it tastes. It is really delicious, especially in times of scarcity. Okay, Ding Xiaoyi was already heartbroken to see her 2 granddaughters like this. It would be fine as long as she cooked them some clear soup. The clear soup was ready, and Chen Yang told them about selling honey that day. Yuvi sold so many. Ding Xiaoyi and the others smiled when they heard that they had sold more than 100 yuan worth of goods. That is quite a lot, that's right. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Anyway, it adds up to 102 yuan. If I give this 100 yuan to Jingzhu, then we'll have 2,400 yuan to build the house. Chen Yang took out the 100 yuan and gave it to Zhao Jingzhu. Yes, yes, you have to give it to him. I'm worried about leaving it in your hands. Ding Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly. Chen Yang was speechless, thinking to himself, what time is it now and you still don't believe me? I've already done so well. He really wanted to complain to his mother, but in the end he didn't say anything. Zhao Jingzhu put the money away carefully and looked at Li Shuangyu and Deng Yufeng with a serious expression. I will keep this money safe once it's in my hands. I will take it out when our family actually builds a house. Sister Jingzhu, I believe you, Li Shuangyu said. Deng Yufeng glanced at Li Shuangyu and nodded vigorously. Our family's money should either be in Mom's hands or in your hands. I don't trust anyone else to keep it. Li Shuangyu has sensed something was off about those words and that they were directed at me. Chen Yang chuckled dryly. Why are we about to start arguing again? I'm speechless. But just then, another commotion broke out outside. My sister, in-law, is still eating breakfast, Liu Rong said casually as he ran in. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to eat together? This is clear soup that Xiao Yang bought from town. Let's eat together, Ding Xiaoyi invited. No, 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 I won't eat. We just came back from town. We just didn't run into him. I've already had the clear soup here. This is the money from selling the pork today. Liu Rong stepped forward and took out the money in front of everyone. The pig sold for a total of 186 yuan. There are 5 of us in total, but it is divided among 4 families. So you get 43 yuan. Liu Rong stuffed the money into Chen Yang's hand. Count them. Chen Yang didn't even count and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Sold out? Sold out? All sold out. It is market day, so things sell out really fast. Even if we brought 2 more, we could still sell out. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Oh, right. He Dong and Jen Chang just mentioned to me that we shouldn't go tonight, but get some rest and go hunting again tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yang nodded. It is not impossible. Then let's not go out tonight. Okay, then I'll go back and get some rest. Liu Rong said happily and left. Although he didn't have to do anything today, Chen Yang didn't dare to let his guard down. After thinking for a while, he came to his family's fish pond. Hunting and fishing will definitely be his main activities from now on, as this is the fastest way to make money. Fish are very easy to kill, so he now needs to figure out a way to keep the fish he caught alive. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he could sell the goods immediately after each battle, or that he would have the time to do so. Their house was located on the edge of the village, next to a valley with a stream and their fields. Their water comes from this stream. How about I build a fish pond here, by the way? There used to be a big pit here. I remember there used to be water here, but it dried up over time and only collects water when it rains. If I divert the stream water here, wouldn't it become a pond? Then I can raise the fish I catch here and sell them when I want to. That way, I'll have more space. After thinking it through, I immediately went home to get my tools and started working on it. The first thing to do is to clean up the pond here and remove all the mud from the bottom. Then we had to dig ditches. The ditch doesn't need to be very big. Moreover, in order to make the water here clear, he even put some mud and gravel underneath. Fortunately, the project wasn't too big, and while he was working on it, Li Shuangyu actually came over to help. By nightfall, a ditch had been dug, and water was slowly being poured into the large puddle. It is done. Chen Yang clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the task. Now that the water has been pumped in, we can release fish into this area once it is full. Although he didn't plan to hunt that night, he could go fishing. Can you catch a lot of fish? Li Shuangyu's attitude towards him was now much better than that of the other 2 women. I can handle quite a few, Chen Yang said with a smile. I'll try it out tonight, and I'll know when I get back. Chapter 53, Ex-Wives Want to Start a Business when the 2 of them returned. It was almost time for dinner. Deng Yufeng set out the bowls and chopsticks and glanced at them. Soon everyone sat down at the table to eat. The 2 sisters, Chenya and Chenyi, are the most well-behaved when they eat. This is mainly because they feel that the food is especially delicious, now something they never dared to dream of before. So every time they eat, they just go straight to eating and don't say a word of nonsense. They just know one thing. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there is something wrong with your brain. Now that our family's circumstances have improved so much, it would be a shame not to eat well, as my father is always so busy trying to improve our lives. Compared to them, the others seemed less enthusiastic. I just discussed it with Sister Jingzhu and Mom. Our family situation is slightly better now, but it is not perfect. We can't just ignore everything. So we have an idea, and we'd like to share it with everyone here today. and get your opinions as well. What did you two discuss? Chen Yang asked, looking at them with some curiosity. We've discussed what we should do, after all. We're all at home all day, and it wouldn't be right for us to just sit here and wait for you to go out and earn money to support us. So we're planning to do something else at home, Ding Xiaoyi said. What are you doing? Chen Yang looked at them with interest. After thinking about it, I think we should make tofu at home. Making tofu. Chen Yang almost laughed out of anger at their words. No, why make tofu? Mom, you know how tiring it is to make tofu. People say there are 3 great hardships in life: blacksmithing, rowing a boat, and grinding tofu. You know how hard and tiring it is to make tofu? You have to get up early and work late to do all that grinding? We can endure this hardship, Zhao Jingzhu said before he could finish speaking. I know you can endure this hardship. It's not that I don't trust you to endure it. Don't I know what kind of people you are? You can endure more hardship than I can. But there are some hardships we don't need to force ourselves to endure, Chen Yang said with some helplessness. Why do you say you're just going to suffer without any real hardship? Deng Yufeng frowned. We can definitely make something that is a little more profitable and less strenuous, Chen Yang said after thinking for a moment. What do you mean by something that makes a little money? But Deng Yufeng and the others looked at him with some curiosity. The reason why making tofu is so tough is that tofu needs to be sold fresh, and to maintain that freshness, you have to work from dawn till dusk. In addition, the process of making tofu is actually quite complicated. Just the step of grinding soybeans alone can scare away many people. Plus, you have to be in a hurry. So although making tofu can be profitable, the time cost is very high. Then what do you want to do? Deng Yufeng asked him again. Hearing what they said, Chen Yang's heart stirred. Of course, I'll continue hunting. But I can't just let the women in my family sit around doing nothing. They need to go out and do something. Plus, we have some money now, so it is a good opportunity to help them start a business. After thinking it through, he had a certain idea in mind. There is no rush to start a business. I can help you think of a career. But Chen Yang didn't know what to do for the time being, so he offered this suggestion. Then you have to think about us carefully. Otherwise, if you're the only one working hard to earn money every day, how can we just sit around waiting to eat? Ding Xiaoyi instructed him. Mom, you can't say that. Don't we still have farmland? Chen Yang explained. You guys did a lot of work in the fields. How can you say you didn't do anything? I'm getting embarrassed if you keep saying that. You're still embarrassed? Deng Yufeng seized the opportunity and probed again without any politeness. Of course I'd feel embarrassed, Chen Yang said seriously. I'm a very shameful person, you know. Deng Yufeng almost stood up and exposed him when she saw him like this, thinking to herself, Do you still have any shame? Have you forgotten all the poses you told me to do? It made me feel really embarrassed. And when I woke up the next day, I felt like I had done something wrong whenever I saw other people. But you're not shy at all, always grinning and joking around. I completely forgot how much effort I had put in the night before. However, these were just thoughts. She didn't dare to actually say them aloud, so she just glared at him. Chen Yang chuckled dryly, pretending not to see it, and continued eating obediently. After dinner, since I rarely had to do anything, I simply took my 2 children for a walk along the village road to digest our food. Unexpectedly, after a while, Chen Dachun sneaked up from behind. Brother Yang. He greeted Chen Yang warmly and pulled him aside. We don't need to go hunting tonight. Yeah, you knew. I know. Well, let's take a rare break today. He chuckled, winking at Chen Yang as if he had something to say. Don't be like this. Just tell me what is on your mind. Chen Yang was a little confused by his antics, and couldn't help but speak up. Come, let's talk in a bit. Chen Dachun glanced at the 2 children and immediately pulled them aside. What is wrong? Chen Yang asked, puzzled, especially by the look of hesitation and shyness on his face. What happened to this guy? This isn't like him at all. Brother Yang, your marksmanship is really accurate. After coming to the side, he said to Chen Yang with some emotion. Chen Yang scratched his head, thinking to himself, Isn't it incredibly accurate? It is unbelievably accurate. But what do you mean by praising me like that? Dachun, let's not play games. Just say what you want to say directly. Don't give me that kind of treatment. How did you train to be so good? I'd like to know if you learned it by watching other couples fight in bed. But your dad passed away when you were little. How did you develop such amazing marksmanship by watching other people fight? What are you thinking about? Chen Yang's lips twitched, thinking to himself, If my mom hears this, she'll slap you a few times. Chen Dachun scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then spoke to him mysteriously, revealing his true purpose for coming this time. You probably don't know, but Chen Dongfeng and Aunt Shulin are having an affair. The so-called Aunt Shulin is actually the wife of Chen Dongfeng's younger brother, Chen Dongfeng. Chen Yang wasn't unaware of this matter. There were some rumors circulating in the village, including the claim that Chen Yang had lived 2 lives. A story he had indeed heard of. After hearing what Chen Dachun said, he was stunned for a moment and looked at him with a strange expression. Don't look at me like that. I've run into them before. Chen Dachun chuckled and scratched his head, his expression a mix of mystery and shyness. Anyway, I just bumped into them by accident. They always like to cause all sorts of trouble around the cattle pen. I guess they'd be going there again today. And I was thinking my marksmanship is really bad. How about I go watch them and learn from them? Do you want to come with me and learn from them too? Is this what you came here to tell me? Chen Yang's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, you really have a lot of free time. I'm planning to go fishing tonight. Chen Yang scratched his head and looked at him.